This male protagonist reincarnated and didn't bother to hide his skills, a spiritual herb that even gods and demons would fight over. He only needed 5 accumulation points to exchange for it. It turns out, he had awakened the martial arts system. Therefore, he didn't bother to hide his skills at all. If he wanted to, he could just choose the strongest attributes, and even exchange for items. Even the newly descended Demon King was beaten to a pulp. The United Nations had to hold an emergency meeting to recruit him. 3 years ago, the world began to recover spiritual energy. Some people had awakened super abilities. As for the male protagonist, he was stabbed by his girlfriend Liu Ruyan. Her new lover even came to say goodbye. Idiot! Your teammates have all been killed by me. Now it's your turn. Do you have any last words before you die? After saying that, he kicked the male protagonist into the group of monsters. He didn't even have time to say his last words. The apocalypse monsters immediately rushed towards the male protagonist, who was unwilling. If I hadn't been a bootlicker, my teammates wouldn't have lost their lives. Just as he fell into the mouth of the apocalypse beast, ding ding, the apocalypse martial arts system has been activated. Check detected host is about to die. Starting process, win and become king, lose and reincarnate. The moment he opened his eyes, he discovered he was sitting on a sofa. He hastily opened his phone. Today was the 16th of May 2032. He was startled when an interface appeared. The Supreme Martial Arts System has bound. Host, please choose an attribute to cultivate. Happiness came unexpectedly. Not only had he been reborn, but he also had the legendary system. According to his judgment, this time he had been reborn 1 month before the apocalypse. In fact, spiritual energy had already begun to recover. It was just that ordinary people couldn't sense it. The spiritual energy recovery also brought many good things. Various natural treasures began to proliferate. Absorbing them would grant super abilities. There was still 1 month until the outbreak of the apocalypse. Enough time for him to unleash his game-hacking power. But before that, he should still check what other functions the system had. 4 sections appeared on the interface. Attribute cultivation, attached attributes, redeem points for gifts, and daily quests. So the male protagonist immediately clicked on the attached attributes section. Of course, he had to choose the strongest flame attribute to see if he could obtain any domineering cultivation techniques. The system was drawing a fire attribute cultivation technique. Congratulations, host, you have received the purple flame attribute, heaven burning blazing flame art. This is the first time the host has received a purple cultivation technique. Reward, 5 accumulation points. He was ecstatic. A purple cultivation technique. In his previous life, the blue color had caused people to shed blood fighting over it. This was my first draw, and I already got purple. I wonder how powerful it will be. After that, he immediately crushed the purple crystal. Just 1 second later, his body was surrounded by streams of flame. Is this the energy of the fire attribute? In this life, I will definitely become the supreme ruler of the world. At this moment, he had completely reincarnated. Just then, his phone rang, and it turned out to be Liu Ruyan calling. The male protagonist's eyes were filled with killing intent. Hello, my love. I saw a beautiful handbag, but I'm short, 20,000. Please transfer it to me quickly. The male protagonist angrily cursed. Get lost as far as you can. He also warned Liu Ruyan not to call him again in the future. Liu Ruyan stood dumbfounded next to her boyfriend. What the hell? Lin Tian dared to speak so disrespectfully. Her rich second-generation boyfriend, next to her, sneered. What? Is your ATM angry? Who knows what's wrong with him? He probably took the wrong medicine. Her boyfriend asked if she needed to go appease him. Liu Ruyan replied. If I want to appease someone, I should appease you, right? Who cares if that clingy guy lives or dies? At this moment, the male protagonist was exhausted, because he had already run to 5 hospitals, but he still hadn't found Yu Qing's hospital. He swore in this life to protect Yu Qing for her entire life, so that she wouldn't have any regrets after spiritual energy recovery. In the operating room, a group of doctors were busy. What's going on? Why are all the readings normal, but her body temperature isn't rising? A doctor exclaimed. Lao Gu, please save my daughter. Lao Su pleaded. Let me check her pulse first. Lao Gui immediately placed his hand on Yu Qing's wrist to take her pulse. Then, he asked, Lao Su, where has your daughter been recently? Lao Su replied, last month, To celebrate her admission to Qingbei University, I took her to an ice island. When she returned, she was like this. Lao Gui judged. Your daughter has been possessed by Yin Qi Nhep Thun and needs an object of extreme yang to dispel it. I will give you a prescription. Just prepare the medicine according to it. Lao Su hurriedly said. Thank you, Lao Gu. Lao Gu sighed. I can only do so much. Whether she can resist it or not depends on your daughter. At this moment, the male protagonist pushed the door open and rushed in, shouting loudly, Stop! The father and daughter of the Su family were astonished. Lao Gu, is this your disciple? Lao Su asked. No, I have never taken a disciple. Lao Gu replied. A group of doctors hurriedly stepped forward to block the male protagonist. Where did this stray dog or cat come from, daring to barge in here? Can't you see we're in an emergency? Seeing this, the male protagonist shouted loudly. Boss Su, your daughter isn't sick at all. Instead, she has awakened a 1 in 10,000 ice attribute. If you act recklessly, you will cut off her future. All the doctors thought he was crazy. At this moment, Lao Gui told them to stop. Kid, how do you know about the ice attribute and spiritual energy recovery? Who exactly are you? The male protagonist said who he was. Didn't matter. What's most important now is to wake Yu Qing up. If that's the case, little brother, please offer a solution. The words sounded polite, but were actually a test. Afterwards, the male protagonist listed several prescriptions. The doctors were also astonished, because those were the exact prescriptions Lao Gui had just given. He was too young to possess such peak medical skills. Little brother, your prescriptions are identical to mine. They won't work. I haven't finished speaking, and you've already interrupted. This prescription still has the most important ingredient, Stardew flower. Lao Gui wasn't angry upon hearing this. Little brother, according to your prescription, she can indeed wake up healthy, but I'm afraid the entire world cannot find a Stardew flower. The doctors were utterly shocked on the spot. They hadn't expected Lao Gui to say the male protagonist could cure the girl. Seeing that his daughter could be saved, the father immediately asked Lao Gui how much this flower cost. My family has nothing but money. Please tell me where I can buy it. It cannot be bought. The Stardew flower, because it possesses blue star-shaped petals with a golden glow at its center. The petals glowed in the night like a planet. The sap of the Stardew flower has a powerful ability to heal wounds, both internal and external. This is what I read in ancient books. This type of flower only grew during the spiritual Qi era of Earth, and cannot possibly exist now. What? So my daughter will be like this for the rest of her life? The male protagonist reassured them not to worry, saying he could ensure Su Yu Qing's safety. Little brother, do you mean you have the Stardew flower? Yes. A doctor, hearing this, immediately told Lao Gui not to believe the young man. How could a poor person like him have it? Moreover, he eavesdropped on the prescription just now. He's definitely bluffing about the Stardew flower. At this moment, the male protagonist opened the point exchange system. He exchanged for the Stardew flower without hesitation. Stop arguing, everyone. Look what this is. Everyone was deeply shocked, not expecting it to truly be the Stardew flower. Little brother, how do you have the legendary spiritual medicine? Do you believe I can cure Yu Qing now? Lao Gui clasped his hands in apology, saying that they had been too talkative earlier. Time waits for no one. Please treat her first. He looked at the unconscious Yu Qing. Then, he brought the flower in front of Yu Qing, urging her to absorb the spiritual energy. At this moment, a female doctor shouted loudly, "The temperature has risen. It's stable now." Wu Tin slowly opened her eyes. "Who are you?" The male protagonist told her to rest well. "We'll meet again soon." Boss Su excitedly shook the male protagonist's hand, continuously expressing his gratitude. "Uncle Su, just make sure she recovers well from now on." After the matter was settled, the male protagonist was about to leave when Lao Gui called him back. "Little brother, may this old man invite you for a cup of tea?" But the male protagonist refused, saying there would be an opportunity later. "Little brother, this old man still doesn't know your name, Lin Tian." After saying that, he waved goodbye to them. After returning home, he immediately went online. He remembered a post from his previous life that had foretold the cultivation levels after spiritual energy recovery. He quickly found it. It stated that spiritual energy cultivation was divided into 8 levels. In his previous life, he had struggled to cultivate and only reached the 3rd level, it wasn't due to poor talent, but rather, the lack of a good cultivation technique. He had only cultivated a little before, breaking out in a sweat. Indeed, this heaven-burning blazing flame art was formidable. In this life, reaching the 8th level emperor was his goal. At the same time, in a high-rise building, Old Gooey said he had met a young man who possessed a star-dew flower. Moreover, his body also had spiritual energy fluctuations. "That's right, Director Liu," he said. "I can affirm that this young man is a genius in spiritual energy cultivation. If he matures, he will certainly be able to change the world's situation in the future." He told Xiao Yue to go and explore his limits. "Old Gu, if what you said is true, then you have rendered a great service." At this moment, male protagonist's body was filled with flame, truly living up to its name as the purple cultivation technique. In his very first cultivation session, he had reached the spirit awakening realm, 2nd stage. After finishing his cultivation, he immediately took a bath. In the evening, male protagonist was ravenously hungry. He felt like he could eat an entire goat. Whistling, he walked towards the convenience store. Unexpectedly, someone was secretly watching him from above. The girl looked at the image and said, "Found him. Don't disappoint me." She threw something. Just a second later, a monster filled with death key appeared behind male protagonist. Seeing this, male protagonist chuckled lightly. It seems the mutation has begun. Facing the ferocious beast, he showed no fear. Instead, he found the wolf to have an unpleasant stench. Just a second later, the vicious dog lunged at him. Male protagonist quickly jumped backward to dodge the attack, but the vicious dog swung its long tail to attack. Male protagonist couldn't dodge in time and was hit in the thigh. The sound of bones cracking echoed, causing him immense pain. "Your grandpa is angry." He gathered flame into his fist. The flame devoured everything. A powerful flame fist, just like Bodo's. Along with that was a review. Immediately, the evil dog spat blood. The girl was extremely shocked. What? This dog died so miserably, lying motionless in the middle of the road. Truly something that didn't know life from death. Male protagonist felt even hungrier after fighting. He had to quickly go buy some food. The girl found it hard to believe. She didn't expect male protagonist to kill a first-stage mutated beast with just one blow. That beast possessed the fire attribute, an attribute with the strongest attack power. Seeing male protagonist walk away, the girl hurriedly approached to check. Upon checking, she couldn't help but be horrified. The monster beast's tail had been severed. Could it be that the sound of breaking bones just now wasn't male protagonist's, but rather the tailbone of this mutated beast? Just how tough was his body? No. I must report this to my superiors. Early the next morning, Lin Tian brushed his teeth but felt aches all over his body, as if he had just been beaten up. Despite this, he still had to continue cultivation. Just then, his phone received an important piece of information, an urgent news report. This morning, the temperature on the peak of Zun Mountain reached 81 degrees Celsius. All tourists are requested to pay attention to safety when traveling in Zun Mountain. Do not believe rumors that high temperatures can eliminate humidity. Please believe in science. This is just a hole in the ozone layer. The male protagonist felt strange. If his memory served him right, the peak of Zun Mountain was not where the ozone layer was punctured, but where powerful fire attributes spiritual energy awakened. The male protagonist clenched his clothes. He absolutely had to seize this opportunity. But what he never expected was to encounter Liu Ruyan right after stepping out the door. She said, "Give me 200,000. I need to buy a new bag." Upon hearing this, the male protagonist's veins bulged. He roared, "You idiot! Didn't I tell you yesterday to get lost as far as you could?" Liu Ruyan replied, "Lin Tian, I know you're doing this on purpose to get my attention, but I'm warning you. If you don't give me the money now, I'll really ignore you." Lin Tian didn't want to waste time with this woman. He snapped, "Get lost. It's best if you don't bother me. Just seeing you makes me sick." At this moment, there were already many people on Zun Mountain. The area was cordoned off with warning tape, and everyone was advised to be careful. Absolutely do not cross the warning tape. It's really 81 degrees inside. We're not kidding. Someone has actually been roasted dry. A man scoffed, "What nonsense. I don't believe it could be that hot." Then, he threw an ear of corn into the quarantined area. Just 1 second later, the corn had turned into popcorn. Everyone who saw it gasped. Inside, it could truly be deadly hot. At this moment, Lin Tian also arrived. Indeed, the fire attribute spiritual energy was as powerful as he had predicted. If he could absorb it all, his level would definitely rise by a rank. Following that, Lin Tian immediately jumped into the isolated area. Everyone was stunned on the spot. Not expecting someone to truly be unafraid of death, someone shouted, "Young man, get out quickly. You'll be burned to death." It was indeed fire attribute spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, so powerful. It hurts so much. Every cell in my body seems to be burning. The male protagonist still tried to endure. In this life, he must become a powerful cultivator. Oh my! What's wrong with this brother? Is he evolving? Sparks are shooting from his eyes. Lin Tian felt he should leave. He couldn't attract too many people. After that, he transformed into a stream of flame and passed through. An immortal! There's an immortal! Did anyone record the immortal just now? The police were also bewildered, wondering, what's going on? It was so hot just now. Why isn't it hot anymore? Could that young man really be an immortal? Scene change. Director Liu was on the phone. On TV, the news was broadcasting. This afternoon, a mysterious youth appeared on the peak of Zun Mountain. This person resolved the abnormal climate on the peak of Zun Mountain, then vanished before everyone's eyes. Hearing this news, Director Liu immediately scolded. Quickly suppress this news about Zun Mountain for me. It cannot be allowed to spread so widely anymore. Last night, did you really see that kid punch and explode the mutated beast? Yes. Moreover, the mutated beast's attack seemed to cause him no injury. It seems that, in just 2 days, we have encountered 2 geniuses. He felt that he couldn't let other forces recruit them first. We must recruit Lin Tian into the organization as soon as possible. Take me to see Lin Tian. In the room, Lin Tian sat there, his entire body enveloped in aura, his eyes flashing with a golden light. Feeling the immense power flowing through his body, Lin Tian thought to himself, "Success! I have finally stepped into the courageous spring realm," the system announced. "Congratulations, host, for entering the courageous spring realm. The host's reward is a new attribute slot, allowing the host to cultivate an additional new attribute simultaneously." Lin Tian intently looked at the system panel. The synchronized system activated the enchantment function. The text appeared. The host can permanently attach an element to a weapon. The durability will vary depending on the weapon's different materials. Seeing this, Lin Tian was overjoyed. Doesn't this mean I can create attribute weapons myself? He quickly rushed into the kitchen, picked up a knife, and said, "Old friend, watch me this time. I'll make you transform beautifully like this." Lin Tian turned sharply and asked, "Who's coming at this hour?" He looked at the 2 people in front of him in surprise. "Who are you?" Liu Ying introduced. "Little brother, I am the president of the Spirit Cultivation Association. My name is Liu Ying. The girl next to me is my subordinate, named Leng Yu. We came to you because we want to talk about cultivating spiritual qi." Lin Tian thought, Spirit Cultivation Association? He recalled, although he had been saved by this association in his previous life, he shouldn't have had any contact with them in this life yet, right? Lin Tian asked, "How did you know about me?" Liu Ying held up a picture of Yu Qing. "Lao Li, the one who treated the Su family's girl, mentioned you. By the way, Su Yu Qing has already joined our Spirit Cultivation Association." Lin Tian thought, it seems these people have no ill intentions. A moment later, when everyone had sat down and chatted for a while, Liu Ying wondered, "Little brother, are you really not considering joining us?" Lin Tian politely declined. "Lao Liu, I'm not really suitable to join an organization right now," he continued. "First, I intend to cultivate on my own, and wait until my spiritual energy is fully recovered, before thinking about other matters," Leng Yue advised. "Lin Tian, I know you've become a first-stage awakener, but I also want to tell you, you were able to enter the spirit initiation realm. It was merely luck. Without the association's guidance. Whether you can enter the Yongquan realm is still unknown," she continued. "The future of Earth will change, and by then, cultivating spiritual energy will be the only path if you want to become strong in a stable way. The guidance of the association is essential," Leng Yue recounted. "At first, I was just like you, thinking I could awaken smoothly. so I refused the association's invitation. It took me almost 3 years, and I still hadn't reached the Kurilin realm, but after joining the association, in less than a year, I successfully entered the Kurilin realm. With the association's help, you will probably become a second-stage Yongquan realm expert within a short 3 years. Lin Tian was astonished. 3 years? How old is your sister this year? Leng Yue stated frankly. Almost 21. Why? A thought flashed through Lin Tian's mind. Your sister's talent is really too poor. Never mind. Don't say things that are not conducive to unity. He awkwardly gave a thumbs up. Nothing. I just think you're a genius. Leng Yue crossed her arms. Everyone in the entire Immortal Cultivation Association is a genius. Being a genius is merely the threshold to join the association. Liu Ying looked up at him. Little brother, you will receive a lot of help when you join our association. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly. Excuse me, little brother. I have a call. Liu Ying answered the phone. What's the matter? The voice from the other end of the line was panicked. President, a mutated beast. Second stage has appeared. It's only 30 kilometers from your city. Liu Ying was astonished. What? Second stage? What's its attribute? The other side only reported. It's currently unknown, but it's speculated to have a poison attribute. The true form of this mutated beast is a giant python. Lin Tian and Leng Yue listened intently as Liu Ying answered the phone. I understand. Immediately seal off the surrounding area. I'll bring Leng Yue there right away. The other end of the line complied and hung up. Liu Ying turned back and said, I'm really sorry. Little brother, I have an urgent matter on my end. I need to go there right away. Let's continue our conversation another day. A moment later, Lin Tian stood by the window, watching the backs of the two figures. He thought to himself, in this life, I must become even stronger. Only then can I avoid the regrets of my previous life from recurring. Lin Tian pondered. My current strength is probably at the Spring Vein realm, early stage. It seems that advancing in rank later will not be easy at all. He opened his phone and searched. Let's see where else there's fire attribute spiritual energy. Before he could finish, the phone rang, startling Lin Tian. Oh, you startled me. He answered the call and cursed. Chui Tianpeng, what are you doing up in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Tianpeng on the other side pleaded. An Hage Lin, save me. My villa is haunted. Lin Tian was furious. Are you crazy? What kind of ghost possession is this? Tianpeng shouted. Ange Lin, I'm not lying to you. The mountain behind my villa has been struck by lightning all day, but there hasn't been a single drop of rain. Hearing this, Lin Tian was stunned and thought, could this kid have awakened the extremely rare lightning attribute spiritual energy? He quickly ran over. Chui Tianpeng. Quickly, tell me, what's the specific situation with the lightning strikes at your place? Tianpeng hid in fear under the window, looking at the sky, which was a brilliant purple full of lightning, his voice trembling. My place is as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the thunder and lightning won't stop. An Lin, save me. Hearing this, Lin Tian became even more certain of his own assertion. That's right, this is indeed the scene of awakening lightning attribute spiritual energy. Spiritual energy has a total of 3 levels, common attributes, water, fire, wind, earth attributes, rare attributes, ice, light, dark, lightning attributes, and legendary attributes, void type. Lin Tian happily thought, if I put lightning attribute in the new attribute slot, I'll be rich. He quickly ran out of the house. Kui Tianpeng, I'll be there right now, to surround the mountain at your place, not letting anyone in. Understood. Tianpeng hid behind the curtains, and asked, puzzled, will people come here? 2 young boys were sitting by the road when a girl approached. You two, come with me to complete this mission. The blonde boy excitedly stood up. Big sister. Where are we going? The red-haired girl put her hands on her hips. There is a mountain emitting extremely powerful spiritual energy lightning attribute. We must collect all the spiritual energy lightning attribute generated before the disaster spreads. Lin Tian shone his flashlight as he ascended the mountain. He looked up at the sky, crisscrossed with lightning. Lin Tian exclaimed excitedly. As expected, it's the spiritual energy lightning attribute. I'm going to get rich. He pressed the Add More button, then pressed the lightning button. The system displayed a notification. Lightning attribute is a rare attribute type. The spiritual energy required will be twice that of normal attributes. Are you sure? Lin Tian pressed the confirmation button. Without hesitation, the system notified. Preparing for host to draw a lightning attribute cultivation technique. Please wait a moment. The system congratulated. Congratulations! Host has drawn a blue-grade lightning attribute cultivation technique. Rushing Thunder Art. Lin Tian held the Rushing Thunder Art in his hand, observing his surroundings. No wonder this is a rare attribute type. Although the cultivation technique is blue-grade, its power is truly terrifying. Lightning attributed spiritual energy, so intense here. At the same time, the blonde girl asked fearfully, "Third sister, can we really control this thing?" The purple-eyed girl continued doubtfully. "That's right, third sister, is the quality of this thermos really good?" The red-haired girl snatched the thermos from the purple-eyed girl's hand, saying, "Too much talk, give it to me." She let out a sigh. Then, the red-haired girl opened the thermos and held it up, and the spiritual energy lightning attribute was thus sucked inside. The small girl alone stood against the immense power. Two young boys stood outside cheering. "Go, big sister! Big sister is excellent!" Suddenly, the bottle cracked. The red-haired girl was astonished, thinking to herself, "How could this be? The spirit-gathering artifact can't withstand it." An explosion rang out. The young boy quickly shielded the red-haired girl. "Big sister, be careful." The thunder and lightning in the sky grew more intense by the moment. The three of them panicked. "Run! The spiritual chi is out of control." Suddenly, the purple-eyed boy noticed something. "What's that sound?" Lin Tian fumbled his way out of the bushes. The red-haired girl was surprised to see him. "A normal person? Impossible!" She shouted a warning. "Little brother! What are you doing on the mountain? Run quickly! This is not a place ordinary people can come to." Contrary to her worried attitude, Lin Tian excitedly ran over. "I'm here." The red-haired girl was stunned. "It's over. This person is definitely dead." The other three shouted. "What exactly happened to you? Why are you so unreasonable? Brother, did you get cheated on?" Ignoring those words, Lin Tian rushed towards the lightning-attributed spiritual energy. A dazzling light flared up. Lin Tian braced himself and resisted within the core of the lightning-attributed spiritual energy. Both young boys outside were stunned by this scene. Is he that tough? Could he be an immortal? The red-haired girl also couldn't help but wonder, why isn't he affected? Could it be that he has awakened a super-rare lightning-attributed spiritual energy? Lin Tian roared. "You want me to kneel at your feet? Dream on." He gritted his teeth. "In this life, this sky will no longer obscure my eyes. This earth will no longer control my heart. I want all living beings to understand my will. I want all Buddhas to be scattered, soul and spirit." Lin Tian's eyes flashed with light. "In this life, I must become a powerful cultivator." Lin Tian roared. "Come on." After that, the sky underwent a strange change, only to see Lin Tian's body floating in the air. He looked at the lightning power surging in his hands. "Not bad at all," the system announced. "Congratulations, host. You have received 2 types of spiritual energy with lightning and fire attributes. Do you want to fuse these 2 types of spiritual energy to obtain the legendary Lightning Flame spiritual energy?" Lin Tian ordered. "Combine. Combine immediately." He delightedly looked at the streams of spiritual energy enveloping his body. "Is this the legendary spiritual energy attribute? I can feel this power now." On this side, Lang Yue's subordinate reported. "According to previous judgment, this strange beast is a giant python with a dark attribute." Lang Yue spoke up. "I know," she secretly thought, "a dark attribute. This is a bit difficult." Lang Yue ordered her subordinates, when in danger, crush this jade pendant to create a light attribute, protective shield, which can save everyone's lives. She instructed. During the operation, survival and safety are the top priorities. Absolutely no coercion. Understood. Lang Yue gave the order, and they began to act. They advanced together into the dark structure. Suddenly, from a distance, 2 red dots appeared. Lang Yue realized they were the eyes of a strange beast. She shouted, "Be careful." The strange beast bared its sharp teeth and lunged. 2 subordinates quickly threw out hidden weapons to destroy it. This caused the strange beast to be hit by the hidden weapons and become frozen state. The 2 subordinates rejoiced. "It's a success." Lang Yue noticed something unusual. Big trouble. You guys run. The strange beast easily escaped the frozen state. It shot out a type of gas that poisoned those within it. Lang Yue called for help. Headquarters. Call headquarters. Giant python. Before she could finish speaking, she was poisoned and fainted right inside the circle created by the strange beast from its body. Night fell. In some empty lot, inside a pickup truck, a pleading voice came. Little brother, I beg you. Right now, only you can resolve this crisis. Lin Tian looked at the information displayed on the tablet. He secretly sighed. Dark attribute, another rare attribute. Lin Tian frowned, expressing regret. How annoying. If I didn't run out of attribute slots, I would have taken it for myself. Director Liu's forehead was still drenched in sweat. He spoke both urgently and excitedly. That girl Lang Yu. Currently, their life or death is unknown. The only hope is this little brother, who has awakened the fire attribute. Long Tian grasped the key points in the old man's words, and he asked in a low voice, Director Liu, how do you know I awakened the fire attribute? Director Liu felt a pang of guilt and could only scratch his head and explain. Well, before that, I asked Lang Yue to follow you and personally saw you eliminate the mutated dog. Long Tian recalled the great battle a few days ago, and he inwardly confirmed. It turned out that dog was released by them. Long Tian felt like he had been set up, and he asked in a low, stern voice, You sent someone to follow me. Director Liu broke out in a cold sweat. I only did it for the safety of the people. Long Tian was not an unreasonable person. He coldly stated his condition. I can agree to go to the factory and kill that python, but you must promise me that you won't follow me anymore. As if on cue, Director Liu clapped his hands in delight. It's a deal, little brother. How many people do you need? I'll immediately deploy them for you. Long Tian smirked meaningfully, stretched his limbs, and said, No need. I'm enough on my own. These words made Director Liu freeze on the spot. In another hidden corner, darkness enveloped the entire scene. Lang Yue, with a pale face, lay prostrate on the ground. She could only continuously cry out. Oh no! The scene before her left her speechless. A gigantic, enormous python. Its entire body exuding murderous aura. It continuously struggled violently. Seeing it swallow a living person whole, Lang Yue couldn't believe her eyes. This giant python, it actually relies on devouring cultivators to evolve. Lang Yue used all her strength to stand up, resolutely thinking to herself, it absolutely cannot be allowed to evolve successfully. Otherwise, the people around here will suffer a terrible disaster. Just at this moment, the python glanced in her direction, its murderous eyes glowing red like embers. It opened its bottomless mouth towards the female warrior, and toxins surged out. Lang Yue was no pushover. She channeled spiritual energy into a punch, ready to fight. A punch shot straight into the python's throat, making it writhe and cry out in pain, thinking she had a chance to turn the tide. In a flash, Lang Yue's palm strike suddenly turned to nothing, shattering without causing any damage. Lang Yue's eyes widened in horror. How could this be? The python didn't hesitate either. It swung its tail in a counterattack, causing Lang Yue to lose her balance and fall. Toxic fluid sprayed everywhere, and Lang Yue thought bitterly, I can't believe it. It has already evolved successfully. Looking at the giant python in front of her, any hope of victory was extinguished. Lang Yue thought in despair, it's over. I can't stop it anymore. Just as she was preparing to bid farewell to life, a familiar mocking voice rang out. Oh damn, I just remembered this dilapidated factory after coming in here. Isn't this where I used to work as a factory worker after graduating high school? The owner of this factory still owes me a month's unpaid salary. How unlucky. Truly unlucky. Hearing that, Lang Yue immediately recognized him. She exclaimed in surprise. Lin Tian, he carried a churnkiem on his back. Yan Xia asked, Director Liu told me to take everyone out. Where are the others? Lang Yue didn't have time to answer his question. She shouted a warning. Run quickly. You are no match for it. It has evolved to third stage. Hearing the deafening roar, Lin Tian boredly picked his ear and calmly said, Very well, I know. Just wait obediently, don't run around. The python, seeing his fearless demeanor, roared indignantly. Let me see what you're truly capable of. Before Lin Tian could react, it flicked out its long tongue and lunged to bite Lang Yue. seeing this scene, urgently shouted, "Lin Tian, run quickly!" Suddenly, from where Lin Tian stood, a bolt of lightning shot up, its speed so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow. Lin Tian's entire body was enveloped in electricity. He curled his lips into a strange smile and said, "Thunder shattering darkness." Just as the python darkness lunged, he unleashed an electric punch straight into its snout. A knockout blow sent the python flying back in pain. It spat out a mouthful of dark blood paste. Lang Yu froze, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. This python had caused cultivators much trouble to deal with. The python was punched flat to the ground by Lin Tian. Seeing the python preparing to slither away, Lang Yue frantically shouted, "Lin Tian, don't let it escape." Lin Tian then drew the longsword from his back, preparing to make python hot pot. "Don't worry, it has nowhere to run today." The longsword was enveloped in lightning power, emitting dazzling sounds and light. He narrowed his eyes and domineeringly unleashed a move called Thunderbolt Flash. Preparing to electrocute the python, Lin Tian began to wield his sword, and in a flash, he unleashed a powerful move, slicing the python into a pile of shattered fragments. Having finished the task, he coldly sheathed his longsword and calmly said, "It's done." Lang Yue had not yet recovered her senses. She hurriedly stepped forward and questioned, Have you perhaps finished awakening your attributes?" Lin Tian narrowed his phoenix eyes and pondered for a moment. According to his memories, the Spirit Cultivation Association had never done anything bad. They only helped ordinary people overcome difficult times, so having contact with them should be fine. Thinking this, he slowly replied, I have now awakened 2 attributes, fire and lightning." Lang Yue immediately looked at Lin Tian with different eyes. She secretly marveled, he will definitely become a super powerhouse in the future. The great battle with the python monster beast concluded here. The scene shifted to a meeting room, where someone spoke up. "Director, Lin Tian himself has admitted it." Lang Yue herself just returned to report the results. He awakened 2 types of lightning attribute and fire attribute. Hearing this, Director Liu stroked his beard, pondering carefully. No wonder he said he shouldn't be monitored anymore. He didn't know what he was thinking, but after a moment, he smirked with calculation. This kind of talent must definitely join the Cultivation Spiritual Energy Association. Lang Yu sipped her tea, carefully asking, "Director, will we monitor him any more in the future?" Director Liu suddenly changed the subject, mysteriously saying, "Girl, you also need a boyfriend now." At the discussion table, the important figures were racking their brains, discussing important matters. One person proposed, "Director Liu, regarding the spiritual energy revival, let's announce it to the public." A young man, hearing this, also began to contribute. "Recently, troubles are increasing, day by day, as if they can't be stopped. We can't just assume everything is an accident, can we?" As soon as these words were spoken, they sparked opposing views, and the opposing side retorted, "Are you crazy to hastily announce something like this? Do you know how much trouble it will cause? At that time, it won't be just a few scolding words that can solve it." Everyone had something to say. No one yielded, and the young man immediately raised his voice, trying to win the argument. "You still have the nerve to talk about this? If we could announce the matter of spiritual energy, yesterday's incident at the factory, we could have completely evacuated the people in time. The situation is getting more and more intense." Another person retorted loudly, "Didn't we finally resolve the incident at the factory?" These words officially kicked off a verbal battle, and both sides slammed the table and stood up to argue. "Did you guys resolve that? Wasn't it the kids you called who resolved it? What are you talking about?" Director Liu struggled to contain his anger. He growled, "All right, stop arguing." His roar of a command immediately intimidated the soldiers, who stammered, Director Liu slowly reassured each person. "Xiao Li, sit down, you're right. If young brother Lin Tian hadn't intervened last night, not only would I have lost my daughter and my men, but the surrounding populace would also have been in danger." At this point, he spun around and stood up. "However, as our members have said, if we hastily let everyone know about the spiritual energy revival, it will certainly cause large-scale social chaos. Therefore, I have a proposal." Everyone watched in silence. He used his wooden cane to point at the map. "The areas I've marked are places where spiritual energy revival has recently occurred. We can choose these areas as test sites, promote them as tourist attractions, observe their effectiveness, and then consider the next step. What do you all think? The atmosphere immediately softened, with everyone vying to express their agreement. All right, then, according to Director Liu's suggestion, let's give it a try. Another person added, truly worthy of a bureau chief, to be able to come up with such an intelligent solution. Director Liu suddenly pulled a volume from his person. Director Liu continued, if there are no objections regarding this matter, let's discuss what's next. The subordinates immediately reviewed the documents, and Director Liu continued to lead the meeting. You all witnessed Lin Tian's strength yesterday. I want to invite him to join the Spirit Cultivation Association. At this point, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Tian's resume. Director Liu continued, I propose inviting him to be the captain of a cultivation team. What do you all think? Several people, feeling it was unfair, frowned and expressed their opinions. Director Liu, I don't object to him joining, but giving him such a high position right after he's just joined, isn't that a bit much? The young man opposite nodded in agreement. Exactly. No one gets appointed to a deputy minister level position right after joining. They should definitely start from the grassroots level. Director Liu calmly tried to persuade his colleagues. He gently said, you all witnessed his strength yesterday. He is an awakened individual with 2 lightning attributes in fire. I'm concerned that if we give him too low a position, not only might he be unhappy, but someone with such capabilities absolutely cannot be offended. The young man opposite then offered a suggestion, stating sternly, if Director Liu says so, then please arrange a test for him. Another person also spoke up formally. Exactly. Arrange a test for him. Becoming the captain of a cultivation team requires more than just strength. Director Liu knew that further explanation would be futile. The old man let out a sound of delight and said, these are your words, don't regret them when the time comes. The next morning, in the bustling city, Lin Tian was still sleeping soundly, drooling, the sun already high in the sky, yet he still hadn't bothered to wake up. Suddenly, a commotion from outside startled him. Could a thief have broken into the house? He immediately rushed out, veins bulging on his face, muttering curses. I'm so poor now that I'm eating the cheapest instant noodles, and you still dare to steal from me. If I catch you in a bit, I'll definitely make you realize your mistake. With his fiercest expression, he flung open the door, grinding his teeth as he roared, you audacious thief! Why don't you quickly bow your head and admit your mistake? However, in front of him was a long-legged beauty, holding a broom and sweeping. She softly greeted him. Lin Tian didn't expect a fairy to appear in his house. He awkwardly waved back in greeting. After he came back to his senses, he immediately jumped up and shouted, that's not right. Why are you in my house? Didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't follow me anymore? The beauty's expression remained calm. She walked to the sink and helped him collect the dishes one by one, calmly saying, I didn't come to follow you. I came to live here. Where's the trash can? Lin Tian was sweating profusely, his eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to believe his ears. After Lin Tian calmed down for a while, he leaned back imperiously into the chair and asked in a cold voice, so, you want me to participate in some kind of challenge? Leng Yue replied concisely. Yeah. Lin Tian began to weigh the pros and cons. He considered the situation, calculating the time. With only 3 days left until the spiritual energy completely erupted, he couldn't waste time on some challenge. He decisively refused. No, I'm not interested. Lang Yu persisted in persuading him, saying seriously, Lin Tian, I know you definitely think this challenge will slow down your cultivation, but this is a challenge specially prepared by the Association for Cultivators. Lang Yue began to use sweet words to persuade him, continuing, not only will new members participate, but the challenge location has recently experienced a spiritual energy revival phenomenon. Although the rank isn't high, there's a good chance there will be some opportunities. Lin Tian suddenly remembered something. I remember, she said, Su Yuqing also joined this organization. He immediately asked, let me ask you something. Is Su Yuqing participating in this challenge? As expected, Leng Yu immediately admitted, she will also go. Why? Lin Tian didn't answer. He frowned and thought to himself. I remember, she said she once encountered a great opportunity there. I wonder what it could be. Curiosity arose, and Lin Tian decided to make an exception this once. I'll go see this time. It just so happens I need to find her for something, so I'll participate in the challenge. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was the day of the organization's assembly. Director Liu said loudly, "You might have gotten used to a peaceful life." The old man continued seriously, "But I want to tell you all that the whole world will soon no longer be peaceful. At that time, death will become a common occurrence." In the lineup, there was a girl, with long, soft purple hair, who looked very striking. Director Liu's voice continued to resonate steadily. "In a moment, I will introduce you to a powerful spiritual energy cultivator, who will be your captain, leading you through this challenge." Another female team member, with a pale face, thought to herself, "Where did that person go?" After all, recalling a few days prior, she tried her best to explain to a male teammate, "I really saw an awakened person, whose whole body was radiating lightning." However, the young man adamantly refused to believe her. "What are you talking about? How could there be such a powerful spiritual energy cultivator? You must have seen wrong." Returning to reality, the tattooed man next to her turned and asked, "Sister Chi, what are you thinking about?" Sister Chi pretended as if nothing was wrong and replied, "Nothing. I'm just wondering what kind of person our upcoming captain will be." The tattooed man couldn't help but show his disdain. He puffed out his chest and said, "Muff, Captain, he's definitely just some rich kid who's here to coast by." After saying that, he seized the opportunity to boast and show off. "When that kid arrives, I'll teach him a lesson. I'll let him know who really holds power here." His subordinates immediately chimed in with flattery. "Boss is the best. Boss is so cool." Sister Chi was too bored to even bother saying, "I advise you to behave yourself a little. Stop causing trouble." On the red carpet, leading to the assembly area, Leng Yue stood beside him and began to introduce, "This is the team you will lead. A total of 5 people, 2 women and 3 men." Lin Tian quickly assessed them. Apart from Su Yu Qing's ice attribute, the others all possessed rather ordinary attributes. Leng Yu pointed at Liu Tianfeng's profile picture from earlier. "Warning, you need to pay attention to this person named Liu Tianfeng. He used to be a henchman for the underworld. He unexpectedly awakened wind attribute spiritual energy, but his personality remains the same as before, very difficult to control." Lin Tian paid no attention, casually replying, "Got it, got it." Director Liu had been waiting for a while. Upon seeing Lin Tian, he was overjoyed. "Your team leader has arrived." Lin Tian stood with his hands in his pockets, looking extremely cool, his face cold and expressionless. Liu Tianfeng and the 2 beautiful women immediately recognized him. "Isn't he the one my father said saved me?" "That's him, the one who was struck by lightning on the mountain that day." Director Liu solemnly introduced, "This is your team leader, Lin Tian." Next, before he could finish, an urgent voice interrupted. "Wait." Director Liu, being interrupted, felt a bit deflated. "Liu Tianfeng, do you have a problem?" Liu Tianfeng smirked, his tone 3 parts disdainful, 7 parts condescending. "Director Liu, what's this kid's actual strength? Shouldn't we see a few of his moves? Otherwise, when we go in, who's going to listen to whom?" A glint of interest flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He said with a half-smile, "Oh, how do you intend to demonstrate?" Liu Tianfeng got into a fighting stance, saying smugly, "Naturally, you'll have to test your strength against us, brothers." Lin Tian looked at Liu Tianfeng with disdain, not hesitating to mock, "A mere doomed to win first stage trash like you thinks he's worthy of fighting me." These words successfully enraged Liu Tianfeng, making veins pop on his forehead. He roared, "Brat, do you have a death wish?" Unable to control his anger, he unleashed a mighty punch, lunging directly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was too bored to even glance. He narrowed his eyes in boredom and declared, "Is that all?" Before he could counterattack, Director Liu unexpectedly rushed forward. Blocking the punch with his bare hands, the director suppressed him with a commanding tone, growling, "Liu Tianfeng, how dare you disobey the organization's orders?" Liu Tianfeng regained his composure and hastily explained, "Director Liu, I didn't mean that, but to be a captain, one needs to show some capability, doesn't one?" After saying this, he subtly glanced back, signaling his underlings to chime in. "Otherwise, the brothers won't be convinced, will they?" The small fry quickly added fuel to the fire. "That's right, Director Liu. For us cultivators, strength is paramount. If this new captain cannot demonstrate his capabilities, it will be truly hard for us to be convinced. Director Liu maintained his mild demeanor and said, "You all don't need to worry about little brother Lin Tian's strength. It was just a few days ago. He single-handedly defeated the dark giant python and saved Leng Yue." Sister Qi was startled upon hearing this. She thought she had misheard and immediately confirmed. "What? He alone saved Sister Leng?" Liu Tianfeng still refused to back down. He stubbornly said, "Humph. I think he definitely just relied on luck. The dark giant python is so powerful. How could he defeat it alone?" Director Liu knew that empty words wouldn't solve anything, so he immediately ordered, "All right, everyone stand at attention. Anyone who disrupts the rules during the challenge will be directly expelled from the guild. Everyone must maintain order. Next, I will announce the challenge content. Everyone listen carefully. The content of this challenge is to deal with a creature called the Thorn Monster Beast. According to the information the guild has, this creature not only has a human form, but can also move freely." All team members were highly focused, listening intently to every word. Director Liu continued, "Before entering the challenge, I want to remind everyone of something. Perhaps everyone used to think this world was very safe, but I want to tell everyone that." A warning expression appeared on his face, and he said in a low, stern voice, "When you embark on this path of cultivation, death will always be your companion." After giving careful instructions, Lin Tian's team began to enter the forest to carry out the mission. He scanned his surroundings, silently assessing the situation. This was the designated location for the challenge. But where was the monster? Had it burrowed underground? Yu Qing cautiously looked into the distance and asked, "Captain Lin, do we have to go over there?" Lin Tian had not yet made a decision. He looked at the dazzling light on the ancient tree, thinking to himself, "The closer to the big tree, the stronger the spiritual energy. But why can't I find the monster that Director Liu mentioned?" Lin Tian kindly reminded everyone, "For safety, we still shouldn't get too close to that big tree." With a leadership demeanor, he began to assign tasks to the members. "Continue searching for clues about the monster around here." Ms. Qi obeyed. "Yes, Captain Lin." Liu Tianfeng immediately seized this opportunity to mock Lin Tian. "Captain Lin, aren't you scared now? Are you perhaps afraid that big tree will stand up from the ground and hit you?" The subordinate next to him laughed heartily. "That's hilarious, Luca." Lin Tian had no intention of arguing with this thick-headed person. He said impatiently, "I've warned you already. If you insist on not listening to advice, you'll bear the consequences yourself." Liu Tianfeng, unafraid, still charged forward. "Humph, I want to see what kind of monstrous thing is over there." As he approached the big tree, Liu Tianfeng immediately felt intrigued. He excitedly said, "Could this big tree be some kind of treasure? Why does it have such powerful spiritual energy?" Seeing this, the subordinate next to him added, "Big brother, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. If we cultivate here, we'll definitely level up." Liu Tianfeng's greed immediately flared up. "If I absorb all the spiritual energy here and successfully advance to the courageous spring third realm, by then, even Leng Yue will have to obey me." Thinking of himself transforming into a handsome, six-pack, high-level cultivator, Liu Tianfeng drooled. He immediately felt motivated, so he called his subordinates and brothers to immediately cultivate while the spiritual energy was abundant. No sooner said than done. The three cultivators sat around the large tree, each absorbing spiritual energy. Yu Qing looked at this scene with great concern and anxiously asked, "Captain Lin, they'll be all right, won't they?" Lin Tian calmly replied, "No need to worry. If there's really a problem, I'll step in." Sister Qi took the opportunity to approach and quickly asked, "Captain Lin, didn't we meet a few days ago?" Lin Tian looked at Sister Qi's unfamiliar face and vaguely replied, "Did we? I don't recall. Where was it?" Sister Qi deliberately reminded him. "Ah, it was on the mountain struck by lightning. I remember now." Lin Tian finally realized and politely replied, "Oh, so it was you. Were you having a picnic there that day?" Teased by Lin Tian's silly question, she angrily snapped, "Picnic? What picnic? That day, I was dispatched to deal with a lightning spiritual energy outbreak, and it was all because of you, Captain Lin, that I was scolded by my superiors for several hours." Sister Qi decided to vent her anger on Lin Tian, unleashing a torrent of scolding. "I told them there was a man absorbing lightning spiritual energy. but they kept telling me I was dreaming. Lin Tian could only apologize. Lin Tian chatted with the two sisters for a while, then returned to the main purpose. He said, "You two should also sit down and cultivate. The spiritual energy here is so abundant." Seeing Lin Tian casually picking flowers and catching butterflies, Yu Qing curiously asked, "Aren't you cultivating?" Looking at Yu Qing's gentle and ladylike appearance, he smiled and thought, "You're still the same as in your previous life. So kind." Lin Tian replied, "The spiritual energy here doesn't suit my attributes. You two go ahead and cultivate first." Sister Qi didn't intend to ask further. She decisively said, "Then we." Before she could finish her sentence, a cry for help suddenly came from the other side. "Big brother, save me!" The spiritual power behind them surged, immediately making Lin Tian, Sister Qi, and Yu Qing turn around sharply. Lin Tian exclaimed, "That's..." The scene before their eyes stunned everyone. Tree branches, like tentacles, were tightly wrapped around the soldiers. Liu Tianfang trembled so much he couldn't stand. He gritted his teeth and said, "What's going on? Why are these branches moving on their own?" The subordinate was still screaming in despair. "Big brother, save me! I don't want to die." The demeanor of a senior brother made it impossible for Liu Tianfang to turn and run. He drew his saber and said, "I'm coming to help you." Having said that, he charged forward with his saber, intending to cut off the tentacles. A single saber strike tore a gash in the branch. Dark spiritual energy seemed to swallow the atmosphere. However, the previous saber strike had no effect. Liu Tianfang said bitterly, "How can this be?" The junior lay sprawled on the ground. Seeing the impending disaster, he shouted a warning, "Big brother, watch out on the left." Liu Tianfang focused intensely, racking his brain to deal with the giant tree. However, it was like trying to smash a rock with an egg. A powerful tentacle struck, causing Liu Tianfang to spit out blood. Feeling the excruciating pain, he recalled the words of the old director. When people embark on this path of cultivation, death will always accompany them. It was no surprise that Director Liu had said such a thing. Seeing no hope of turning the tide, he asked himself, "Am I going to die here?" The giant tree had now transformed into a monstrous entity, wanting to devour Liu Tianfang. Just at this moment, a saber slash, like a bolt of lightning, streaked across, severing a large branch of the tree. Liu Tianfang used his last bit of strength to prop himself up, struggling to utter a single word. "You." Lin Tian put his hands in his pockets, pursed his lips, and ordered, "Go quickly." Although Liu Tianfang was often boastful, he still seemed to possess some noble character. He said, "I cannot abandon my brothers and run away." Lin Tian turned back and offered him a word of encouragement. "It seems you still value righteousness quite a bit." Liu Tianfang retorted, "Nonsense. A man living in this world must know righteousness." Lin Tian slowly bent down to pick up the short saber. He secretly planned, channeling lightning attribute fire energy into this short saber. In less than a second, the short saber absorbed the lightning, emitting crackling sparks of light. Liu Tianfang watched this scene, so terrified that his face turned pale, and he stammered, unable to speak. "What are you doing?" Without bothering to reply, Lin Tian swung his dagger and thrust it straight into the large tree trunk. As soon as the dagger struck, all the tentacles loosened, and the henchmen who were released immediately rejoiced. "Big brother, Captain Lin, thank you both for saving me." Before they could even celebrate, the large tree suddenly roared madly. Lin Tian had a premonition that this journey would be more perilous than safe, and immediately warned, "Hurry, this monster is about to reveal its true form." Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook violently. "What's happening?" "It's an earthquake." The large tree had now transformed into a wood demon, revealing its true form as a courageous spring third realm, Yu-Hone beast demon. Liu Tianfang and the others were so scared they nearly soiled themselves, frantically screaming, "What exactly is this monster?" Lin Tian didn't have as much time for questions as they did. He said, with a dark expression, "Have you forgotten what Director Liu told you? This cultivation path is destined to be a near-death experience." He channeled his energy to conjure a ball of lightning power, his signature move, and said coldly, "If you're afraid of death, then leave this path." The wood demon lunged forward like lightning, intending to strike its opponent dead with its branches. Lin Tian quickly leaped backward, narrowly avoiding a visible defeat. The wood demon still didn't give up. This time, it charged its entire body towards Lin Tian. It swung its limbs, wanting to bury Lin Tian underground, while simultaneously unleashing countless tentacles of various sizes, looking no different from a three-headed, six-armed demon. Lin Tian was slightly startled. This move was a bit difficult to handle, but that's what made it exciting. He activated his fire element technique, creating a wall of fire that incinerated each tentacle. The ancient tree, upon encountering fire, was as good as finished. It could only watch helplessly as its body was scorched. Not stopping there, Lin Tian combined it with lightning flame fist. Seeing this, the tree immediately fled. Lin Tian was determined to pursue it to the end. The lightning flame fist, combined with an orb, shot forward like a rocket, leaving a large hole in the ancient tree's trunk. It screamed in pain and despair. Liu Tianfang watched this monster-slaying scene, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Could this spiritual energy be? Director Liu's face darkened. It seemed this matter could no longer be hidden. He slowly announced, the Earth's spiritual energy had fully recovered, and the rules of the world were about to change. At the same time, Lin Tian's system screen also displayed the profile of the tree from earlier. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel doubtful. In his previous life, Yu Qing said this place held a great opportunity. Wasn't she ice attribute? But this strange tree was wood attribute. In the blink of an eye, the tree's spiritual energy transformed into a sky-piercing aura. Lin Tian suddenly realized. So that's how it was. He had also quickly caught up with the information, certain that because the Earth's spiritual energy had fully recovered, powerful ice attribute spiritual energy had appeared here. In her previous life, Yu Qing couldn't absorb these spiritual energies due to insufficient strength, which was why she said that. Looking at the newly discovered ice cavern before them, Yu Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration as she said, Captain Lin is amazing. One punch made the surrounding spiritual energy explode. Lin Tian also showed a slight favoritism towards Yu Qing. He whispered, Yu Qing, go into that cave and absorb the surging ice attribute spiritual energy. These spiritual energies can help you become stronger. Yu Qing blushed and replied, okay. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He thought to himself, Yu Qing, in this life, both of us must become strong, making that vile couple who killed us in our previous life pay the price. Lin Tian then turned to his team members and said, powerful ice attribute spiritual energy emanated here. Just as Yu Qing also awakened her ice attribute, I let her seize the opportunity to cultivate here. Let's wait for her for a bit. Everyone agreed. As evening approached, a feast of delicacies, from land and sea, was laid out. Everyone raised their glasses in joyful celebration, the atmosphere both lively and cozy. Congratulations to Yu Qing for successfully breaking through to Courageous Spring First Stage. Entering the Courageous Spring Third Realm, Yu Qing smiled shyly and said, all this success is thanks to Captain Lin and everyone. Liu Tianfang no longer had the arrogant demeanor he displayed earlier in the afternoon. He humbly offered a toast. Captain Lin, previously, I had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. I hope you can generously forgive my mistakes. Lin Tian didn't take it to heart. It's all right. In times of crisis, you didn't abandon your comrades to flee, which proves your loyalty, righteousness, and courage. You are a true man. Lin Tian had successfully won everyone's hearts. The team members cried their eyes out and said, Captain Lin, thank you for considering an ordinary person like me a friend. From now on, my life, Liu Tianfeng's life, belongs to you. Lin Tian was speechless. There's no need for that. From now on, we are all brothers. Together, before their brotherly bond could deepen much, a warning came from the other side. Everyone, leave this place immediately. It was the armed Imperial Army that had suddenly appeared. They urgently evacuated. Everyone, leave this place immediately. We need to carry out the mission here. Everyone, please cooperate. Long Tian silently assessed the person in front of him. He was no ordinary soldier. Possessing a powerful aura, he was undoubtedly also a cultivator. But weren't matters related to spiritual energy the responsibility of Director Liu? So, did this army need to wait any longer? If the spiritual energy outbreak belonged to Li Qi and the others, they could seize this opportunity to help them advance. At the same time, the soldier made eye contact with Lin Tian's group. He shouted loudly, Hey, you! I'm talking to you. Get out of here right now. Understand? The hot-tempered Liu Tianfeng immediately slammed the table, stood up, and yelled. How dare you speak to my big brother like that? Do you know who my big brother is? The soldier pointed his weapon directly at Liu Tianfeng's throat. Get out, or die. But this also simultaneously infuriated Liu Tianfeng. He channeled his aura and said, Then let me see what you're capable of. Lin Tian cast an icy glance over. He ordered in a low voice, Stop. Rewind time to 3 hours earlier. The council room was abuzz with discussion. What do we do now? Spiritual energy has suddenly recovered, and we're completely unprepared. Currently, the most important issue is to capture the escaped anomaly. Another person interrupted. I said, from the very beginning, that thing needed to be watched more carefully. Seeing this scene, the old commander irritably ordered, Stop arguing. This is not the place for arguments. Lao Gu rallied the team's spirits and solemnly declared, Currently, our top priority is to capture this mutated dog. Under no circumstances can we allow civilians to be harmed. Saying this, he frankly singled out Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun, the task of capturing the mutated dog is entrusted to you. Zhao Sun immediately stood up upon receiving the order and resolutely said, I guarantee the mission will be completed. The commander concluded the meeting with a final remark, and everyone immediately returned to the border. Spiritual energy had fully recovered, which meant the border would no longer be as peaceful as it was now. He cast a look of complete trust towards Xiao Sun, and said in a deep voice, Xiao Sun, you absolutely must capture the mutated dog before dawn. Understood? Yes, he replied. Returning to the command room, Xiao Sun directed the battle via radio. Those in the east, accelerate your evacuation. That beast could appear at any moment. Xiao Sun's attention caught sight of a confrontation between Lin Tian and an armed soldier, and he thought to himself, Isn't that? On the screen, Lin Tian sternly ordered, Stop. He stood up abruptly and directly addressed Liu Tianfeng. Don't cause any more trouble for the military. Although displeased, Liu Tianfeng complied. Yes, big brother, Lin Tian, with a resolute tone, said, We will leave here immediately. The armed soldier, hearing this, was satisfied and let them go. Humph, consider yourselves sensible. Only after the entire team had left did Lin Tian carefully instruct. This afternoon, spiritual energy has completely erupted. From 4 o'clock onwards, we will have to face an extremely dangerous world. He softly reminded Yu Qing. When you get back, remember to cultivate diligently. Currently, your foundation is not stable. You need to train step by step and absolutely must not be impatient. Yu Qing obediently replied. Understood, Captain Lin. Just then, an urgent call came from behind. Shaolin. My son. Shaolin. My good son. Lin Tian recognized the owner of the voice and beamed with joy. He loudly replied, My good son. What followed was a long-awaited reunion, filled with deep brotherly affection. Zhao Sun seemed unable to believe it. Zhao Lin, my son, is that really you? From behind, Yu Qing curiously asked, Captain Lin, is that someone you know? Lin Tian happily introduced. This is my best friend from high school, Sun Zhengyi. Sun Zhengyi seized the opportunity to put his arm around Lin Tian's shoulder, teasingly saying, Hello everyone, I am Lin Tian's good father, Sun Zhengyi. Lin Tian glared at him and said, You unfilial nephew, clearly, you are my good nephew. Hearing this, Sister Qi understood and said, Captain Lin, we'll head back first, then. So we don't disturb your catching up with an old friend. Liu Tianfeng also chimed in. That's right, big brother, we'll head back first. In a secluded corner of the street, Lin Tian and Sun Zhengyi discussed serious matters. Lin Tian first praised him, saying, Kid, you're doing quite well. Looking at these epaulets, you must have achieved something, right, for old time's sake. Sun Zhengyi mysteriously revealed, Heh, my good boy, I'll tell you a secret that was just released this afternoon. Lin Tian showed no surprise, blurting out, Global spiritual energy has recovered, hasn't it? This topic has been trending all afternoon. Sun Zhengyi leaned close to Lin Tian's ear and whispered, I knew you wouldn't believe it, so I'll tell you quietly. The reason this road is blocked is because there's an extremely powerful mutated dog hiding here. Our team is here precisely to protect the safety of the citizens. Lin Tian didn't answer. He pursed his lips and thought to himself, so that's it. But could the mutated dog they're talking about be the one released during Leng Yue's previous experiment? Just then, a soldier approached to report the results. Reporting, Captain Sun. All citizens have been evacuated. Sun Zhengyi replied. Good, then we just need to wait for the stray dog to fall into the trap itself. Lin Tian sank into his own thoughts. On this occasion, we can also see what level the military's capabilities have reached. Lin Tian suddenly clapped Sun Zhengyi on the shoulder, a mocking smile on his face, and said, Big boy, let me take a look. Sun Zhengyi had good intentions, thinking to himself that it would be good for little Lin to learn early that the rules of the world had changed. Otherwise, with his overly gentle personality, he would surely suffer losses later on. Thinking quickly, he turned to assign a task to the soldier, Zhao Zhang. Later, take him to the safe zone, outside the hunting perimeter. Let him observe the strength of our team. That soldier immediately obeyed. Yes, Captain. Xiao Zhang put on an arrogant air, puffing out his chest as he said to Lin Tian, Kid, I don't care what kind of relationship you have with Captain Sun, but later, you must obey me. Understand? Lin Tian also cheerfully agreed. All right, then thank you, big brother, in advance. Lin Tian stood behind the B-40 fence. Looking at the dense military equipment and soldiers in front, he made a preliminary assessment. Although these soldiers all carried guns, according to the spiritual energy on them, they were probably all at the Courageous Spring first stage realm. Their overall strength was still quite decent. Just at this moment, Lin Tian sensed a surging wave of dark energy, and he pursed his lips. It's here. In the command room, a soldier monitoring the cameras announced, Everyone be careful. The strange beast has arrived. The entire city was enveloped by a distinctive purple aura. The air was suffocating, as if wanting to choke the people there. From within, a mutated wolf, with eyes glowing red like embers, leaped out. Soldiers immediately opened fire, in defense. Bullets and bombs, obscuring the sky and earth. Countless bullets flew straight towards the strange beast. Yet, it was like merely scratching an itch for it. No more playing around. The strange beast unleashed its claws, and with one kick, sent a group of soldiers flying. Lin Tian, observing from behind the fence, also couldn't sit still. He anxiously thought, This mutated creature has at least the strength of the Courageous Spring. Third realm. Once spiritual energy begins to recover, such creatures appear so easily, it seems I'll have to cultivate even harder starting tomorrow. Sun Zhengyi saw his side was losing, and immediately summoned his elite troops. He ordered, Regular soldiers, retreat immediately. Special Forces members, follow me. Sun Zhengyi directed the battle, using the black tortoise formation. Hold this beast for me. All members began their work. Yes, one member used all their strength to firmly grasp the dog's tail, distracting it. The remaining members, carrying Thunder Fist, charged forward, intending to gang up on the dog. They punched and struck its weak points, causing the mutant hound to howl in agony. Sun Zhengyi seized the opportunity. Delivering a great fist from above, directly onto its head, he gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into this punch. Die! This punch caused the mutant hound to spurt blood on the spot. The damage was truly immense. Lin Tian stood with his arms crossed, watching the show. He secretly praised, as expected of the military. Although each of them only possessed strength around the Courageous Spring second realm, they trusted each other, entrusted their lives to one another, allowing each person's strength to surpass their own limits. Lin Tian calmly sat down on a chair, thinking, It seems my worries were unnecessary. Their defeat of the mutant hound was only a matter of time. Suddenly, a dense aura spewed from the mutant hound's mouth. It struggled and roared as if to tear the sky apart, as if it was absorbing all life force into itself. Lin Tian hadn't expected this turn of events. He frowned and wondered, What is this? Sun Zhengyi was momentarily caught off guard by this sight, and said nervously, This beast, it wants to evolve again. Sun Zhengyi reacted quickly, immediately signaling the Special Forces team. Stop it immediately. Absolutely do not let it successfully evolve. Otherwise, all of us will die. However, by this point, the Special Forces team was no longer a match for the mutant hound. All members were sent flying into the sky by the mutant hound's counterattack. In the blink of an eye, every single member was incinerated. The mutant hound's eyes glowed with a terrifying fire. Countless sharp white bones, like dagger points, sprouted from its back, signaling that it had completely and successfully mutated. Sun Zhenyi's face drained of all color. He muttered, "It's over." He struggled to his feet, facing the mutant hound, and said with difficulty, "This beast, it really did evolve." The Special Forces members were also helpless at this point. One person spoke up, "Captain, what do we do now?" Sun Zhengyi made up his mind. "We'll risk it all against it. We absolutely cannot let it harm the civilians behind us. All of you, my brothers, who fear no death, charge forward together for one last desperate fight. Special Forces, charge with me." "Yes, Captain." The mutant hound's eyes were blood red. It swung its entire body, throwing the Special Forces team away. The Special Forces team could now only huddle together to resist. Their resistance was negligible, barely even a struggle. Several regular soldiers standing behind the protective barrier, seeing this scene, their hearts ablaze with anguish, desperately called out to the captain. Sun Zhengyi was now a broken wreck, lying flattened on the ground, with only a faint breath remaining. Right before his eyes was the image of a mutant hound, savagely tearing something apart. A thought flashed through his mind. Am I about to die? Just at this moment, a familiar figure blocked his view. It was Lin Tian. Blocking a pounce from the mutant hound with his bare hands, Sun Zhenyi, using his last bit of strength, recognized that it was Lin Tian. Lin Tian, his face expressionless and cold as an ice cavern, said, "You hurt my brother. Die." The mutant hound was sent flying far away by Lin Tian's palm strike, howling in agonizing terror. However, the mutated hound was not so easy to deal with. It pounced again like a mad beast. Sun Zhenyi seemed unable to believe his eyes, stammering, Lin Tian, are you a cultivator?" Lin Tian did not deny it. He pulled a throwing blade from his pocket and said calmly, "Once I've dealt with this beast, we can talk properly later." The Special Forces soldiers finally exclaimed, "So he's a cultivator after all, and can even injure the courageous Spring Fourth Realm mutant hound with a single blow. Is this kid really that strong?" Lin Tian channeled lightning power into the throwing blade. His entire body crackled with dazzling lightning. He growled, "Receive your judgment." He gathered all his strength, intending to use this single throw of the blade to take down the mutant hound. The throwing blade shot forward like a rocket, at a speed invisible to the human eye. The mutant hound, realizing it couldn't withstand the attack, immediately tucked its tail and fled. However, Lin Tian was determined to eliminate this national threat. Want to run? No chance. The throwing blade pierced straight through, without mercy. There was no escape for the mutant hound, no matter where it ran. It writhed in agony, spitting out a mouthful of strawberry syrup, its entire body still enveloped by Lin Tian's lightning power. Sun Zhengyi still thought this was a dream. He hadn't expected his brother in front of him to be so formidable, that Xiao Lin was such a powerful lightning attribute cultivator. The mutant hound was not completely defeated yet. It turned and aimed directly at Lin Tian, who had just unleashed his move. It wanted to use its last remaining breath to counterattack, to perish together with Lin Tian. But to Lin Tian, it was just a useless pet dog. He drew his blade, calling out the name of his move, Fuma, a terrifyingly powerful blade strike. And with a single swing of his hand, Lin Tian sliced the mutant hound into two halves. The Special Forces team was utterly astonished, somewhat disbelieving of reality, and said, "Spiritual energy has only just recovered, and he already possesses such power. If he were allowed to develop for another year and a half, wouldn't he become even more powerful?" Sun Zhengyi's eyes sparkled like stars, praising him endlessly with pride. "As expected of my brother, Sun Zhengyi's brother, you're truly amazing. Xiao Lin, my boy." Lin Tian thoughtfully watched the blade strike dissipate before his eyes. He thought, even military daggers can't withstand the power of lightning flame gold. I need to find a weapon that can withstand my lightning flame spiritual energy. Once Lin Tian was done, he safely landed. Sun Zhengyi immediately ran up to greet him. "That's great, Xiao Lin, my boy. You were hiding this from me." Sun Zhengyi, covered in wounds, playfully nudged his good brother's shoulder. "You're so strong, yet you were still pretending with me," Lin Tian kindly reminded him. Go easy. You weren't lightly injured just now. Sun Zhengyi waved at the Special Forces team, saying in high spirits, "You guys quickly drag that beast away. I'll have a few drinks with my brothers." Night fell, and the scene shifted to the military organization. The computer screen was replaying the scene of Lin Tian eliminating the monster beast mutant hound last night. The female boss crossed her arms and asked in a dry tone, "Is this person your friend?" Sun Zhengyi proudly said, "Not just friends. We are brothers who would die for each other." The female boss began to feel greedy, wanting to recruit talent. She secretly calculated, if we can recruit this talent into the military, our strength will greatly increase. Thinking this, she immediately asked directly, "Have you invited him to join the military yet?" Sun Zhengyi innocently scratched his head and casually replied, "I did, but he said he already joined the Spirit Cultivation Association." But the female boss was determined not to let go of this good catch. She calculatedly said, "Is that old man Liu Ying? I'll go find him and demand the person right now." The next morning, at the old apartment building where Lin Tian lived, Lin Tian returned from outside, still holding a hamburger in his mouth, and casually said, "I forgot you were home, so I didn't buy breakfast for you." Leng Yue didn't mind. She got straight to the point. "Did you participate in the military's operation last night?" Long Tian tore open a bag of snacks and replied, "It was all unexpected. I originally didn't intend to interfere, but then I met a brother. Is there any trouble?" Leng Yue also didn't hide anything. She said directly that this morning, the daughter of the army commander-in-chief kept calling Director Liu, wanting him to join the army. Long Tian asked with a bit of curiosity, "Oh, so what did you tell Chu Liu?" Leng Yu briefly explained the situation and casually reminded Long Tian to pay attention. Director Liu had already settled this matter, but the daughter of that commander-in-chief is not an easy person to deal with. In the next few days, you'd best be a little careful. Long Tian, on the contrary, showed no hesitation and shamelessly joked, "What? Does she want me to be her live-in husband?" Just then, the phone on the table vibrated loudly. It was Sun Zhengyi calling. Long Tian quickly picked up the phone. "Contre Noen, what's wrong?" A sharp female voice came from the other end. She growled, "Is this Long Tian? I am Sun Zhengyi's superior, Shen Feifei." Long Tian didn't rush to answer for the moment. He and Leng Yue listened in silence. The other end continued with a persuasive voice. "We have a place containing very strong fire attribute spiritual energy. Would you like to come and see it?" Long Tian was immediately attracted by fire attribute. Long Tian felt extremely interested. His face couldn't hide his excitement. He was worried he couldn't find a way to enhance his fire attribute spiritual energy. Shen Feifei recounted while driving. In the beginning, while patrolling the construction site in the evening, a cluster of ghost fire was discovered. At that time, everyone thought there were feudal superstitions here, so they invited a Taoist priest. Unexpectedly, after the Taoist priest arrived, not only did he fail to dispel the ghost fire, but he actually made them grow stronger. She said, "Currently, the entire construction site is covered by an extremely fierce fire. Although the army had sealed off the site from the beginning, they were completely helpless." Shen Feifei continued. The next afternoon, when spiritual energy recovered, the fire seemed to grow even stronger. If it continues to spread, the surrounding populace will face disaster. Long Tian asked silently, "Is that fire still spreading?" Shen Feifei replied, "Yes. Now the only thing we can do is continuously expand the cordon." She added, "Oh right, I heard you and Leng Yue have some kind of relationship, don't you?" Long Tian frantically explained, "Miss Shen, don't talk nonsense. Leng Yue was only sent to my house by Director Liu to monitor me." Her face darkened. "Don't be so quick to deny it. Just listen to me finish first." Shen Feifei analyzed. "Global spiritual energy has fully recovered. For the safety of the country, we must immediately establish an army of cultivators to deal with unknown external factors." She continued, "Currently, cultivators with some ability each have their own unique character, and it's acceptable for them to go into battle. But it's absolutely impossible to teach newly starting cultivators. I heard Sun Zhengyi say, 'Your character is fine, and you possess strong power.'" Lin Tian said, "So, you want me to join you and help train new cultivators?" Shen Feifei confirmed, "That's right, as long as you nod." All terms of treatment can be negotiated. What do you say? He refused. Sorry, currently, I don't have enough energy to do those things. First, let me train those whom Director Liu asked me to take care of. Shen Feifei agreed. Okay, she thought to herself, he is indeed a man of loyalty and integrity. When the ghost fire incident was discovered, reporters and onlookers were crowding the entrance to the construction site, shouting, "Don't push! Don't push! It's very dangerous inside! Don't come closer!" Shen Feifei and Lin Tian got out of the car, looking towards the crowd. Suddenly, someone asked, "Lin Tian, why are you here?" He turned to look at the person who just asked. It turned out that Li Xiaotong and Jiang Yu were standing there. Looking at him, Lin Tian was annoyed. "Why is this guy here?" Jiang Yu arrogantly said. "Are you the one called Obsessed Xiaotong? Looking at your demeanor, you certainly have potential." Seeing this, the reporters also turned their cameras towards them, thinking to themselves, "What a surprise! This time, we've got a scoop." Jiang Yu sneered. "Brother, although you still remember Zhao Tong, you must understand that there's an unbridgeable chasm between you and her." Li Xiaotong also spoke up. "Lin Tian, I once gave you a chance." He himself didn't know how to cherish it. The people around gossiped. Today was truly lively, a feast for the eyes. Has the pure-hearted warrior lost again? Lin Tian was confused. Are these two idiots? At this moment, Shen Feifei walked over. "Lin Tian, what's going on?" The reporters and teachers continuously took photos. "Oh my god, where did this beautiful girl come from?" Li Xiaotong and Jiang Yu were also stunned. He secretly thought, there's another beauty like this. Compared to her, Li Xiaotong is nothing. Then Jiang Yu confidently approached Yu Qing, extended his hand to greet her. "Beautiful girl, my name is Jiang Yu." But what he received in return was an avocado from Yu Qing. She turned and asked, "Are these two your friends?" Seeing this, Jiang Yu secretly wondered, "What's wrong? Does this girl treat me like air?" Lin Tian lazily replied, "Just the vile couple. Let's go. Don't waste time on this." Then the two ignored him and walked into the construction site. The gossiping crowd around burst into laughter. No wonder that guy dumped this girl. If it were me, I'd also choose that other girl over this one by a long shot. Li Xiaotong was furious. She really dared to show off in front of me, just because she's a little pretty. I must find a way to make her suffer a little. She yelled. "Have you stared enough? She's already gone." Only then did Jiang Yu snap back to reality, running over to comfort Li Xiaotong. "Xiaotong. This is his habit." She was annoyed. "If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't have paid attention to you a long time ago." At the scene, Shen Feifei and Lin Tian were standing in front of the blue flame. She said, "I just confirmed with the soldier. It seems the flame inside is tending to grow stronger. Perhaps we need to expand the warning perimeter." Hearing that, he asked, "Do we still need to expand it?" Shen Feifei confirmed, "Yes, unless we find a solution." Lin Tian looked up. She spoke. "That's right, this is the place I told you about yesterday, filled with fire attribute spiritual energy." Shen Feifei added. She took out a watch from her person. Lin Tian was curious. "What are you holding?" Shen Feifei replied, "It can be simply understood as a spiritual energy concentration meter." She observed the watch in her hand. It seemed they could only expand the lockdown perimeter one more time. Shen Feifei turned to the soldier next to her and said, "The warning perimeter is being extended beyond 5 kilometers. No, perhaps 10 kilometers. Suddenly, the soldier panicked and asked, "What do you want to do?" Shen Feifei also looked, then called out loudly, "Lin Tian, at this moment, you have entered that sea of blue flames." The soldier loudly asked, "Yes, Deputy Commander, what should we do now?" Shen Feifei thought, "Lin Tian, do you really have a way to control this flame?" Lin Tian stood beneath the beam of fire attribute spiritual energy. The system screen displayed a notification. "Powerful fire attribute. Spiritual energy detected. Do you want to absorb it?" He smirked. "I definitely have to absorb it." Lin Tian sat down, concentrating on absorbing the spiritual energy into his body. Those standing near him were also affected. Shen Feifei wondered. The aura is too strong. I wonder what level of cultivator Lin Tian truly is. If he absorbs all of this fire attribute spiritual energy, what heights can he ultimately reach? She secretly thought. Which realm will he break through to? Courageous Spring 4th realm, 5th realm, or 6th realm? On Lin Tian's side, his system screen continuously displayed 90%, 100%. It announced, Fire Attribute Spiritual Energy has reached Level 2, Reward. Chance to draw a new Fire Attribute spell, X1. The system continuously announced, Congratulations host, Spiritual Energy Fire Attribute has been upgraded to Level 2. Please host proceed to draw a new cultivation technique. Lin Tian reached out and pressed the button. Starting the draw, a golden light appeared, and he gasped in surprise. Holy crap, it's gold, it's gold. The screen displayed the text, Sacred Flame Undying Art, along with a congratulatory message. Sacred Flame Undying Art, a golden fire attribute cultivation technique. Congratulations, host, on receiving a golden cultivation technique for the first time. System reward points, X10. Afterwards, another screen displayed its function. Sacred Flame Undying Art. After cultivating, one can store fire attribute spiritual energy in the body. When attacking, it will directly unleash fire spiritual energy, causing widespread damage. Lin Tian smirked. Absorb for me. Fire spiritual energy around gradually disappeared. Shen Fei Fei was surprised. What kind of monster is that kid? Really, he absorbed all that powerful fire spiritual energy. The two soldiers beside her were also surprised. Could this kid be the incarnation of the fire god? The strong wind created by Lin Tian's suction disappeared, and he slowly walked towards Yu Qing. She asked worriedly, Lin Tian, are you all right? He replied, I'm fine. Thank you for bringing me here. The spiritual energy meter in her hand beeped. Feeling something was wrong, Shen Fei Fei threw it away. The machine exploded, and Lin Tian hugged Shen Fei Fei to protect her. Seeing his action, Shen Fei Fei unconsciously smiled. This man, I must have him, no matter the cost. At a restaurant in the city, Lin Tian and Shen Fei Fei were talking to each other. She said, You mean, all that fire attribute spiritual energy at the construction site has now been absorbed into your body? He confirmed. That's right. I hope it won't cause you any trouble, she replied. Don't worry, there won't be any trouble. Can you tell me what realm you are currently in? Lin Tian didn't hide it and replied, I'm probably at the peak of the courageous Spring 4th realm, about to break through to the 5th realm. Shen Fei Fei was surprised. What? You're only in the 4th realm? He explained. My cultivation method is a bit special. How should I put it? Seeing his awkwardness, she waved her hand. All right, all cultivators have secrets. If you don't want to say, I won't force you. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for understanding, Shen Fei Fei said. Lin Tian, honestly, would you consider joining our military? The system here is much better than that rotten association. Lin Tian refused. Not for now. I don't have any intention of joining the military yet, she regretted. All right, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Shen Fei Fei stood up. However, I must report today's matter. Otherwise I can't explain it to my grandfather. Lin Tian spoke. Understood. At Lin Tian's house, Lang Yu was reading a message from Liu Ying. Xiao Yu. Call that kid Lin Tian later to deal with this problem. Detailed information about the Dark Knight Phantom mission. Spiritual energy has fully recovered. Both of you must be careful. Understand, she replied. Yes, Director Liu. Lang Yue recalled Lin Tian's words. All right, I will definitely go tomorrow. She placed the documents on the table, then left. Lin Tian was lying on the bed, snoring, when he smelled the aroma of food. Although Lang Yue didn't like to talk, her cooking skills were truly not bad. He scrambled out. Lang Yue, your breakfast smells so good. Lin Tian froze. He said loudly. Shen Fei Fei, why are you at my house too? Where did you get my house keys from? Shen Fei Fei happily replied. Don't worry, I've gone through the official channels of the military to requisition your house as a secret military location. Lin Tian shouted loudly. This doesn't sound official at all. Then he walked into Lang Yu's room and said, Lang Yu, don't hide. Come out. Can't you even watch the house properly? But her room was empty. Lin Tian was bewildered. Where is she? Shen Fei Fei also walked up to him and said, When I arrived, there was no one in the house. Could it be that they knew I was coming and automatically retreated? He noticed a folder on the table. It was. Lin Tian opened the folder. He frowned slightly. Dark Knight Phantom mission. Did this girl go by herself? Lin Tian worried. He quickly put on his coat. Shen Fei Fei, seeing this, called out, Lin Tian, where are you rushing off to? He urgently said, Leng Yue is in trouble. I must quickly go find Director Liu. In the sea near the city, bubbles were constantly rising to the surface. Leng Yue was swimming deep below. Am I really useless? Without Lin Tian. She held her breath. After all, I'm still too weak. Leng Yue stopped. She tried to create small ice blocks and arranged them around her. Leng Yue rejoiced. It's a success. But suddenly, a figure appeared on an ice floe. She was astonished. Glancing back, a monster was opening its mouth wide, ready to swallow her. Leng Yue unleashed a surge of power, flying straight towards the strange beast. After that attack, she was surrounded by dark energy. Leng Yue was astonished. What is this? She found it hard to breathe. What's happening? What exactly is this? She writhed in pain amidst the dark energy. This isn't good. Something is draining my spiritual energy. Leng Yue tried to swim up. I definitely can't let this monster continue to swallow my spiritual energy. Otherwise, it will become even stronger. She was struck by its tentacles. Puffed. Leng Yue gradually lost hope and sank deeper. Am I really going to be eaten by this monster? Just as she was at her most desperate, Lin Tian jumped down. He grabbed her and asked, Are you all right? Leng Yu worriedly said, Get out of here quickly. This monster seems to want to absorb spiritual energy. Lin Tian embraced her and shot upwards. Hurry. I'll take you out first. The two shot straight up to the surface like an arrow. Fei Fei saw this and immediately ran over. Lin Tian, you're out. Is the strange beast dealt with? Lin Tian replied, It's not dealt with yet. First, let's help her regain consciousness. Fei Fei supported Leng Yue. All right, I'll take her to the hospital right away. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with anger. He silently vowed, Once Leng Yue is safe, I'll come back and deal with it. At the hospital, Leng Yue lay unconscious on the hospital bed. Liu Ying shook hands gratefully and said, Little brother, this time, I truly thank you very much. If it weren't for you, this girl certainly wouldn't have survived. Lin Tian humbly replied, Director Liu, there's no need to be so polite. You should still tell me the details about that mission. Liu Ying agreed. All right, I'll tell you right away. He crossed his arms. This monster named Dark Knight Phantom, we have been tracking for at least more than half a year. Lin Tian spoke up. More than half a year, so doesn't that mean? Liu Ying admitted. That's right. At that time, there were no more than 10 people worldwide who came into contact with spiritual energy cultivation. He recounted. We have never seen the true form of the monster, so we are certain it is related to the dark attribute. This monster uses the dark attribute to hide its true form at the bottom of the sea, by continuously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen itself, Liu Ying affirmed. Along with the spiritual energy recovery, a few days ago, this monster has become extremely powerful. It must be destroyed immediately, otherwise ordinary people will face a calamity of destruction. His expression darkened. Lin Tian, little brother, I hope you can lend a hand in this matter. Lin Tian happily agreed. All right, but I need you to help me with one thing. At Fei Fei's house, she was on the phone, loudly questioning, Grandpa, why did you let Lin Tian go do this? The voice on the phone rang out. This is a challenge for him, and also a challenge for the country. Fei Fei said, There's no need for him to undertake such a dangerous mission right from the start, is there? She dipped her feet into the bathtub. For the Dark Knight Phantom mission, the military initially sent a professional team. Fei Fei soaked in the warm water, frowning. Even the weakest cultivator in that squad had reached the courageous spring, third realm. Yet, such a team still failed, didn't they? The other end of the line was silent, then spoke loudly. Fei Fei, I know you care for the boy, but we have no other choice. Besides, didn't I send 3 elites from the military to support him this time? He continued. Currently, global spiritual energy has fully recovered, and the world's rules have undergone major changes. If we fall behind other nations, we will surely be invaded and plundered by them. Fei Fei was momentarily speechless. He continued to advise. The Dark Knight Phantom is the lowest A-level danger zone that we can currently control. As long as we can overcome an A-level zone, our country will have a say in this world. Fei Fei thought worriedly. Lin Tian, You must return safely. In a car, Yu Qing spoke up. Ah, Captain Lin. Lin Tian looked up. What is it? Yu Qing wondered. So, what mission are we going on? Why are you only taking me? Aren't Chi Chi and everyone else coming? Lin Tian handed Yu Qing the documents. He said, there are 4 of you, and only you have reached the courageous spring 3rd realm. I need to check if you've been lazy lately. These are the mission details. Yu Qing took them, replying, Ah, I will definitely try my best, and absolutely not let down, Captain Lin. Lin Tian reassured her. You don't need to worry too much. Consider this an opportunity for training. Moreover, Director Liu said the military would also send people to assist. Yu Qing firmly stated, All right, I will definitely try my best and dedicate myself completely for Captain Lin. The driver turned back and said, Young Master Lin, we've arrived at the port. At the port, 3 people were already waiting. Lin Tian and Yu Qing got out of the car. Zhou Mu crossed his arms and said sarcastically, Cultivators nowadays are truly getting younger and younger. Lin Tian thought, the courageous spring realm, in the current situation, can indeed be considered a master. He questioned, Are you from the military department? Zhou Mu sneered, My name is Zhou Mu. I hope you two don't slow down the progress later. Yu Qing unhappily yelled. What do you mean by that? Do you know how strong our Captain Lin is? The girl from the other team immediately stepped forward to mediate. All right. Lao Zhou's words can be a bit harsh. Please don't take it to heart. We're about to face a crisis together. It's not good to argue now. Lao Zhou turned around and walked away. Everyone's here. Let's go. Lin Tian encouraged. It's okay. Don't mind what they say. We just need to do our job well. Yu Qing agreed. All right, Captain Lin. Afterwards, all 5 people plunged into the deep sea together. Zhou Mu looked at the dark energy around him and was surprised. What is sucking the spiritual energy from my body? Lao Zhou worried. This is the corrosive ability of the dark attribute. Be careful. The girl accompanying the group hugged her body with her hands, trying to resist. If one were to live long-term in places like this, they would certainly not live long. Yu Qing covered her mouth with her hand. Captain Lin, I want to vomit so badly. Why does the sea smell so rotten? Lin Tian sighed. Immediately after, a shield of power enveloped the 2 of them. Yu Qing wondered. Captain Lin, Lin Tian explained, I have helped you block some of the dark attribute's influence. Don't disappoint me. Zhou Mu thought disdainfully to himself. We are all so uncomfortable. That kid surely isn't so scared that he peed his pants. His eyes widened in surprise. What? How can this be? Zhou Mu looked at Lin Tian and Yu Qing moving comfortably, and couldn't help but wonder, how can they act as if nothing is happening? He felt jealous and thought to himself, they must have used all their spiritual energy to resist the dark attribute. When danger strikes, they will surely stand there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Lao Zhou shouted, What is that? Everyone, be careful. Flashes of light shot out at an extremely fast speed. Zhou Mu realized that the monster was nearby. A fish with the dark attribute charged towards them, making the whole group shout, It's here! Yu Qing quickly got into a stance, preparing to cast a spell. Lin Tian hurriedly stopped her. Don't act rashly. Observe carefully. This fish is not the monster's true form. Yu Qing was stunned. What? Zhou Mu used a powerful punch and rushed quickly towards the fish. He said smugly, Kid, don't just stand there dumbfounded. A slight mistake here could cost you your life. Yu Qing's annoyance was evident. You're so stupid. That's an illusion. Can't you tell? Zhou Mu gritted his teeth. What illusion? What nonsense is this girl talking about? That's... The girl in the group shouted. Zhou Mu, be careful. By the time he paid attention to his surroundings, everyone was surrounded by giant tentacles. Lao Zhou was astonished. What's happening? Where did these tentacles come from? A giant octopus appeared, and they all shouted in unison. This is, the girl in the group realized. Courageous Spring 5th Realm. It turns out to be a monster of the Courageous Spring 5th Realm. Lao Zhou exclaimed. Now, I finally understand why they failed last time. Yu Qing rushed forward, unleashing a move. Bang Lim Vien Vucham. Zhou Mu shouted to stop her action. Foolish, you're no match for it. Yu Qing gathered momentum. She secretly resolved that she absolutely could not disappoint Do Triyong Lin. I must show Do-i Tru and Lin my strength. She severed a tentacle of the Dark Knight Phantom. The monster was gradually frozen by the critical damage Yu Qing inflicted. It roared in pain. Yu Qing happily turned to look at Lin Tian. Do-i Trung Lin. I did it. But it wasn't long before the Dark Knight Phantom easily escaped Yu Qing's power. Zhou Mu shouted. Run. The tentacles began to attack, severely injuring Lao Zhou. Both Lao Zhou and the girl in the group were so heavily injured that they spat out a large mouthful of blood. As for Yu Qing, she easily blocked the fierce attacks of those tentacles, but the tentacle destroyed the shield Yu Qing had created. She thought in despair, am I going to die here? Suddenly, a beam of light erupted, dazzling her. Lin Tian's voice rang out. Well done! Yu Qing was astonished. Do-i Tron Lin, when did you stand in front of me? Lin Tian replied. Just be more careful next time. Got it, the girl in the group exclaimed in panic. That kid dared to block the tentacle's attack. Lao Zhou was puzzled. Is the spiritual energy on him fire attribute? Why is it different from the fire attribute? I know, Zhou Mu was stunned. How can there be such powerful fire attribute spiritual energy? Could it be that kid's? Lin Tian met the Dark Knight Phantom's gaze. During the day, you used your tentacles to injure Leng Yue. So now I'll do the same to you. Fair enough. Right. He drew his sword. Just as he wanted to test the golden cultivation technique he had just acquired, Lin Tian rushed forward, striking the Dark Knight Phantom's head with all his might. But nothing happened. Zhou Mu gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, foolish. How could the body of a courageous Spring Fifth Realm be harmed by this blunt sword? Lin Tian slowly called out, Sacred flame, undying art. The streams of power surrounding his sword were sparse. After he finished speaking, that stream of power doubled. The flames surged forward as if to engulf the Dark Knight Phantom, making it roar in pain. Zhou Mu was astonished. What's going on? Looking at Lin Tian's calm face, Zhou Mu couldn't help but exclaim, what kind of power is this? Zhou Mu frowned and said, so, what the commander-in-chief said was true. He recalled their previous conversation. Commander, you think too highly of him. He's just a small rogue cultivator. Without the army's resources and cultivation, how strong could he possibly be? The white-haired man, standing with his back to Zhou Mu, calmly replied, Zhou Mu, I know you are arrogant and conceited. But the strength of this person named Lin Tian cannot be underestimated. We, ordinary cultivators, are like frogs at the bottom of a well, looking at the bright moon in the sky, and cultivators, at the current stage, looking at Lin Tian, are like specks of dust, gazing at the blue sky. This person named Lin Tian can only lightning KO. Absolutely do not oppose him. Zhou Mu was somewhat thoughtful, thinking to himself, is he really human? With such innate talent, if nurtured and provided resources by the military, what realm would he reach? He turned to look at Yu Qing beside him, thinking to himself, that girl must be his subordinate, right? Facing danger without fear, calm and composed. So young, yet already reached courageous, spring third realm, just needs to mature a bit more. Her future will be incredibly vast, hard to fathom. Zhou Mu couldn't help but feel left behind. His face darkened, telling himself, it seems I'm old now. Two injured people, a man and a woman, helped each other walk towards Zhou Mu. The woman spoke up to ask, Lao Zhou, you're not hurt, are you? The man beside her immediately continued, what are you spacing out for? Zhou Mu lowered his head and replied, sorry. I was just trying to survive earlier. The man heard that and laughed heartily, saying, all right, just treat us to a meal later, and we're even. Zhou Mu immediately turned and smiled at him, saying, okay, I'll go apologize first, then we'll drink until we can't stand. Zhou Mu walked over to Lin Tian and spoke. Lin Tian, thank you for saving my life and my comrades. I was wrong before. Lin Tian, without any calculation, quickly replied, Captain Zhu was just worried about us. No need to take it to heart. Zhou Mu heard that and bowed slightly, saying, then thank you very much. Yu Qing then walked over to the two of them and said impatiently, Do-i Trun Lin, Captain Zhu, hurry up, it stinks to high heaven here. Lin Tian looked at her and replied, all right, let's go up. As everyone was swimming ashore in a line, Lin Tian suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on the bottom of the sea. Vo Tin saw this and immediately asked, Do-i Chung Lin, what's wrong? Lin Tian replied. Everyone go up first. I'll see if there's anything down there. With that, Lin Tian turned and dived deep down. A blue light flashed at the bottom of the sea. Lin Tian quickly discovered the source of the light. This is Stardew Flower, and there are actually 2 of them. Lin Tian picked the 2 flowers, thinking to himself, this time, Su Yu Qing and Lang Yue can both rely on this to enhance their strength. After surfacing, seeing no one around, Lin Tian was a little puzzled. Where are they? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Lin Tian, are you Ko Lam? Lin Tian turned around and saw a man in a suit looking at him. He felt a little tense, thinking to himself, when did he get so close to me? Why didn't I sense anything at all? He cautiously asked, who are you? The other person politely offered a business card and introduced himself. My name is Lei Nuo. I am the young lady's bodyguard. This is my business card. He calmly continued. A few days ago, the young lady was busy carrying out a mission, so she couldn't meet you immediately. Later, if the young lady needs any help, you can call this number. Lin Tian took the business card and examined it. Who is the young lady you're talking about? Lei Nuo immediately replied. Shen Xi's granddaughter. Miss Shen Fei Fei. Long Tian heard this and frowned, thinking, it's indeed that person. I said it before. Among the people I know, only she could have a bodyguard of such caliber. He secretly assessed Lei Nuo, thinking, I couldn't see through Lei Nuo's true strength. Could he be a cultivator at the Iron Vein realm? Long Tian asked aloud, why are you here looking for me? Where are my friends? Lei Nuo immediately replied. Su Yu Qing has been taken home by a private car, and Zhou Mu and the other 2 have also been picked up by military vehicles. I'm here waiting for you because the commander-in-chief wants to meet you. Lei Nuo gestured towards the car behind him. Long Tian couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise upon hearing this. Commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief of the military department. Lei Nuo turned to face him and replied. That's right. The commander-in-chief wants to speak with you. Please follow me. Lei Nuo opened the car door for Long Tian and said, please. Long Tian quickly noticed someone inside the car and immediately asked, are you Commander-in-Chief Shen? The elderly man inside the car smiled and replied, young man, you are Long Tian, aren't you? My granddaughter has been talking about you non-stop in front of me these past few days. Please sit. I heard my granddaughter say that you sealed the heavenly fire in my body. Long Tian immediately replied, that's right. Tong Tulan Shen then praised him. It truly lives up to its name as a world of spiritual energy recovery, where anything can happen. However, it lacks the backing of the military department and the nation. Yet, a powerful cultivator like you can still emerge. It truly is our nation's good fortune. Lin Tian humbly replied. Tong Tu Lin Shen, you're too kind. I was just lucky. The Tum Tu Lin happily replied. Good. Humble, but not weak. Calm, but not arrogant. Indeed, you are worthy of being the young man my granddaughter has set her eyes on. He calmly continued. Lin Tian, currently, the world is undergoing great changes, and mutations will become increasingly common. For ordinary people who haven't had time to adapt, this will be a destructive calamity. Lin Tian replied. Tong Tu Lin Shen, please rest assured, if I encounter any mutations that harm civilians, I will absolutely not stand idly by. The Tong Tu Lin spoke again. I'm telling you these words not to bind you or impose any morality, but only hope that you can quickly enhance your strength. Among all types of spiritual energy, dark attribute is the most troublesome, because dark attribute can corrode all living beings, thereby turning them into monsters that lose all reason. Your lightning spiritual energy is the best counter to dark attribute. You must quickly mature, for yourself, as well as for this nation, he said sternly. Lin Tian seriously replied. Yes, Tong Tu Lin Shen, I will definitely strive to cultivate. The Tum Tu Lin handed him a phone and said, this is a specialized military phone. It absolutely cannot be wiretapped. If you need any help, you can call me directly. Lin Tian happily took the phone and smiled, saying, thank you, Tum Tu Lin Shen. Master 7, it's true that I have something I'd like to ask for your help in figuring out a solution for. The director, hearing that, immediately asked, oh, what is it? Tell me about it. Lin Tian picked up a sword and said, it's like this. This is the weapon I asked Director Liu to get for me. Tong Tu Lin, Shen drew the sword from its sheath, and Lin Tian then continued. I thought this saber could withstand my spiritual energy, but, seeing the crack on the blade, Tong Tu Len couldn't help but think nervously, I remember this saber was old Liu's most prized treasure, and yet it's damaged to this extent. Just how strong is the spiritual energy in this kid's body? Tong Tu Len finally accepted, replying, leave this matter to me. In a few days, I'll have someone bring you a sturdier saber to test. Lin Tian, hearing that, happily said, thank you, Tong Tu Len Shen. Lin Tian watched the car drive away, thinking to himself, it seems I can't let my guard down even for a moment. Suddenly, he received a call. Hello, Director Liu, what's wrong? A hurried voice came through the phone. Lin Tian. Leng Yue is not doing well. Lin Tian's expression immediately became tense as he asked, what happened? In the operating room, the nurse continuously updated Leng Yue's status. Miss Leng's heart is slowing down. The surgeon immediately replied, I know, no need to say more. Then he spoke up, suggesting, we must find a way to extract all the dark spiritual energy from her body. Someone disagreed and immediately said, no, she is still in a coma right now. If we forcibly extract the spiritual energy from her body, the remaining spiritual energy will rebel. The other person couldn't help but ask helplessly, what should we do then? Are we just going to stand here and wait to die? Outside the operating room, Director Liu was sitting on a chair, worriedly blaming himself. It's all my fault. A voice called from afar, Director Liu, I'm here. Seeing that Lin Tian had arrived, Director Liu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Lin Tian, you're finally here. Lin Tian directly got to the point. What's Leng Yue's situation now? Wasn't she fine when I left? Why suddenly? Director Liu suddenly asked him, do you know the characteristics of dark spiritual energy? Hearing him ask that, Lin Tian replied with a hint of doubt. Darkness-attributed spiritual energy can make creatures lose their reason. Could it be? Director Liu quickly clarified the current situation. That's right. Leng Yue has been a very resilient girl since she was young. After being assigned the mission, she began to doubt her own abilities. So she didn't discuss it with you and went on the mission on her own, he said with a hint of regret. If I had known earlier, I would have let her take you with her before assigning the mission to both of you. Lin Tian understood the situation and immediately called the system for a solution. System, appear quickly. Is there any way to save Leng Yue? Instantly, a voice responded. Please touch Leng Yue's body for 3 minutes. The system will help the host check for a treatment method for her. Lin Tian quickly replied, I know, I'm going now. Then he immediately opened the door and went inside. Seeing him unexpectedly enter, the doctors and nurses in the operating room couldn't help but panic and loudly shouted, Who are you? Nurse, quickly get him out. We're busy saving someone right now. Lin Tian unceremoniously pushed the doctor aside and said, If you can't cure the illness, don't pretend you can. He quickly approached the operating table, holding Leng Yue's hands with both of his, and whispered, System, you must save her. The system's voice immediately echoed in his mind. Starting scan. The doctors, disregarded by Lin Tian, couldn't help but angrily shout, Where did this insolent brat come from? Let go of my hand. Have you watched too many online dramas and nonsense? Do you think you can cure illnesses just by taking a pulse? A doctor loudly said, Get out now. Don't delay Miss Leng's treatment. Otherwise, when Director Liu comes down to blame us later, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Baxi Lu turned to the outside and yelled, And you security guards outside the door, who let this brat in here? Director Liu then entered, responding indifferently, I let him in. Baxi Lu, is there something you're not satisfied with? Seeing that the person who appeared was the director, the others stopped making a fuss and quickly stood aside, some stammering, Liu, Director Liu, I didn't mean that. It's just that Miss Leng's injury right now. Director Liu, however, seemed to have no worries at all, calmly saying, Let Lin Tian try. If he also has no way, then this old man will be responsible for the death of the girl Leng. Dr. Liu, hearing this, couldn't help but turn in surprise to look at Lin Tian, thinking to himself, What's this kid's background? How can he make Director Liu say such things? The system continuously displayed percentage checks. Upon completion, a report on the suitable treatment method appeared. Lin Tian then turned to Director Liu and said, Director Liu, I have a way to save Leng Yue. but I need everyone to step back a bit. Dr. Liu, hearing this, immediately questioned, "Step back? Why? What's there to hide when treating and saving a life?" Lin Tian's entire body was instantly enveloped by lightning elemental spiritual energy. With a slightly annoyed expression, he said, "Because in this state, I can only guarantee Leng Yui's safety, but I cannot guarantee yours." Understand? Director Liu, seeing this, immediately ordered, "Everyone, do as Lin Tian says." Hearing him say that, Dr. Liu could only comply. The operating room door closed. Lin Tian channeled lightning elemental spiritual energy into the star tear flower he had found at the bottom of the sea earlier. The flower floated for a moment before dissolving into the bowl of water below. Lin Tian quickly brought the cup of water over and gave it to Leng Yue to drink. Just then, Leng Yue's eyes rolled back, her face pale and contorted in pain, and a shimmering aura suddenly appeared around her. Lin Tian quickly gripped her shoulders, then channeled lightning attribute spiritual energy. His face tense as he said, "Rest assured, I will certainly bring you back." Early the next morning, Leng Yu was moved to a recovery room. She slowly opened her eyes, and seeing Lin Tian sitting by the bedside, she called out, "Lin! Lin Tian!" Seeing that she was awake, he replied, "You're finally awake." Lin Tian looked at her, his expression admonishing, and said, "Don't be so reckless next time." Leng Yue asked, somewhat embarrassed, "Did you save me?" Lin Tian, at this moment, covered his mouth with his hand, yawned, and then said, Luckily, I found 2 star-dew flowers at the bottom of the sea. Otherwise I wouldn't have known how to save you." Leng Yue then said, a hint of self-reproach in her voice, "Do you feel like I'm holding you back?" Lin Tian, puzzled, asked back, "Why would you think that?" He then, frankly stated his opinion, "You are a powerful cultivator at the courageous spring triple-layer realm. At this stage, you are almost invincible in the world." Leng Yu immediately retorted, "But I'm still weaker than you." Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but be taken aback, and as if stating the obvious, he replied, "Don't be so stubborn. It's not that you're too weak, it's that I'm too strong. Have you ever seen anyone else as strong as me?" Hearing this, Leng Yue pondered seriously. Indeed, before meeting him, I had almost never encountered a worthy opponent, even Director Liu. I'm confident I could surpass him within 5 years. Lin Tian turned to leave, not forgetting to tell Leng Yue, "If you're all right now, I'll go rest first. I've been busy all night and haven't slept a wink. The morning after tomorrow, meet me in the forest outside the city. I'll take you for recovery training. Don't be late." On the appointed day, a darkness-infused monster was furiously charging to attack, but before it could do anything, Leng Yue knocked it out with a single kick. Lin Tian, observing from the side, then spoke up, "See, I told you you're very strong." He calmly analyzed. This mutated wolf, after all, possessed the peak strength of the Doom Tuin triple realm, yet you kicked it away with a single blow. Your current strength has surely reached the Doom Tuin quadruple realm. Although praised by him, Leng Yu wasn't particularly pleased. Instead, she turned her face away unhappily and said, "You don't need to flatter me. I know my own level." Lin Tian could only chuckle and say, "All right, the recovery training is almost complete. We should also." Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from within the forest, interrupting his unfinished words. Leng Yue wondered, a little confused. An explosion. Suddenly, the system alert sounded. Warning. Extremely powerful, dark attribute spiritual energy detected. Host, please be careful. Lin Tian immediately became serious and told Leng Yue, "This isn't just a simple explosion. Deep within the forest, dark attribute, spiritual energy was raging." Hearing this, she couldn't help but be stunned. Asking loudly, "What?" In the vast expanse of the forest, everyone was gathered, chatting animatedly, playing, and setting up tents together, completing all the tasks to prepare for this much-anticipated camping trip. Separated from that bustling and lively atmosphere, in one corner, Jiang Yu was intimately putting his arm around Li Xiaotong's shoulder. His eyes held a cunning glint, but his voice was incredibly warm and gentle as he coaxed her. "Xiaotong, later I'll catch a big fish and grill a huge skewer for you." Xiaotong was still feeling resentful and annoyed, so she pushed his hand away and grumbled, "Humph, who wants your grilled skewers?" With that, Li Xiaotong walked away without a second glance. leaving him completely rejected. She avoided him and went over to her friend, offering to help. Xiao Shue, let me help you set up your tent. Just then, Xiao Shue's boyfriend, who was nearby, walked over and teased Jiang Yu. Brother Jiang, are you having a spat with sister Xiao Tong? Jiang Yu sighed softly and explained in a wry tone. A few days ago, I saw a beautiful girl, so she got jealous. That's all. Hearing that, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha. Brother Jiang, next time you flirt with a girl, just be a little more discreet in front of sister Xiao Tong. His eyes revealed a mischievous look as he secretly smirked and said, You wouldn't believe how hot that girl was that day. Hearing that, he secretly chuckled with delight, his eyes unable to hide his amusement and teasing intent towards Jiang Yu. So there's actually a girl who can captivate Brother Jiang like that. When I get a chance, I definitely have to meet her. Tio Tuit suddenly appeared and mercilessly pinched his ear, a clearly painful pinch. Her face full of indignation, she threatened in a raised voice, You won't see tomorrow. Tio Tuit indignantly dragged him away by his ear and ordered, Go set up the tent for me right now. Seeing his girlfriend so sulky, he quickly tried to sweet-talk her and explain himself. Tio Tuit, I was just saying that. You know I love you very much. Jiang Yu stood aside, silently observing the young couple's actions, feeling it was very similar to the current situation between himself and Xiaotong. He couldn't help but shake his head warily and sigh. Oh well, forget it. First, I'll go collect some firewood for fuel. Afterwards, he also returned to the campsite, carrying a bundle of dry firewood he had just collected. Following a path, overgrown with weeds, flanked by dense trees, sunlight filtered through, shining directly onto the path. Jiang Yu was walking when he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, because he discovered a strange, mysterious, glowing object growing right by the roadside. What is this? At this moment, the system announced a new piece of news, stating, The World United Council has just announced that Earth has officially entered the era of global spiritual energy revival. Jiang Yu grew suspicious, staring intently at the strange object. According to reports from spiritual energy experts, opportunities now abound everywhere in the world. He remembered Yu Qing's words, This is my power, the power for me to become king. This is the opportunity bestowed upon me by heaven. His face at that moment looked incredibly fierce and malicious, and he muttered incessantly, Lin Tian, I will definitely trample you underfoot. I will make you a stray dog in front of that woman, just like you were in front of Li Xiaotong. Then, suddenly, Jiang Yu tilted his head back, his eyes wide and rolled back, as if being controlled and manipulated by some invisible magic, affecting his mind or entire nervous system. He burst out laughing, his face and entire body enveloped by a raging, fiery red anger. This is power. This feeling is absolutely wonderful. Suddenly, a faint, mournful sound echoed. Help! That was the cry of the trio. Xiao Tong, Xiao Shui, and her boyfriend, fierce and hungry wolves, were slowly closing in on them. Jiang Yu rushed over just in time and quickly kicked a wolf, sending it flying away. He didn't forget to ask, Are you all right? Xiao Tong realized the situation didn't look good, which made her feel uneasy and worried. She quickly spoke up to warn him. Brother Jiang, be careful. This is a pack of wolves. Using the magic he had cultivated for many years, he repeatedly struck the wolves' bellies, quickly exhausting them, sending them sprawling onto the ground. Eyes rolling back, he confidently and decisively declared, Don't worry, this pack of wolves is nothing but a bunch of ants in front of me. Xiao Tong's eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open in surprise. She was utterly astonished and surprised by his peak strength and abilities, and she thought to herself, What's happening? Why has Jiang Yu suddenly become so strong? Is this still a level of power a human can achieve? Zhao Xue's boyfriend, standing nearby, was also stunned as he witnessed the scene and said, Holy crap! Brother Jiang, you've become what the newspapers call a spiritual energy cultivator, haven't you? Upon hearing those words, Xiaotong froze and thought to herself, What? This is a cultivator. I never imagined a cultivator could possess such terrifying power. She flashed a sinister smile, inwardly affirming, Such a powerful man must belong to my Li Xiaotong. Elsewhere nearby in the forest, Lin Tian subtly led the way and carefully instructed Lang Yue. Be a little careful. We are getting closer and closer to that dark attribute spiritual energy flow. I can feel it too. Suddenly, his expression darkened, noticing something unusual. Wait a moment, and then the two of them jumped onto a tree branch for cover, silently observing the unfolding events. On the ground below, a pack of fierce wolves, numbering over 10, were continuously charging and chasing in that direction. Leng Yue couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine as she watched, and curiously asked, "What's happening? Have these mutated wolves encountered something?" Lin Tian noticed a long wound on the neck of one of the wolves in the pack. She immediately guessed that it was a wound caused by dark attribute spiritual energy. She turned to him and asked, "Should we report this to Director Liu?" He immediately refused without hesitation. "First, let's investigate the specific situation. Otherwise, Director Liu will still send people here." But before Leng Yue could finish her sentence, he quickly ran in front of the wolf pack. "I have promised Commander Shen, I cannot let you brazenly charge into the city like this." Then he got into position and unleashed a move to defeat them. "Go straight to King Yama, all of you." A blue light emanated, and dust and rocks flew everywhere, obscuring the view. After his decisive strike, Lin Tian gradually calmed down and calmly said, "Let's go." After that, he led her to Xiao Tong's group's campsite. Leng Yue looked around in confusion, and then realized, Is someone camping here?" Suddenly, Jiang Yu appeared from behind, lunging forward, intending to attack Lin Tian, but she reacted in time, quickly deploying a radiation barrier to successfully defend and avoid his blow. "Watch out!" Jiang Yu, frustrated by his failed attack, glared at Leng Yu with resentment and fury, thinking to himself, "This girl is pretty too, as strong as the last girl. Damn it, how does that kid Lin Tian know so many beautiful girls?" His entire body was now ablaze with anger, but he was still lucid enough to cunningly tease her. "Little sister, your fighting skills are quite good. I'll buy you a drink later." But she didn't answer his question. Instead, she asked, "Who are you, and why are you attacking Lin Tian?" He brazenly and directly replied, "Because I have a grudge against him, so I have to teach him a lesson." Leng Yue retorted scornfully, "A lesson? If I hadn't noticed in time. Perhaps the steam bun is in danger." His attack was more than just a lesson. Long Tian had been intently watching Jiang Yu, and finally dared to ask directly, "Jiang Yu, you swallowed the spiritual energy, darkness treasure, and become a cultivator, haven't you?" "What?" Jiang Yu burst out, laughing upon hearing this, replying with satisfaction, "Haha, that's right. I've now become a powerful cultivator." Long Tian felt extremely indignant, questioning Jiang Yu, "You were the one who drove away the wolves just now, weren't you? Do you know how many innocent people would be harmed if those wolves entered the city?" Jiang Yu, inherently arrogant and dismissive of everyone, replied nonchalantly, "I've become a cultivator. There's no need to care about the lives of those trash." Leng Yue found Jiang Yu utterly unreasonable. Lin Tian could no longer tolerate his arrogant, do-as-he-pleases attitude, and said, "There's no need to talk to him anymore. What he needs now is a fist, not a lesson." Jiang Yu's eyes turned bloodshot, his rationality seemingly manipulated by spiritual energy. He burst out laughing and threatened, "Haha, excellent. Lin Tian, you're finally not a coward anymore. Let me show you what a cultivator truly is." Jiang Yu's face was filled with murderous intent, and he laughed with satisfaction. Huh! Lin Tian's body was now protected by winding magical electric currents, emitting brilliant and powerful blue light. He slowly looked up, his sharp eyes carefully scanning his every move. Every step, every action, contained a terrifying power, as if he had transcended the normal limits of a human. Lin Tian thought to himself, looking at this level of spiritual energy, it's probably the power of the courageous spring second stage. Indeed, in a world where spiritual energy has recovered, just one fruit can help people make such great progress. Taking advantage of his distraction and lack of vigilance, he cleverly and swiftly launched an attack, intending to eliminate Lin Tian immediately. But Jiang Yu was mistaken. He reacted and fought back, dodging his kick in time. However, Jiang Yu flashed a grotesque smile, his rage surely having reached its peak. He said with contempt, "Not bad. It seems you have some strength after all." Lin Tian was no pushover, not one to easily concede, and immediately retorted with a mocking tone, "Is this all your strength?" His strength being underestimated by his opponent, Jiang Yu was furious. glaring at Lin Tian as if he wanted to fly over and devour him alive. He muttered, "Do you want to go to hell?" Then, both of them lunged into a fierce fight, tearing at each other, neither willing to yield. Jiang Yu froze, stunned by Lin Tian's defiant techniques, or perhaps even more. He asked again, stunned, "How can this be? You actually managed to withstand all of my attacks," as if wanting to provoke him. With the aim of distracting and diverting attention, he then provocatively said, "You are too weak." Jiang Yu, Lin Tian proposed two hypotheses. If you are not a cultivator, then encountering me is like seeing the moon in midsummer. If you are a cultivator, then encountering me is like a speck of dust flying in the blue sky. After launching another attack, his entire body floated in midair. He painfully collapsed to the ground, muttering, How can this be?" Zhao Tong and her friends witnessed the intense scene, very worried and panicked. They cried out, "Brother Jiang, are you all right, Brother Jiang?" Everyone helped Jiang Yu up and asked about him. Zhao Tong, puzzled, thought to herself, when did Lin Tian become so strong to actually be able to defeat Jiang Yu? Her expression became tense and darkened, and she inwardly reproached herself. Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have confronted Lin Tian so soon. Waiting for them to compose themselves and stabilize the situation, he loudly ordered, "Take all of them back. Interrogate them thoroughly to see if anyone else has obtained any fortuitous encounters." Leng Yue nodded in agreement and said, "All right, I will inform Director Liu to seal off this mountain." Upon hearing those words, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel enraged. His existing anger only intensified. He muttered irritably, "I actually lost to Lin Tian, that bastard. How detestable, impossible." Suddenly, a phrase echoed repeatedly, reverberating in his ears. The words seemed to provoke, stirring up hatred and a thirst for victory within Jiang Yu. "Do you crave power? Do you crave power?" He dreamed of himself kneeling before a mysterious and supreme entity. This is. It was an enigmatic, bewitching entity, pitch black, with two pairs of horns growing on its head, and an eerie glow radiating from its entire being. Jiang Yu felt as if that power wanted to help him, so without clear discernment, he hastily pleaded, "I want power. I want invincible power. As long as I can trample Lin Tian, I'm willing to pay any price." Then the entity raised a finger, performed a gesture, and pointed straight at him. A mysterious surge of energy gradually penetrated his head and his entire mind. Jiang Yu's eyes rolled back, his whole body, every single cell, was now invaded and controlled. He was no longer lucid enough, unable to master himself, and vaguely uttered, "Power. This is exactly the power I desired. This sensation is incredible." Back to reality, Leng Yue walked up to them, coldly demanding, "All right, you all come with me to the Cultivator Association to explain yourselves slowly." Suddenly, Jiang Yu violently surged up, shaking the entire area. Those around him, affected by that supreme power, were also thrown far away. He had successfully acquired that legendary power. Lin Tian instinctively turned, shielding Leng Yue with his arm, and said, "Be careful." Jiang Yu's entire body slowly distorted, emitting a mysterious black and purple light. That strange magic also gradually invaded and enveloped those around him. Zhao Shua's boyfriend was terrified and panicked, continuously shouting his name. "Ah, Brother Jiang, what's happening?" Li Xiaotong's eyes widened in disbelief. She trembled in shock and screamed, "Ah, no, I don't want to go to hell." But contrary to their chaotic fear, Lin Tian and Leng Yue were extremely calm and unperturbed. His gaze drifted into the distance. Then he softly said, "Indeed, Commander Shen's words were true. What exactly happened?" That supreme monster had infiltrated, taking over Jiang Yu's body, soul, and even his spiritual energy. It gradually revealed its true form and gloated, looking at the two of them, saying, "Finally, I have returned to this wonderful world once again." Leng Yue asked him in surprised confusion, "What is this?" He could actually break through from Courageous Spring 2nd Realm to Courageous Spring 4th Realm in just one go. Lin Tian thoughtfully reminded, "Be careful, that is definitely not the person you once knew anymore." At this moment, the system sent an important notification. A low-level Dark-type monster, Dark Monarch, has been detected. Temporary quest issued. Defeat the Dark Monarch. The reward will be a new spiritual energy attribute cultivation pellet. After receiving the notification, Lin Tian quietly observed it and pondered. This type of monster, I've never seen in my life. I wonder what kind of attacks it will have. It spoke in a guttural voice. The flesh and blood of these humans are too weak. They cannot help me form a complete physical body. These two humans have very strong spiritual energy. If I can devour them, my power will recover significantly. It turned its gaze to Lang Yue. Unable to hide its excitement, it said, then I'll start with the weaker girl. Devour her first. It aimed and launched a magic arrow towards her. Lin Tian noticed the approaching danger. He swiftly launched a counterattack. The monster burst into laughter and mocked. Oh, not bad, young man, to be able to skillfully block my attack. Lin Tian looked at it coldly and questioned. What exactly are you, and where is Jiang Yu? The monster smugly crossed its arms and looked at him, and said arrogantly, you are not worthy of knowing who I am. Human, just know this. Obey me or die. Lin Tian glared at it, frowning in annoyance, and said, it seems you won't learn to speak more politely unless I teach you a lesson. The monster thought he was joking, bursting into loud, contemptuous laughter. Ha ha, what an interesting human. You dare think you can teach me? I will let you experience the ultimate darkness and see how terrifying it is. Streams of magical energy continuously appeared and spread, creating a space of darkness. Before Lin Tian could react, he was quickly swallowed by it. Lang Yue panicked, constantly calling out his name. Lin Tian, seeing the situation grow increasingly tense, she decided to take a risk. Approaching it and wanting to challenge it, Lang Yue used all her strength, focusing her attack towards the monster. But how could her small strength and weak magic fight against such a large, cruel monster? It looked at the little girl's naive actions, finding it very amusing, and said in a threatening tone, it's useless. With this level of attack, you certainly won't break through. Don't resist anymore, just obediently let me swallow you. From within the dark space of darkness, Lin Tian reached his hand out. Seeing this, the monster just stood frozen, bewildered. He successfully destroyed the darkness space and escaped. Now, he hovered arrogantly in front of it, saying with disdain, is that all your full power? Foolish, do you think merely breaking the seal of the darkness space allows you to fight me? Lin Tian, let's deal with him together. Lang Yue said. No need, you stay here and don't move. I want to see how much of my full power I can unleash. He replied. Lang Yue was skeptical. Full power? What do you mean? This is what I mean. Lin Tian's entire body glowed brightly, and he unleashed a palm strike that sent the monster flying far away. I was actually defeated by a weak human, the monster roared. Scared yet, he growled. The monster refused to give up, charging desperately towards Lin Tian. You lowly human, dare to look down on me. You're asking for death, die. But all of the monster's punches were easily fended off by Lin Tian. Impossible, he blocked them. Not even a scratch. Seeing this, Lin Tian became even more smug. Is that fear on your face now? It seems you can't even make me use my full power. You truly disappoint me. The monster thought to itself. This guy is no ordinary person. His strength is even greater than mine currently. No, I absolutely cannot die here. I must devour more humans, gain even greater power, and then slaughter him for revenge. Seeing the monster trying to escape, Lin Tian was determined not to let it go. He pursued the monster, landing a blow. The monster cried out and transformed into a bat, flying into the sky. To survive, must it discard most of its body? Lin Tian, are you all right? Xiao Yue rushed over, panting. I'm fine, but a part of that darkness monster has escaped. We must contact Director Liu immediately. Okay. At this moment, an announcement was being broadcast throughout the city. Due to the influence of cold air, our city will experience heavy rain this afternoon. The Meteorological Bureau has issued a red alert for heavy rain. Everyone, please try to limit going outside. Folks, I'm telling you honestly. Something big is definitely going to happen this afternoon. Later, I'll show you all a performance of getting struck by lightning while showing off. A girl was walking angrily down the street. What? It's clearly all his fault. We explicitly agreed to go out and play today. Why are we canceling just because of rain? Suddenly, she heard a sound and spun around. Who? Wait, Where am I? The entire city around her was shrouded in darkness, with not a soul in sight. A deep purple bat flew in from somewhere, making her scream in fright. Immediately after, the bat was torn into two halves. Didn't you hear the news today? Lin Tian appeared. Go home immediately. It's very dangerous outside right now. The weather hasn't improved, so don't go out before you receive a notification. This girl is already infatuated with Lin Tian. He's so handsome. So handsome. Lang Yue, what's the situation? He asked. That escaped darkness creature is even harder to deal with than we imagined. That darkness monster seems to have split itself into countless bats and started attacking everyone in the city, indiscriminately. These small bats rely on devouring the spiritual energy within human bodies to continuously evolve themselves. Among the bats that have been eliminated, some were found to have reached the courageous spring's second realm. Furthermore, their devouring hasn't stopped. It seems these bats want to turn all the city's inhabitants into a source of energy for their evolution. Lin Tian gazed deeply at the dark purple sky before him. If all these bats evolve to the courageous spring third realm, and then merge back into that darkness creature, I'm afraid that even I will have trouble dealing with it then. We must find a way to deal with them before that happens. Somewhere from above, a monster with blood-red eyes was circling. It said, as long as I devour everyone in the city, I can restore my peak power. By then, I will definitely make that human pay. I will torment him miserably, making him wish he were dead. The city's residents began to panic. Help me! A giant bat is crashing into my window. Is this the apocalypse? I personally saw a bat suck a person dry. The bats have mutated. I just saw a giant one. Help me! Something is banging on my security door. I don't dare go out to look. If that young man comes to save me, I'll repay him with my body. This is really troublesome. Shen Fei deleted comments while fuming. Can't you people just stay quietly in your homes? And you're still posting things that cause panic and fear. Do you think the darkness-type monsters aren't strong enough yet? Can't we just cut off their internet completely? Tens of millions of people are posting. How can our army of tens of thousands possibly delete it all? Young miss. If we really cut off the internet, I'm afraid their panic will only worsen. I know. I'm just complaining a bit. I'm so annoyed. Lei Nuo, the army still hasn't broken through. It's been half an hour already. The young man named Lei Nuo replied. All roads leading into Tianhai City are blocked by courageous spring third realm bats. We definitely can't get in quickly. Please, young miss. Try to be less anxious. Lin Tian, you absolutely must not let anything happen to you. Fei thought to herself. At this moment, at the Spiritual Energy Organization, Lin Tian walked in. Everyone greeted him. Captain Lin, big brother. Lin Tian said. Is everyone all right? Yu Qing happily replied. At that time, Sister Qi and I were training in my villa. It wasn't until Director Liu called that we realized the anomaly had occurred. Liu Tianfang was also very excited. Big brother, when the anomaly occurred, I was eating barbecue with my younger brother. At that time, a mutated bat swooped down, intending to attack him. I killed the bat with one punch, then conveniently skewered it into a large skewer and grilled it with my younger brother to eat. Well, as long as we don't get a stomachache, Lin Tian said. Now that you're here, we can start the video conference with the military department. Director Liu said sternly. Brother Shen. We are ready on this side of the screen. An older man began to speak. Since all members of the Spirit Energy Association are present, let us immediately begin discussing the rescue plan for Tianhai City. Currently, the two main highways to the east and west, leading into and out of Tianhai City, are completely blocked by a large number of mutated bats. At the central square in the southeast of Tianhai City, there is an extremely large energy reaction. According to our judgment, it is very likely the main body controlling these mutated bats. Lin Tian thought to himself. The central square. Lin Tian noticed Li Qi's strange expression. Why does Li Qi look unwell? Commander Shen continued. We plan to force a breakthrough from the East Highway, opening an escape route. After that, we will lead the people in the central square to evacuate, while using heavy firepower to suppress the threat. To accelerate the evacuation process, we need your support from the Spirit Energy Association to access the central square via a different route. To evacuate the people first. According to the analysis department's calculations, this entire operation plan must be completed within 50 minutes. Otherwise, the creature currently in the central square will evolve into an entity we cannot deal with. Does anyone have any further questions? At this moment, Li Qi spoke up. General Shen, if the military cannot reach the central square in time, will the activation time for the firepower be delayed? He heard this and replied immediately, no. At the designated time, all firepower will immediately converge on the target to ensure that the mutated creature cannot evolve to a level we cannot handle. Miss Li could no longer hold back and exclaimed, how can you do that? Wouldn't that be gambling with the lives of the people in the central square? If that darkness monster is allowed to evolve successfully, the casualties won't just be the people in the central square, but all of Tianhai City. Even the entire Donghai province will be destroyed. In the central square, there's someone important to you, isn't there? My family all live in the residential area near the central square, Lin Tian, and everyone looked at Li Qi in surprise. Yu Qing comforted Li Qi. Sister Qi, don't worry, I will definitely help you rescue your family. A few days ago, Captain Lin gave me special training, and my strength has increased significantly. Liu Tianfang also said urgently. That's right. I'll call my guys right away and tell them to drive here. Noticing the situation was starting to get chaotic, Commander Shen made a decision. Ms. Li Qi, if that's the case, I'm afraid I can only ask you to withdraw from this operation. Li Qi angrily exclaimed. Why? He replied. A soldier dominated by emotions will certainly affect the efficiency of mission completion. Can you honestly say that when you arrive at the central square, the first thing you'll think of isn't your parents? Then, he turned to Director Liu and ordered, Director Liu, to ensure the success of the mission, please reconfirm the personnel arrangements. Director Liu was a little flustered. Well, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Tian interrupted, expressing his disagreement. Wait, Commander Shen, your plan has a fatal flaw. Commander Shen asked gravely, considering, what is it? Lin Tian analyzed. Your bombs cannot cause any damage to that monster at all. Everyone was stunned, their eyes fixed on Lin Tian. Director Liu asked, what? The commander also asked suspiciously. How do you know about this? Lin Tian confidently replied, because not long ago, I severely wounded that monster. He smirked. He then added, Commander Shen, I don't think your plan can be carried out. Let's follow my plan instead. The commander asked. What is your plan? Lin Tian confidently replied, have someone bring in the weapons I told you about a few days ago, and I'll chop that darkness-type monster to death. How about that? Shen Fei Fei and her army stood valiantly before a mountain tunnel, ready to engage in battle at any moment. She clutched the watch in her hand, which was still ringing loudly. A resolute glint shone in her eyes as she firmly declared, Bai Bach Tin Than Tian Hai. I must deliver this into Lin Tian's hands. Just then, all the soldiers' walkie-talkies relayed the order. All troops, listen up. Next, proceed with the mission to suppress the anomaly in Tianhai City. Even logistics personnel working with remote systems received the command. The operational route begins from the east entrance of Tianhai City's highway, ending at Tianhai City's People's Square. The chief commander clasped his hands together and solemnly continued to relay the order. The objective of the operation is to escort weapon transport. Participants will be divided into 5 small teams. No matter the cost, the weapons must be safely delivered to People's Square. At this, his eyes turned cold, and he growled 3 words, for the people. On Shen Fei Fei's side, the fire was also ignited. A massive force charged in, shouting the slogan, for the people. As soon as they rushed into the tunnel, bats poured out like a disturbed beehive. The army immediately raised their guns and shot them down, the sound of gunfire echoing throughout the tunnel. However, these bats were incredibly destructive. They tore at the soldiers, causing one to scream in pain. Shen Fei Fei, covered in wounds, still refused to give up. She shouted, Everyone, charge with me. Sweat drenched her forehead, but Shen Fei Fei resolutely thought, I must survive. The swarm of strange bats had now spilled into the city, covering the sky with an eerie black-purple hue. Suddenly, a vast electric net spread across the sky, completely suppressing the bats. The electric net flashed with a burst of light, instantly incinerating the black bats. The one who had just acted was Lin Tian, who said with a hint of regret, If I had known it would be this troublesome, I shouldn't have held back in the forest. Behind him, Yu Qing and Lang Yue were still in pursuit. Yu Qing said breathlessly, "Captain Lin, wait for us." The hungry bats also redirected their attack towards the two beautiful women, Yu Qing and Lang Yue, working in perfect unison, unleashed the water dragon technique combined with ice spike, freezing the bats in place. However, it was like a futile effort. Lang Yue looked at the sheer number of bats. Damn it. After all, how many more of these things are left in Tianhai City? The intelligent Yu Qing easily realized. I can feel these bats replicating themselves by absorbing spiritual energy, Lang Yu said in despair. If what's covering the sky isn't dark clouds, I'm afraid the number of bats will be countless. Yu Qing added. If these bats merge into one entity, how powerful will it ultimately be? Only Lin Tian showed no hesitation, calmly reassuring them. Don't worry, that thing in the forest couldn't defeat me, and it won't be able to win out here either. Lin Tian, understanding the situation, said coldly, the most important thing now is to go to People's Square and rendezvous with Shen Feifei and everyone else. The scene shifts to the military, where Shen Feifei and the soldiers were fleeing in a panic. Shen Feifei led the entire team, her strength gradually depleting. Before her eyes, the swarm of bats had now merged into one entity, which eerily said, "You are mine." At this moment, the bats revealed their true form. It was Jiang Yu, who wickedly said, "We meet again, beautiful." Shen Feifei couldn't hide her surprise, saying in horror, "So, it's you again." Shen Feifei glared at Jiang Yu with hatred, beginning to question him. Are the disturbances in Tianhai City caused by you? Do you know how many innocent people have died so far? Jiang Yu picked his ear as if he'd just heard street gossip, mockingly replying, "I don't know, and I don't care. Anyway, those scums originally didn't deserve to live. It must be said that for them to become my nutrients is a kind of glory." These words successfully enraged Shen Feifei, and she launched a kick from above. Jiang Yu didn't even bother to dodge the attack, taking a direct kick to the neck, his mouth still curved into a sinister smile. Shen Feifei felt as if her leg had just kicked a log, and she cried out in horror. What is this? Jiang Yu began to absorb Shen Feifei's spiritual energy. From the point of impact, the continuously emanating aura was sucked in. Jiang Yu also became a level stronger because of this, and dark energy coiled around his body. Jiang Yu said smugly, "Beauty, cultivators of spiritual energy like you, are no different to me than an alcoholic seeing alcohol. If you don't risk your lives to break through, even if I devour everyone in Tianhai City, I can only recover half of my peak strength. But now, by simply devouring you, I can recover to my peak era." Shen Feifei couldn't believe it. What did you say? She clearly felt her body gradually wasting away. Jiang Yu continued, "Just like that kid, Jiang Yu, obediently become my nutrients." It turns out, he only borrowed Jiang Yu's body to dominate the world. Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning struck straight down, temporarily sending Jiang Yu flying away in pain. The person who just appeared was Lei Nuo, and he domineeringly said, "My young lady doesn't like you very much, so there's no other way. I'll just send you to hell." Shen Feifei was equally surprised to see Lei Nuo. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu laughed gleefully, and he delightedly said, "Courageous spring fourth realm. No, your spiritual energy concentration has already reached courageous spring fifth realm." Jiang Yu was now controlled by ambition. He said greedily, "As long as I devour you, I can not only recover my peak, but also evolve to an even stronger level." Lei Nuo calmly turned to Shen Feifei. "Young miss, please take the others to meet Lin Tian. I will handle this place." Shen Feifei turned and left, leaving a warning, "You must be careful." Jiang Yu still targeted Shen Feifei, furiously chasing after her. "Where do you think you're going?" Lei Nuo naturally wouldn't let him have his way, so he erected a temporary ice wall to block him. Lei Nuo's face was filled with murderous intent as he threatened, "You're not going anywhere either." Shen Feifei continued to lead the army to shoot down the demon bats. The bats were now more aggressive than before, constantly tearing at the soldiers. They overwhelmed the armed forces with their numbers. Shen Feifei gritted her teeth and cursed. "Damn it, there are really too many bats." She realized she was gradually losing ground. "Damn it, these bats have evolved again. Normal bullets can no longer harm them." The troop numbers dwindled, and many soldiers fell. She thought in despair, "Can I really deliver this thing? Even if I make it, can Lin Tian and his comrades successfully reach the mansion?" Feeling her spirits sinking, Shen Fei rallied herself. "No, stop this thought immediately. They will definitely succeed. I cannot let my faith waver." Preoccupied with running forward, she didn't notice a demon bat charging from behind. Its eyes glowed like embers, and drool dripped from its mouth. Just as it was about to attack Fei, a bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the sky and struck down in front of it. It was Lin Tian who appeared just in time. Lin Tian said domineeringly, "Finally found it." Shen Fei immediately ran joyfully to his side, calling out, "Lin Tian!" Lin Tian deliberately teased her, rubbing her head and saying, "All right, I'm here. No need to be scared anymore. Have you brought the item?" Shen Fei immediately brought out the item from behind her back, asking with both annoyance and curiosity, "This is what he told me to bring. It's too heavy. What exactly is it?" Lin Tian didn't answer immediately, slowly opening the box. "Didn't Shen Tulane tell you?" Shen Fei replied, "No, he just said it was a very powerful weapon, but I don't know what it specifically is." From the wooden box, Lin Tian pulled out a Trung Kiem, glowing red like blood crystal. Shen Fei didn't seem too surprised, asking doubtfully, "A sword? Does this have any destructive power?" Lin Tian replied with a very satisfied expression, "Of course it does. I'll show you the destructive power of this sword right now." Lin Tian suddenly turned his face forward, excitedly shouting, "Contre Noan! Get out of the way quickly. Daddy is coming to help you." Upon hearing these words, Sun Zhengyi signaled to his brothers. Everyone split up. "My foster father is about to make his move." Lin Tian's surging aura was too attractive. The swarm of bats quickly surrounded him. At this moment, the system screen displayed options. Lin Tian quickly pressed the skill activation button. The Trung Kim in his hand emitted dense spiritual energy. Combined with the purple lightning flame technique, blood lightning shot out densely. Lin Tian continued to command cross-slash, a cross-shaped sword strike like a storm, launched towards the swarm of bats. With just one sword strike, the bats were scattered like fallen leaves, and the number of mutated bats significantly decreased. Sun Zhengyi couldn't help but admire the scene. "Amazing, I'm too amazing." Shen Fei, standing behind him, her eyes sparkling like stars, said with complete admiration, "Lin Tian, you're so cool. Can you teach me this move?" Lin Tian gave her a half-lidded phoenix eye glance, and with a half-smile, said, "It's possible. But if you want to achieve such an effect, you must cultivate to courageous spring 4th realm or higher." Lin Tian looked at the Special Forces team, now only a handful of people left, and asked doubtfully, "Is this all? Have the others all sacrificed themselves?" Shen Fei then remembered something important and said hurriedly, "That's right. Lei Nuo and Jiang Yu are fighting. Lin Tian, can you go save them?" Lin Tian was startled when he heard the name Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, wasn't he swallowed by the dark monster? Could it be that he's alive again? The scene shifted to another corner of the city. The atmosphere was extremely gloomy and eerie. Lei Nuo unleashed a palm strike with all his might. He was fighting with intense concentration. However, the ice stream he had just unleashed shattered into pieces, its destructive power completely zero. Jiang Yu sneered contemptuously, "Your strength is indeed very powerful, but your spiritual energy will eventually run out." The swarm of mutated bats, like hungry tigers, began to rush towards their prey. Jiang Yu crossed his arms smugly. "My bats are endless." The bats enveloped the shattered ice, greedily sucking every drop of spiritual energy from it. Lei Nuo also realized the crucial point at this moment. He gritted his teeth and thought. They were not saving their kin, but rather devouring the remaining spiritual energy. Looking at the darkness aura of the bats, Lei Nuo thought bitterly, some of the bats had already evolved to the courageous spring 3rd realm. Fighting them one by one was not the best strategy, so Lei Nuo had to erect a temporary ice wall to block the attack. However, the sheer number of bats was too great, and the ice wall shattered in an instant. The swarm of bats pierced through it, striking Lei Nuo directly. It was too sudden, and Lei Nuo was painfully thrown backward. What was that? He used all his strength to resist, barely managing to stand firm on the ground. The arm bitten by the bats began to transform. Lei Nuo's face turned pale. This was a bit troublesome. Jiang Yu, enjoying the show, saw this and laughed gleefully. You're so careful to keep your distance from me. Can I take that to mean you're scared? Lei Nuo, of course, would not easily admit defeat. He continued to unleash a palm strike. This time, his ultimate move, fourfold cold ice crystals combined to form a spear, charging forward like a storm. Jiang Yu looked as if he had spotted a juicy bait, and he laughed with delight. The swarm of bats around him easily absorbed all the spiritual energy within the spear. Lei Nuo had not expected this turn of events, and his eyes widened in shock. What? Having absorbed the delicious bait, Jiang Yu began to transform. His muscles bulged, and spiritual energy surged within him. Ha ha! I knew you'd be flustered. I won't be polite with this powerful amount of spiritual energy. Lei Nuo now realized his situation was critical, and could only curse under his breath. Damn it, is this guy using my spiritual energy to upgrade himself? Jiang Yu was now on a different level. He said arrogantly, "To thank you for helping me evolve to the peak, I've decided to grant you a pleasant death." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a dark scepter strike, which plunged straight into Lei Nuo's chest like a hungry wolf. Lei Nuo had no choice but to accept his eternal farewell here. He closed his eyes, leaving his last words, "I'm sorry, young miss." Just as he thought he would die, at this very moment, a familiar figure blocked his path. It was Lin Tian. Lei Nuo couldn't bear to let the war god sacrifice himself, so he immediately warned loudly, "Get out of the way quickly. That's a full power strike from a courageous spring fourth realm. You can't stop it." In a flash, Lin Tian lightly swung his arm and was able to bat away a fourth realm level scepter strike. Lei Nuo stood there, mouth agape. The deflected strike immediately caused an earthquake, with thick smoke and dust filling the sky. At this moment, Lin Tian was finally in the mood to listen to what Lei Nuo had just said. He turned back, bewildered, and asked, "Huh? What did you just say?" Lei Nuo was speechless on the spot. After escaping the perilous situation, Lei Nuo immediately asked an important question. "Lin Tian, is young miss safe?" Lin Tian briefly explained, "Ah, don't worry. She's currently with Leng Yue and the others, fighting against these troublesome monsters." After speaking, he instructed Lei Nuo to leave. "Go meet them quickly. I'll deal with this thing. Then I'll come find you all to discuss the next plan." Lei Nuo acknowledged with a sound, and turned to leave. This time, Lin Tian was face to face with Jiang Yu again. He said coldly, "We meet again, do we? This time, before I skewer you, can you tell me who or what you are?" That strange creature was still determined to play his part to the end. "What are you talking about, Lin Tian? It's Jiang Yu. Don't you recognize me?" Lin Tian had no intention of playing games with him. He said impatiently, "If you refuse to speak, then so be it." He reached back and drew the treasured sword from his back, saying domineeringly, "Don't be afraid. It will be over quickly." Jiang Yu crossed his arms. He looked at Lin Tian with a challenging gaze. "Lin Tian, do you still think I'm some ignorant person?" Without another word, he conjured a ball of dark spiritual energy, his dark eyes saying, "Let me show you my peak strength." Lin Tian's expression darkened. He reached back and drew the longsword from his back, saying boredly, "Is that all?" Lin Tian swung his sword, creating a single slash that formed a defensive wall, completely intercepting Jiang Yu's spiritual energy ball. The immense force struck Jiang Yu directly in the chest. He turned pale and cursed. Damn it, that single sword strike was like a tempest, sweeping away a large number of mutated bats. Suddenly, the swarm of bats turned and fled en masse, rushing towards the distant cloud. Lin Tian also didn't understand what this phenomenon was. He asked doubtfully, "What is that?" The three beautiful women also froze for 5 seconds. "What's going on?" Leng Yue's forehead was drenched in sweat. She asked directly, "Yu Qing, do you also feel the energy from that dark cloud?" Yu Qing's eyes widened in panic. She replied, shaken, "Yes, these mutated bats seem to have received some kind of order. They are moving towards that dark cloud." Shen Feifei stubbornly refused to believe it, saying disdainfully, "Stop joking. How could that be?" Yu Qing didn't understand what she meant by that. She stepped forward and asked, "Qi Shen, what's wrong?" Shen Feifei, a seasoned veteran with supporting equipment, had a grim expression at this moment, and said coldly, "Based on the readings on the device, that thing in the sky could be the super mutant often mentioned in legends. The danger levels are classified as follows. Abnormality level is the lowest danger level, indicating the existence of minor abnormalities with very minimal impact on the environment and people. Cultivators are usually not required to be mobilized. Disturbance level is an anomaly or monster posing a minor threat to ordinary people, potentially causing minor unrest or panic. It is usually handled quickly by low-level cultivators. Danger level is a monster or event with clear destructive power, capable of posing a significant threat to a town or crowd. It usually requires mid-level cultivators to coordinate actions to deal with it. Super mutant is a monster with a higher danger level, possessing immense destructive power, capable of devastating a small city. It usually requires multiple mid-level and high-level cultivators to join forces to deal with it. Calamity level refers to entities with extremely powerful destructive capabilities, sufficient to threaten the safety of an entire major city, causing severe casualties and immense property damage. It requires peak cultivators or elite cultivator teams to respond. Catastrophe level can cause a nationwide disaster, capable of destroying an entire nation's defense forces. Only a few powerful cultivators can withstand it. It requires the mobilization of all forces, coordinated action, and combat deployment to deal with it. World-ending level is the highest threat level, representing a global existential crisis. It can directly lead to the destruction of human civilization, requiring the mobilization of all peak cultivators along with the allied defense system to resist with full force. Knowing this, a burning resolve rose in Shen Feifei's eyes. "Lin Tian, you must survive." She swiftly commanded Leng Yue to act. "Leng Yue, quickly contact Director Liu and tell them to send more people. I will call my grandfather." Lin Tian cannot face that kind of monster alone. The situation was critical, and the system side was no less chaotic. Someone loudly called out, "Doi Trium Pan! Please respond." Doi Trium Pan. However, the only response was a terrifying silence. "Damn it! The communication signal for Squad 2 is completely disconnected. These bats seem to have blocked all phone signals." The commander's face was tense, and he worriedly thought, "Have Fei Fei and everyone else escaped safely?" The soldiers observing the system screen also noticed something unusual at this moment. One person loudly exclaimed, "Look, everyone! The bats seem to be gathering in one direction. This phenomenon has never happened before. What's going on?" Fortunately, the phone signal was back. A flustered voice rang out, "Doi Trung Pan. I hear you. Are you still alive?" The entire room was enveloped in chaos. Squad 2's communication signal has been restored. Doi Trung Li. Doi Trung Li. After the bats left, the phone signal was restored. "We can now contact the Vanguard Squad," a soldier shouted into the phone, sternly demanding. "Doi Trung Pan, what's your situation? Report immediately." An urgent voice came from the other side. "We were attacked by an extremely large swarm of bats, approximately at the Courageous Spring second realm level. Just now, for some unknown reason, the bats suddenly flew up into the sky and left simultaneously." The soldier next to him also updated the news. Commander-in-Chief Shen, Team 2, and Team 3 encountered the exact same situation. The commander-in-chief's face darkened, and he said with a grim face, "Immediately tally the casualties." Yes. News kept pouring in. A subordinate brought a walkie-talkie, frowning as he said, "Commander-in-Chief." "It's a communication signal from the young miss." The commander-in-chief tried to use the calmest tone possible to ask, "Fei Fei, you all." Before he could finish his sentence, grim news came from the other side. "Grandpa, it's bad. Tianhai City is about to face a super mutant monster." This news was truly too shocking, and all attention turned to the phone. The commander-in-chief couldn't process the news immediately, and he growled, "Deputy Commander Shen Feifei, what nonsense are you talking about?" Shen Feifei tried to persuade him. "Commander-in-Chief Shen, I'm not talking nonsense. Those bats actively leaving the area around Tianhai City is precisely to offer all the spiritual energy they swallowed to the super mutant monster at the center of that black cloud." A soldier stammered, "It's over. Tianhai City is finished, and we're finished too." The entire room plunged into gloomy despair. Is there really no other way? A super mutant monster would at least require a cultivator of Courageous Spring 5th Realm, to deal with. The commander-in-chief didn't know what to do for a moment, and he mechanically repeated, "Super mutant monster." He gritted his teeth, his face turning dark. He clutched his head in agony and said, Fei, I'm sorry, but I cannot let the nation be in danger. I hope you won't be angry with me. I truly have no other choice. Shen Fei's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness as she slowly replied, Yes, I understand. I won't blame you. Without hesitation, the commander slammed the table and stood up. Everyone immediately began preparing for a destructive attack. At all costs, they absolutely had to control the super-mutated monster in Tianhai City. He was now willing to sacrifice everything to protect the city's residents, absolutely unable to let the disaster spread to other cities. The soldier next to him quickly tried to reassure him. Upon hearing this, Commander-in-Chief, please calm down first. At least rescue the eldest young lady first. The commander's eyes were sharp and cold as he sternly said, Here. There are only generals and soldiers, no family ties or personal relationships. Our sacrifice is so that the people we protect do not have to endure such pain. He had no choice but to resort to a desperate measure, his authoritative voice ringing out, Everyone, listen to my command. Prepare. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled with a connection. Hello, can you hear me? Following that was someone's voice, both irritable and resentful. How do you even turn this thing on? Hey. The commander was startled. Lin Tian, you're still alive. On the other side, Lin Tian was still in the mood to tease him. Mr. Shen, I haven't even flirted with your granddaughter yet, and you already want me dead. I'm just saying. Your granddaughter will probably hate you for this. Lin Tian, carrying a long sword on his back, said majestically and domineeringly. Stop throwing bombs. I'll handle this super-mutated monster. The soldiers in the room looked grim. An incredulous person asked again, What? You'll handle it? Another person, half believing, half doubting, asked, Can you really do it? That's a monster of super-mutated level. Lin Tian immediately scolded them. Nonsense. Otherwise, what are we arguing about here? Lin Tian looked at the monster gradually taking shape, leaving a reminder for the other side. Mr. Shen. If you want Tianhai City and your granddaughter to be safe, then fully support me. The others still seemed not entirely convinced, stammering. Commander-in-Chief, this, but Chi Hui Trung Pan was at his wit's end. He calmly complied. All right, Lin Tian. How do you need us to support you? Lin Tian leisurely looked at the monster beast in front of him, calmly said, There's only one thing I need your help with. Whatever is destroyed in this battle, you will be responsible for compensation. Lin Tian's entire body exuded an extraordinary lightning power aura, his eyes as sharp and cold as ice. The demon bat descended from above to the ground, saying with a satisfied tone, This is the spiritual energy of the real world. The feeling of being alive is truly wonderful, it continued, both smug and greedy. Currently, I have not only successfully revived, but also evolved into an existence that has reached the peak of courageous spring fifth realm. It smirked, thinking self-righteously, I can feel it. Now, I am the invincible existence here. Lin Tian's expression was too bored to speak. Completely treating the demon bat as if it were telling a joke, it continued to ramble on and on. You must be regretting not skewering me in the forest, human. Without hesitation, it unleashed a fifth-stage demon bat. The demon bat, like a hungry tiger, lunged at Lin Tian. The demon bat was extremely complacent, laughing gleefully. Ha ha ha, this is it. However, the scene before its eyes made it furious, both embarrassed and angry, causing its forehead to be drenched in sweat. The system office was no less chaotic. Everyone started buzzing with discussion. That is, how can it be? Lin Tian, without anyone knowing when, had swung a sword strike, cutting the fifth-stage demon bat in half. Lin Tian's expression remained as calm as still water, his move both cold and decisive. The people in the office felt their horizons broadened. Is this the legendary lightning attribute? Too terrifying. A person possessing such ability must surely be considered a monster already. The chief commander secretly rejoiced, feeling relieved all over. Kid, it seems you truly haven't disappointed me. The army also performed its duty well, refugee vehicles gradually evacuating the city's residents. Everyone, don't panic. The city's buses are arriving one after another. Please don't push and shove. The crowd, as numerous as ants, also had their attention drawn by the commotion from Lin Tian's side. When a beam of aurora shot straight into the sky, the city residents cried out in terror. Everyone, look quickly, is someone undergoing heavenly tribulation? Such a huge lightning strike, this is the first time I've seen it in my life. There must be a powerful expert undergoing tribulation. That is definitely the Nine Heavens lightning tribulation. Yu Qing also saw it clearly. She said excitedly, Sister Lang Yue, that is definitely Captain Lin's power. Lang Yue was also completely awestruck. Lin Tian's strength is too terrifying. I thought that by entering the courageous spring fourth realm, I could try to catch up to him. But looking back now, I'm just a joke in front of him. Shen Fei also thought with a hint of pride. Lin Tian, truly worthy of being the man I chose. The scene shifts to the great battle between Demon Bat and Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked down from above, lightning power continuously striking down. He held the blood sword firmly in his hand, his eyes unwavering as he said, It's my turn. Demon Bat was not an easy opponent. It unleashed a great dark fist. The speed of its attack was extremely fast, but fortunately, Lin Tian's reflexes were extraordinary, and he used his precious sword to block the powerful move. Seizing the opportunity, he also unleashed a thunder flame sword art, Ice Mountain Slash. This slash almost made Demon Bat choke. It could only watch helplessly, as the flame thunder prepared to engulf it. It used all its spiritual energy to maintain its magical artifact, hoping to hide inside it and escape. However, to Lin Tian, that magical artifact was nothing more than a thin curtain. Ice Mountain Slash easily shattered it into pieces. Ice Mountain Slash was like a 5 elements mountain pressing down on Demon Bat, causing it to lose its footing and snarl. What? It seemed to have lost half its life, its massive body trembling on the ground, both in pain and humiliated. This time Demon Bat unleashed countless divine palms with all its might. Lin Tian, like a martial arts master, swiftly dodged each move. Seeing this, Demon Bat's eyes turned red with fury. Damn it! If it weren't for that sword, you would have been dead long ago. Lin Tian was also very amused to play with it. He provocatively pointed at his forehead. Come on, there's a lot of blood here. Demon Bat was indeed provoked. It conjured a treasured blade, its face grim as it lunged towards Lin Tian. That treasured blade was like a missile aimed directly at Lin Tian's weak point. You're asking for death. It coiled into a whirlwind, rushing forward at dizzying speed. Demon Bat aimed precisely. This move shot straight at Lin Tian's forehead, yet Lin Tian stood firm like a statue. Not even a single hair fell. No, impossible, Demon Bat exclaimed in horror. This is my peak full power attack of the courageous spring 5th realm. How can you be completely unharmed? Could it be that you have evolved to the courageous spring 6th realm, or even a higher realm? Lin Tian's face darkened, and he said coldly, If this is all your power. The blood sword in his hand was like a lightning-gathering pillar. All the lightning in the world seemed to converge there. He roared like a tiger. Then die here. Demon Bat's entire body trembled violently. It stubbornly said, I cannot die here. I must absorb more power, evolve to become stronger. Seeing that it no longer had a chance to turn the tide, it tucked its tail and fled, thinking to itself, of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. I'll wait until I cultivate to the courageous spring 6th realm. No, the courageous spring 7th realm. Then I'll come back to take revenge on this kid. But it wouldn't be easy to escape. Lin Tian glanced with his phoenix eyes and said in a cold voice, This time, I won't let you escape. Lin Tian slashed down from above with a move called Thunder Flame Sword Art Vun Fen, a surge of electricity with destructive power, even greater than the heavenly thunder bomb, instantly jolted Demon Bat numb. A powerful strike pierced straight through its core, completely destroying a part of its body. It was engulfed by lightning power, only able to scream in agony. No, no! The Demon Bat was completely torn to shreds, turning into a pile of flying scraps of paper filling the sky. The entire office witnessed this once-in-a-millennium sight. Everyone joyfully jumped up and cheered. It's a success! We have destroyed the super mutated level monster. Tianhai City is saved. Tianhai City is saved. This lightning flame is the dawn of Tianhai City. No, this is the dawn of all humanity. Chihui Pan couldn't stop smiling. his face as bright as a flower, saying, "Everyone, immediately begin organizing rescue efforts. We must ensure all victims receive timely treatment." Yes. A few days later, in Lin Tian's apartment, Lao Liu enthusiastically said, "Lin Tian, it's fortunate we had you during this crisis in Tianhai City. The military department and the Spirit Cultivation Association plan to give you some rewards. Is there anything you want?" Lin Tian seemed to have been waiting for this. He seriously said, "There is truly something I urgently need." "I hope you will definitely help." Lao Liu nodded. "Oh, please speak." Lin Tian pointed directly at Shen Fei Fei and the others, showing no pity for the beautiful women, saying, "Can you quickly take these people away? My house isn't big to begin with." He didn't appreciate his good fortune, and angrily scolded, "They come here all day, making it impossible for me to live normally. Furthermore, those two are spoiling Yu Qing. Don't you realize that?" Lao Liu broke out in a cold sweat, secretly pondering. Lang Yu can't leave, so Shen Fei Fei can't leave either. If they don't leave, then whether Su Yu Qing leaves or not, no longer matters. Lao Liu, suffering from terminal overthinking, self-righteously thought, "Ah, I understand. He means for me to exchange his place for a large villa." He snapped his fingers at Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, this matter is too simple. Leave it to me. I will definitely satisfy you." The conference took place with the presence of commanders from various regions. A commander stood up, projected an image of Lin Tian, and said, "Next is the main agenda of our conference today. Lin Tian has made great contributions during this crisis in Tianhai City. What reward should we give him?" A commander sitting below immediately spoke up. "I think we can give him some resources to turn him into a super cultivator of our nation, similar to the heroic nations of Western countries." "That's right. We will also promote him as a celebrity." The commander next to him immediately agreed. "That's right. Such a heroic image can encourage more young people to become cultivators." However, this idea was quickly refuted by a commander sitting next to Liu Ying. He said, "A celebrity? Are you kidding? Lin Tian is not only a hero of the city but also a cultivation genius of our nation. I believe he should join the military ranks and later specialize in training our military's cultivators." As soon as he finished speaking, another commander continued to speak. "There are other things." Just then, a voice from outside suddenly came in, interrupting the commander. "I object." From outside, a man slowly walked in. Everyone was surprised by his appearance. "Commander Han, why are you here?" Tong Tu Len Shen was also surprised. "Han Xiaofeng, why is he back? Could it be?" Commander Han didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. "Tong Tu Len, I heard from my subordinates that you went to distribute rewards to the children already." Tong Tu Len Shen, after hearing this, immediately retorted, "Commander Han, what do you mean by that?" Commander Han replied, "What I mean is, a kid who relies on luck to defeat a monster is not qualified to receive a medal." Zhao Feng's words made the other commanders unable to hold back and speak up. The commander who had just reported immediately spoke up to defend Lin Tian. "Commander Han, your words are too much. Lin Tian was able to resolve the crisis of Tianhai City, not by relying on luck." Another commander also immediately supported the statement. "That's right. This time, all missions in Tianhai City were recorded." Although their words were very reasonable, Han Xiaofeng didn't care. He glared and said, "Is this a place for you two useless persons to speak?" His words made the two commanders fearful and dared not retort. Seeing him abuse his authority, Tung Tu Len Shen quickly knocked on the table and said, "Commander Han, a monster of courageous Spring Fifth Realm, cannot be resolved by relying on luck. I understand your suspicion of Lin Tian, but Lin Tian's medal is not for you to decide." Although Xiao Feng disagreed, he did not continue to confront. He sat down and said, "As expected, you are stubborn about giving him the medal. Then I have no choice, but I will not acknowledge it." After Commander Han had settled into his seat, Tung Tu Len Shen spoke up again. "The meeting continues. Does anyone have any ideas? Lin Tian did not help us for things like fame and fortune. What he wants is neither a position nor influence." Hearing these words from Tung Tu Len Shen, the commanders turned to look at each other. But naturally, no one dared to speak up, seeing that no one had any opinions. Commander-in-Chief Shen immediately turned to Liu Ying. "Old Liu, do you have any ideas?" Liu Ying chuckled to himself. He, Your relationship with brother, Lin Tian, isn't good. This crucial moment still falls to me. Only I, Liu Ying, know what brother Lin Tian needs most right now. After thinking for a moment, Liu Ying replied, "A few days ago, I met Lin Tian and asked him what he needed. He made one point clear to me." The commanders immediately exclaimed upon hearing this. Oh, old Liu, it still has to be you. Old Liu, don't beat around the bush anymore. Hurry up and tell us." Liu Ying also didn't want to waste everyone's time. He said, Lin Tian's exact words were, "Those people come here every day, making it impossible for me to live a normal life. Furthermore, those two are corrupting Wu Qing. Don't you realize?" After relaying Lin Tian's meaning, Liu Ying confidently concluded, "Therefore, Lin Tian wants a big house so he can live with Lang Yue and the others, and it won't feel cramped anymore." Liu Ying's words astonished the entire conference. "So that's it. Why didn't we think of that?" That's right, the most basic amenities, like eating, sleeping, and resting, were overlooked. Unlike Liu Ying, Commander-in-Chief Shen understood as soon as he heard it. He secretly thought Lin Tian's intention was for Lang Yue and the others not to stay there anymore. However, it seems that little girl Fei Fei also has feelings for Lin Tian. Never mind. If it's already a mistake, let it continue. Immediately after that, Commander-in-Chief Shen asked, "If that's the case, then everyone, see if there are any suitable villas or large apartments in Tianhai City." Before anyone could speak, Commander Han immediately continued, "Don't search anymore. I know a very suitable villa." Commander Han's words once again made everyone suspicious. Wait, didn't Commander Han object just now? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Commander Han's idea also surprised Tong Tu Len Shen. "Oh, a villa there." Commander Han continued, "Green Lake Manor on Chiang Road, Seaside City." The location Commander Han proposed immediately caused a stir in the entire conference. Wasn't Seaside City already blockaded? The unusual changes in Seaside City, another person asked. According to military documents, has it reached Courageous Spring 6th Realm? Liu Ying could no longer hold back at this moment. He spoke up and asked, "Commander Han, my Spirit Cultivation Association has never offended you. Why do you want to make things difficult for Lin Tian? The purpose of today's conference is a reward for Lin Tian, not a new mission for him." Commander Han replied without hesitation, "I just think that if he can't even clear out that villa, then he doesn't deserve the reward." Every word Commander Han said displeased Tong Tu Len Shen. He immediately questioned, "Commander Han, you are questioning my decision." Commander Han immediately replied, "I wouldn't dare. I just want to see for myself whether the hero you speak of truly lives up to his reputation." Scene shifts to Lin Tian's house. After the conference disbanded, Liu Ying quickly brought a document to Lin Tian and said, "Brother Lin Tian, I'm sorry. This time you went through a near-death experience. Originally, the military wanted to give you a proper reward, but someone caused trouble along the way." Result: Lin Tian dazedly took the paper and read its contents. It was a house usage permit. This immediately startled Lin Tian. "Oh my god, this room must be worth at least tens of millions, and you're just giving it to me." Seeing Lin Tian trembling, Liu Ying quickly said, "Lin Tian, if you don't like it, I'll risk my old life to get you another one." Lin Tian naturally couldn't let this good opportunity slip away, so he quickly snatched it back. Is a house worth tens of millions a matter of liking or not liking it? It's a matter of whether I deserve it or not. He added, "I'll take this one." As Lin Tian spoke, he swiftly hid the paper on his person. After Lin Tian settled on this house, Liu Ying provided more information. Also, last month, a mutated creature of Courageous Spring 6th Realm appeared in Seaside City, and the power core of that mutated creature is right inside this villa. The army has prepared a small team for you to carry out operations to ensure a successful subjugation. Lin Tian listened and replied indifferently, "Why bother with such trouble? I can go by myself." Although knowing Lin Tian was very strong, Liu Ying still said worriedly, "Lin Tian, I know you just defeated a monster of Courageous Spring 5th Realm, but that mutated creature in Seaside City is of Courageous Spring 6th Realm. Don't be impulsive. Although Courageous Spring 5th Realm and Courageous Spring 6th Realm are only one realm apart, that's a world of difference. You absolutely cannot be careless. You are still young now, just patiently focus on cultivating, and in the future, you will. Before Liu Ying could finish his sentence, Lin Tian interrupted. I know, he continued, but I am already at Courageous Spring, 7th realm now. This unimaginable information left Liu Ying utterly shocked. Commander Han and his subordinates were on their way to the aforementioned villa. He chatted with the people in the car. Thieu, Wheelie asked, Boss, what's this kid's background? Yet, he wants us to cooperate with him. Moreover, the Green Lake Manor, the brothers in the military camp, have been fighting for half a month without any progress. Can a kid who just reached adulthood, like him, really do it? Commander Han immediately continued. Whether he can do it or not, we'll know once he demonstrates it directly later. I hope he didn't just get lucky. Otherwise, whatever is inside Green Lake Manor won't let him return alive. Thieu Li immediately agreed. Boss is right. The abnormality in Tianhai City must be because that kid got lucky and won. Otherwise, why wouldn't that kid dare to personally attend the army's commendation ceremony? In my opinion, that kid must have a guilty conscience. Commander Han sneered and said, These young, spirited kids really need elders like us to constantly encourage them. Hearing Commander Han's words, Thu Ki Chen from behind suddenly spoke up. Commander Han, please don't let personal feelings lead to the failure of the military's mission. Reclaiming the land of Seaside City must be completed at all costs. Commander Han, after hearing this, immediately said, I don't need you to teach me how to do my job. A moment later, Commander Han's car stopped in front of the villa's gate. Lin Tian was already present here. Thu Ki Chen quickly got out of the car and approached to greet. Hello, Lin Tian. I am Thu Ki Chen of the mayor of Seaside City. Lin Tian politely replied, Hello. After that, Thu Ki Chen continued to introduce. These two are Commander Han and Lieutenant Li, responsible for handling mutated creatures in Seaside City. Immediately after, Commander Han spoke up. You are the one who dealt with the monster Courageous Spring 5th realm of Seaside City. Lin Tian calmly replied. What about it? Commander Han had only just met Lin Tian when he quickly judged him. He said with a disdainful look. Nothing. I originally thought you would be like the brothers in my barracks. A tough man. But I didn't expect you to be a pretty boy. Facing Commander Han's unpleasant words, Lin Tian chose to retort directly. So what? You guys are big and brawny. Will monsters show mercy? Lin Tian's way of speaking made Commander Han even more resentful towards him. He warned. Lin Tian, if you only know how to talk big, then you probably won't be able to leave this manor alive. Facing such harsh words, Lin Tian still calmly replied. Don't worry, I am a very practical person. If I can act, I will absolutely not talk much. If you two are afraid of death, you don't have to go in. Seeing the tension between the two sides, Secretary Chen quickly intervened. All right. Although I don't know if you all get along, but I hope we can reach an agreement on one thing. After entering Green Lake Manor, everyone must help each other. Is there any problem? If none of you speak, then I will consider it as your tacit agreement. Next, I will explain the specific content of this mission. After the spiritual energy on Earth recovered, a very powerful, dark attribute spiritual energy suddenly appeared inside Green Lake Manor. Afterwards, it was taken over by an unknown creature. According to data from the spiritual energy meter, the mutated creature inside Green Lake Manor has at least reached Courageous Spring 5th realm. After the casualties among the coastal city residents reached 68 people, we successfully contained the monster inside Green Lake Manor. That's all I can say. The rest is up to you all. You must be careful with this mission. After hearing the mission, Lin Tian could no longer be patient. He directly pushed open the gate and walked in, thinking, if it's all said and done, let's go. Seeing Lin Tian walk straight in, Lieutenant Li said in surprise, Boss, is this kid crazy? He rushed in without even discussing the combat plan. Commander Han immediately ordered, follow him. Don't let that kid get away. Lin Tian checked the system information panel while thinking, it's another dark attribute monster. I've encountered them 3 times in just a few short days. Last time, after completing a mission, I was rewarded with an additional attribute column. Do I need to choose the dark attribute? Or should I choose the light attribute? In my previous life, I didn't have the strength I do now. So I didn't fully understand the light attribute and dark attribute. Which one should I choose in the end? And to prevent Lang Yue and her teammates from encountering a similar situation, I'll try choosing light, hoping for healing abilities. At this moment, the other two had also caught up to him. Lieutenant Li spoke up, dissatisfied. Hey, you rushed in recklessly without even a combat plan. Have you figured something out? Lin Tian replied. No, but making a combat plan based solely on imagination from the outside without going in to observe is meaningless. The more Lieutenant Li listened, the angrier he became, and he questioned, are you reliable or not? Before Lin Tian could respond, Commander Han suddenly shouted, watch out! In front of them, a monster appeared, aggressively charging towards Lieutenant Li. Commander Han quickly intervened to block the monster beast's path. Afterwards, he retreated and asked, are you all right? Lieutenant Li replied, thanks, boss, just facing this monster. Lieutenant Li's face had already turned pale with fright. He thought to himself, the strength of the mutated creature outside this manor is already greater than mine. So what about inside the manor? Commander Han continued to fight the monster, saying loudly, both of you, be careful. This mutated dog has already reached the courageous spring fourth realm. He approached the monster beast, then continuously swung powerful punches at it, leaving it no time to counterattack. Seeing Han Xiaofeng fight so bravely, Lieutenant Li was greatly impressed, as expected of the boss. To be able to fight on par with this mutated dog, after a few more punches, Commander Han then jumped up and kicked the monster beast's head. By this point, the monster beast's mouth was also bleeding quite a bit. At the same time, Commander Han had also expended a considerable amount of energy, but the monster was still not dealt with, finding it too time-consuming. Lin Tian decided to speak up. Commander Han, have you had enough fun? Can we continue into the manor now? Lieutenant Li, upon hearing this, immediately felt angry on behalf of Han Xiaofeng. What do you know? This strange beast has already reached the strength of the courageous spring fourth realm. Do you think? Lin Tian couldn't be bothered to argue with this brat. He directly drew his sword and slashed once into the air. The power immediately surged forth, splitting the monster beast's body in two. Commander Han was immediately terrified by the scene before his eyes. After dealing with the monster beast, Lin Tian continued to move inside and calmly said, I'll go in first. You two can take your time. Commander Han was still in shock from Lin Tian's power. A single slash from him could cut the monster, which fought me to a standstill, into two pieces, which means, after this incident, Lieutenant Li also realized the problem. Boss, have we perhaps provoked someone we shouldn't have? Commander Han no longer had the dignified demeanor he had earlier. He hastily said, immediately go and apologize to Brother Lin Tian. This kind of person absolutely cannot be offended. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had opened the door to the villa and slowly stepped inside. He glanced around, observing and silently assessing. Something's wrong. 68 people died. Why isn't there a single corpse in the manor? The other two had also followed him in. Lin Tian then spoke to Commander Han. Commander Han, I have a question for you. Commander Han quickly replied. Lin Tian, just say what you need to say. Lin Tian continued. Did your army go inside to move the bodies? Commander Han immediately replied. No, we could only use all our strength to control the mutated creatures inside the manor. We fundamentally couldn't go in that deep. Why is that? Lin Tian added after hearing this. If you're telling the truth, then I'm afraid the mutated creatures in this villa might not just be courageous spring fifth realm. Commander Han continued. Could it be that the bodies were eaten by monsters? Lin Tian immediately refuted Commander Han's idea. After hearing this, mutated creatures like to devour spiritual energy, not our flesh. In short, be careful, we'll split up to search. Who's going upstairs? After learning Lin Tian's strength, Commander Han no longer dared to be arrogant. He obediently said, Brother Lin Tian, we'll follow your lead. After he finished speaking, Lin Tian immediately assigned tasks. Then I'll go upstairs, and the two of you go down to the basement to check. Lin Tian slowly walked upstairs. Countless rooms lay before him. Lin Tian quickly checked each room, one by one. After a while of searching, no trace was found. Lin Tian muttered to himself, That's not right. Even if the monsters ate the bodies, they should still leave bones, shouldn't they? Let's see if the newly acquired light attribute spiritual energy is useful. Immediately after, Lin Tian's entire body emitted a dazzling light. Dark spiritual energy was immediately attracted, and they sought out Lin Tian themselves. Meanwhile, Commander Han and his companion were also investigating the basement below. Lieutenant Li looked ahead and said, "Boss, I have a feeling something is off here." Commander Han also reminded him, "Be careful, and be ready to fight at any moment." No sooner had he spoken, another monster beast appeared, leaping down from above. Immediately after, a loud noise rang out. Before their eyes appeared a strange monster beast, its mouth constantly drooling. Commander Han took the lead and ordered, "Lao Zhang, let's attack it together." Lao Zhang replied, "Yes, boss." The monster beast roared, then swung its claws towards Commander Han. Commander Han quickly parried the attack. With just one parry, Commander Han's hand trembled violently. This beast was too strong. Seeing Commander Han injured, Lieutenant Li quickly stepped in. He leaped up, shifted his weight forward, and charged towards the monster beast. Using the wind element combat skill, Swift Wind Fist, Lieutenant Li attacked the monster beast's body with immense power. However, the monster beast remained completely unharmed. How can this be? Its skin is so thick. Not only did he fail to harm the monster beast, but he also found himself in danger. The monster beast roared furiously and reached out to grab Lieutenant Li. Seeing this, Commander Han also rushed forward. "Don't you dare harm my brother!" But with the monster beast's strength, it only needed to use its tail to send him flying. Commander Han couldn't resist. He was knocked away and lost a considerable amount of strength. Seeing Xiao Feng attacked, Lieutenant Li, not knowing his own limits, once again charged towards the monster beast and shouted, "Boss, I'll risk my life against this damn beast." Seeing his brother rushing into danger, Commander Han quickly stopped him. "Lao Zhang, don't." Just as both thought they would die here, a massive surge of power suddenly descended from above, and the monster beast was quickly annihilated. Through the hole above, Lin Tian asked, "What are you two doing? Can't you even finish off a mere amateur?" Commander Han asked in astonishment. "Lin Tian, you took care of the monster at Green Lake Manor with just one blow. What kind of power do you possess now?" Lin Tian swiftly jumped down to the basement and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? We haven't even seen the monster yet." Commander Han said, puzzled, "This is the monster from Green Lake Manor." Lin Tian sighed and said, "No, that's not it. That's just a dark incarnation. Explaining it is too complicated. It's better if I show you directly. Next, I will show you the true world." As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, a dazzling aura immediately enveloped him, making it difficult for the other two to observe. Immediately after, Lin Tian brought the two of them to the real world of this villa. A foul smell immediately assailed their nostrils, as monster beasts were gnawing on the corpses here. Commander Han was utterly astonished by this brutal reality. "What is this?" he thought to himself. "Old Zhang and I spent so much effort fighting that one earlier. I didn't expect there to be so many here." Lieutenant Li was no exception. He stammered, Why are there so many here?" His question was immediately rebuked by Lin Tian. "What foolishness are you spouting? Isn't Green Lake Manor the main base of the monsters? It's normal to have a few monsters." Seeing that they couldn't confront them, Commander Han suggested, "Let's retreat first. I'll call the army and tell them to use firepower to bombard it. Otherwise, we won't be able to get in." Lieutenant Li also agreed. "That's right, boss. Let's retreat first." Hearing Han Xiaofeng's words, Lin Tian immediately flared up and cursed. "Damn it, isn't this villa my reward? If you blow it up, how am I supposed to live here?" "It's not that complicated. Dealing with these weaklings only takes one move." With that said, Lin Tian swung his sword in a circle, and a whirlwind of power quickly took down all the monster beasts. The witnesses were also astonished. What level of power was this, after all, that a single strike could wipe out all those monsters? After they were eliminated, the atmosphere suddenly became stifling. Zhao Feng spoke first. "Brother Lin Tian." "No, big brother Lin Tian. You are truly too amazing. So the problem of Green Lake Manor has been solved." The lieutenant next to him also chimed in. "That's right. I thought I was going to die here, but I didn't expect your single strike to solve everything." Lin Tian said, "The monsters at Green Lake Manor haven't been dealt with yet. These dead ones are merely cannon fodder." Xiao Feng was surprised to hear this. "What, cannon fodder? You call those powerful monsters cannon fodder? Then, What are the people who fought them to the death? Useless people, Xiao Feng immediately retorted. Big brother Lin Tian, don't joke like that. Last month, the military conducted a reconnaissance of this area, and the strongest signal detected was only around the courageous spring, 5th realm. However, Lin Tian believed, then it's even clearer, within this past month, that courageous spring 5th realm monster has evolved to become stronger and stronger. Lieutenant Den asked fearfully, then, big brother Lin Tian, what are our odds of winning? Lin Tian immediately reassured them. Don't worry, you two just stay behind me, don't run around wildly, leave the rest of the anomalies to me. The two immediately agreed. With that said, Lin Tian and the two of them set off to enter. Just as he said, he took care of everything else. The monsters were quickly cut down and eliminated with a single strike. Lieutenant Den and Xiao Feng hid to the side, and upon seeing the scene, exclaimed in fear, is this the true power of a spiritual key cultivator? This kind of killing is too brutal. Boss, now the two of us are like experience points waiting to be farmed. When the two of them came out, Xiao Feng exclaimed. In less than 10 minutes, all the monsters on the first floor of the villa were eliminated by him. Lin Tian continued to eliminate monsters, clearing the way for everyone. He sensed a powerful aura in the backyard. Lin Tian quickly ran off and instructed, I'm going to the backyard to check it out. You two be careful. However, the two behind him immediately followed, saying, Big brother, Lin Tian, will come along too. He approached the aura emanating from the backyard. Before him was a dazzling red aura. It was a gigantic, bloody heart. It beat continuously, each thump-thump echoing. Lin Tian looked over. This was the leader of Green Lake Manor. The lieutenant saw this and spoke up. Brother Lin Tian. Before he could finish, Xiao Feng stopped him. Don't say another word. Big brother Lin Tian is gathering strength. He wondered what exactly he was gathering strength for. Could it be the final monster of Green Lake Manor? Xiao Feng's face also grew serious. Lao Jiang. The aura on big brother Lin Tian. I've only ever felt it on one person. Could it be? He immediately confirmed. That's right, the president of the Sea City Spirit Chi Cultivators Association, the courageous Spring 6th Realm powerhouse, Mr. Wang. This was the king during that decisive battle. Lin Tian attacked the monster in front of him. He still used Thunder Flame, one blade slash to deal with this monster. Inside that blood heart, a huge foot appeared. Finally, the heart shattered, and a phoenix appeared. Both Xiao Feng and the lieutenant were terrified. It's over. What do we do now? How can there be such a powerful monster? Lin Tian was quite interested in it, finally finding one with some real strength. The huge phoenix was a beautiful fiery red. The monster sensed danger and immediately attacked Lin Tian. It was extremely angry, its eyes blazing, spitting out a red fluid. Lin Tian was even more excited. Come on! He quickly used Bright Whirlwind to block its attack. The monster was immediately injured by his attack. Witnessing this, Xiao Feng and Tiu Ta immediately cheered. Big brother Lin Tian is so cool. Seeing the disadvantage, the monster immediately fled. However, Lin Tian had no intention of letting it go. Did I say you could leave? He quickly moved in front of the monster, with the Thunder Flame Ice Mountain Xuan move. Lin Tian decisively finished it off. When attacked, the pain that spread through it made the monster cry out. Immediately after, it collapsed to the ground. Lin Tian continued his attack with Thunder Flame 10 Deaths Juan, causing the monster to rapidly free-fall downwards. Xiao Feng and Thiu Ta once again exclaimed in admiration, Oh my god, this is too powerful. Do you see? This is my big brother Lin Tian. That's how cool he is. After destroying the monster, Lin Tian declared that this building now belonged to him. The heavily injured monster continued to struggle. Lin Tian coldly said, I will send you on your way. His gaze was as cold as ice as he looked at the monster. Immediately, another move finished off the monster. It let out a painful cry, and then collapsed. Xiao Feng excitedly exclaimed, That's amazing, big brother Lin Tian. Lin Tian immediately replied, That wasn't my move, there's someone else here. What? He said into the air. Come out, I can feel your flowing spiritual energy. A rift slowly opened before them. A person stepped out from the rift and spoke. If you have already defeated it, another man stepped out and said, Then why not spare its life? Xiao Feng recognized this man and immediately asked, "Mr. Wang, why are you here?" Lin Tian asked. "Xiao Feng, an acquaintance of yours," Xiao Feng replied. "Big brother Lin Tian, this is Mr. Wang, the president of the Spiritual Energy Cultivator Association of Haishang City, and also a courageous Spring Sixth Realm expert." Xiao Feng continued to introduce, "Mr. Wang, this brother is a cultivation genius from Tianhai City. He was invited by our army to help resolve the troubles at Green Lake Manor." Mr. Wang calmly said, "If that's the case, then spare this monster's life. I want to see if I can research anything from it." Xiao Feng immediately spoke up. "Of course, Mr. Wang, But Lin Tian disagreed. Lin Tian said that Mr. Wang had no right to decide the life or death of this monster, nor was he qualified to decide how he should act. Xiao Feng calmly explained, "Big brother Lin Tian, Mr. Wang is not only the president of the Spiritual Energy Cultivator Association of Haishang City, but the army's operations in Haishang City are basically reliant on Mr. Wang's support." The lieutenant immediately added, "That's right, Mr. Wang is very kind. He has used his light attribute spiritual energy to aid many soldiers in our military district. He is a very good person." Mr. Wang also spoke up, "Young man, although this monster has committed serious crimes, wouldn't it be better to use love to reform it, to turn it into a friend of humanity, than to kill it?" As he spoke, he began to reform it. All beings in the world possess spirituality, and all must be reformed with love. The monster saw the man saving it out of the corner of its eye. However, an attack immediately came towards him. This was quite unexpected, causing him to flinch. Another attack quickly rushed towards him. He noticed it, and immediately blocked it. Mr. Wang calmly blocked the attack approaching him. After blocking it, he used his fist to punch Lin Tian's attack. Mr. Wang had to admit that Lin Tian's energy was very powerful. He spoke up, "Young man, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to become an enemy of old Zhou, or an enemy of humanity?" Ignoring the two people behind him who were gaping, Lin Tian coldly said, "Do you want to know why? All right then, I'll tell you," he said. "First, this monster has killed many people in the mansion, and it will pay for that. Second, Lin Tian never needs others to tell him what to do. You are not qualified to order me around. And third, this is the most important thing." He pointed the tip of his sword at him. "Ever since you appeared, this monster's spiritual energy has been extremely bizarre." Hearing this, Xiao Feng asked, "Big brother Lin Tian, what do you mean by bizarre spiritual energy?" Lin Tian said directly, "This monster is afraid of him. It's more afraid of Mr. Wang wanting to save it than it is of me, a human who wants to kill it." Hearing this, he let out a strange laugh. "Kid, in its eyes, both you and I are humans. Furthermore, I used a cage of light to seal its movements, so it's only natural that it fears me." At this moment, he retracted his sword, not forgetting to say tactfully, "If that's the case, then let me use my special ability to see what memories are in this monster's brain. Shall we?" This surprised Mr. Wang. "What?" The lieutenant also wondered. "Brother Lin Tian, you have this kind of ability too." Lin Tian said that he acquired this ability last time, after subduing the monster in Tianhai City. This was through communicating with spiritual energy, making direct contact to read the memories in the monster's mind. Mr. Wang thought to himself that Lin Tian must be trying to scare him. He walked past him, approached the monster, and began to unleash his power. The monster let out a piercing shriek as he unleashed his power. All three saw the monster slowly being lifted. Another image of the monster also appeared before them. This was beyond Mr. Wang's expectations. Lin Tian added, "It seems the timing should have been chosen earlier. At that time, the method of injecting spiritual energy would surely be." Mr. Wang couldn't hold back. His heart immediately surged with emotion. He attacked Lin Tian from behind, but this was within Lin Tian's predictions. He said, "You've taken the bait." Lin Tian calmly parried Mr. Wang's move, then said, "Well played, Mr. Wang's surprise attack was immediately returned. Seeing Mr. Wang's sudden attack on Lin Tian, Xiao Feng and the lieutenant also spoke up. "Mr. Wang, what are you doing?" At this moment, Mr. Wang's demeanor changed, and he said, "Since you've already discovered me, then I can only send you to your deaths." Lin Tian coldly looked down at Mr. Wang and asked, Mr. Wang. Is this giant bird monster beast something you've been raising in this villa? Commander Han and the lieutenant beside him were astonished to see this. Commander Han spoke up, asking, Big Brother Lin Tian, what nonsense are you talking about? The lieutenant beside him also chimed in. That's right, Brother Lin Tian. Mr. Wang once led his military comrades to hunt down this beast together. He furrowed his brows tightly and coldly questioned, Then, how could this monster still be alive until now and be encountered by me? Commander Han still naively speculated another possibility. Perhaps the previous hunt didn't go that deep. He immediately retorted to him, Do you believe what you just said? At this moment, a gust of wind blew, making his hair flutter. Lin Tian sneered, Mr. Wang, ever since you appeared, this monster's body has started to tremble. It looks like you've done many things that only a beast would do. The man named Wang then began to laugh, his voice full of gloom. Lin Tian, you are very smart, but don't you know, smart people don't live long. What? Is what Big Brother Lin Tian said true? Commander Han was astonished to hear this. On the other side, the man named Wang immediately stood up, his entire body radiating a blue aura. This monster was indeed nurtured by me using spiritual energy in this villa. He gently corrected, But I need to clarify something. I raised it not to harm humanity, but to protect humanity. Hearing this, Zhao Feng immediately gritted his teeth and angrily shouted, Jin Kai, you bastard! Do you know how many brothers we lost to reclaim the High family? The other man still smiled confidently and contemptuously said, Their deaths were incredibly meaningful. Their deaths helped this monster evolve from its initial Courageous Spring 3rd realm to its current peak of Courageous Spring 6th realm. The young lieutenant was trembling with rage at this moment, gritting his teeth, and said each word with suppressed fury, And you use the lives of soldiers as an experiment. The other person stretched out a hand and said confidently, You, those of the lower class, will never be able to understand the thoughts of someone from a higher class like me. His entire body radiated a strange layer of energy. I cultivate this monster not only to use it to destroy other monsters, reducing casualties among human soldiers, but also, by studying its evolution, to find a way for human cultivators to better adapt to this world of resurrected chi. He clenched his palm and smiled. The glasses on his face glinted. Now, this monster is completely under my control. His voice turned cold. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Now it's time to send you on your way. His two fingers immediately pointed downwards. Immediately after, a pillar of light shot down directly with lightning speed. The target of that blue light was Lin Tian. In midair, the system's notification rang out. Powerful light attribute energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it? Hearing this, Lin Tian laughed excitedly. Such a good thing exists. Absorb it immediately. Lin Tian no longer resisted, but immediately stretched out both hands to receive that stream of light. The surrounding air began to circulate. The other two didn't understand what was happening, so they rushed over, anxiously calling out, Brother Lin Tian. As for Shin Kai, he suddenly stretched out his hand, unleashing the next attack. A circle of friction immediately appeared beneath their feet, hindering their progress. Shin Kai smiled maniacally. Next, let me enjoy your painful wails. Immediately after, streams of light pierced their bodies, and painful cries rang out. Ah! Their faces instantly turned pale, and the pain surged relentlessly. Zin Kai smiled, pointing forward. This is the price you pay for daring to offend Wang. On the other side, Shin Kai didn't notice that all of that light had been absorbed into Lin Tian's body. Around him, streams of yellow light and electric currents continuously emanated. At this moment, Lin Tian's attributes had also increased. Specifically, his light element had risen from level 1 to level 2. Lin Tian panted heavily after absorbing that stream of light. Around him at this moment was also enveloped by another red energy. Lin Tian couldn't help but exclaim, This trip was truly worth it. Not only did I get a house for free, but my strength also increased by a level. Immediately after, Lin Tian suddenly leaped high into the air. 3 streams of light enveloped Lin Tian. The laughing enemy was instantly stunned. Immediately, red energy shot out like blades, shattering the restraints binding. Commander Han and the lieutenant, both of them stumbled and fell. Zhao Feng, having broken free, looked up anxiously. Brother Lin Tian, thank you for saving us. At this moment, Lin Tian was stronger than before. He coldly looked down and said, "What are you waiting for? Finish them quickly." Seeing this, the enemy retreated in fear. "What's going on? How can you move freely? Weren't you imprisoned by my light shield?" Lin Tian looked down at the enemy with disdain. "Do you really think a piece of trash from the courageous spring 6th realm could imprison me?" He pointed his sword at Shin Kai and said, "To thank you for helping me become stronger, I will grant you a swift end." Shin Kai immediately began to gather his energy, directing it forward. "You, a mere snot-nosed brat, dare to judge me. Let's see what power you truly possess." Immediately after, a series of light streams shot towards Lin Tian again. He instantly swung his sword, activating Lightning Flame Dragon Annihilation Slash. A water dragon instantly appeared, surging forward and scattering the blue light streams. Seeing this, Jin Kai stood stunned below, gritting his teeth as he looked up. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly charged from behind. His sword swung high, and Jin Kai, sensing it, was startled. He quickly turned his head back in panic. "How can this be? How can this kid's speed be so fast? It's over. I can't dodge it." Lin Tian's sword slowly descended right before his eyes. Then, with a single slash, Lin Tian's feet landed on the ground. He turned his back and said, "The peak of courageous spring 6th realm is nothing more than this." On the other side, slashed across the shoulder, Jin Kai, unwilling to accept defeat, propped himself up on one leg, supporting his wound, and gritted his teeth. "Lin Tian, you're looking for death." Immediately after, he suddenly stood up, a massive surge of energy erupting from his entire body, like a blazing blue flame. Jin Kai roared, "Lin Tian, you have completely enraged me." He yelled furiously, "Let me show you what the true power of courageous spring 6th realm peak is." Immediately after, a massive magic circle appeared in the sky, preparing to strike down. Seeing this, Lin Tian let out an annoyed cold snort. "Even if you use all your strength to resist, it's just prolonging the struggle a little longer." On the other side, Shin Kai, unwilling to accept defeat, stretched out his hand and activated 10,000 arrows piercing heart from the magic circle above his head. Sharp arrows immediately appeared and shot directly downwards. Lin Tian quickly activated his ability, batting them away and dodging. At this moment, Shin Kai made another unexpected move. He suddenly leaped high, charging forward with all his might. "Go to hell, Lin Tian." His hand suddenly transformed into a massive sword. Light sword array. The sword then struck down. Lin Tian glanced behind him. A shocking explosion immediately rang out, dazzling lights colliding. Yet, afterward, Lin Tian's voice calmly assessed, "Your speed is too slow." Hearing this, Shin Kai, still in midair, was startled and wondered, "Where?" Lin Tian suddenly charged from behind, slashing Shin Kai's back. He was immediately sent flying, falling to the ground. By this point, Shin Kai could no longer stand up, lying on the ground, continuously coughing up blood. "Lin Tian, even if I die, I will absolutely not be defeated by you." Shin Kai suddenly roared loudly, all the power within him surging out fiercely. Strange characters appeared all over his body, continuously emitting light. From Shin Kai's back, something like wings sprouted, and he cried out in pain. At this moment, Shin Kai had completely lost his reason, transforming like a giant bird, charging forward. "Lin Tian, let me show you my full power attack." This move of his was Light Surge. Seeing this, Nam continued, "That's a good attack. Let's see whose fists are harder, yours or my sword." Lin Tian immediately activated his Ice Lightning Sword Art, unleashing the extreme Ice Mountain splitting earth slash, raising his sword high. Immediately after, an ice dragon appeared, directly clashing with Shin Kai's full power attack. At this moment, Shin Kai cried out in pain. "Impossible." He fell backward. Right after, another shockwave erupted, and Shin Kai was sent flying backward in midair by the backlash. A moment later, Shin Kai lay on the ground, gasping his last breath, wondering, "You, how can your strength be greater than mine? You, is your true power, even beyond the peak of the courageous spring 6th realm?" Lin Tian looked down at him with disdain. "Just a mere peak of the 6th realm. What's so special about it?" Hearing this, Shin Kai trembled with rage, coughing incessantly as blood gushed from his nose and mouth. Could it be that he has already reached the true power of the courageous spring 7th realm, It hasn't been long since spiritual energy recovered, yet he's already able to reach the courageous spring 7th realm. Then Lin Tian continued to ascend. All right. I have other matters to attend to. It's time to send you on your way. Jin Kai stared with wide, unwilling eyes, tears streaming down. I can't die here. I can't. Lin Tian continued to raise his sword, saying, pay the price for what you've done. Immediately after, he slashed straight downwards. He said coldly with disdain, trash is trash, in the end. On the other side, Han Xiaofeng and the young lieutenant were astonished to see this. Oh my god, did brother Lin Tian just cut down a peak courageous spring 6th realm with one strike? Commander Han was terrified internally, thinking to himself, oh my, as expected of my big brother Lin Tian. Then, Lin Tian put away his sword and said, let's go check out that big bird. Hearing this, they immediately replied, okay. Commander Han added, brother Lin Tian, this way. On the other side, the bird was impaled by arrows of light. Seeing this, Commander Han said worriedly, big brother Lin Tian, let's kill this evil monster and get out of here. Lin Tian looked down at it. Feeling a bit of pity, he said, it's not an evil monster. It was just harmed by someone else. Then, he reached out his hand, and a stream of golden light flew towards the bird's body. The bird suddenly let out a cry of caw, caw. The two people behind him, seeing this, worriedly warned, big brother Lin Tian, be careful. Lin Tian calmly said to the bird, I am not Zin Kai. I will not harm you, I just want to help you. Understand? The bird, with its glowing red eyes, looked towards Lin Tian. Then, it unexpectedly lowered its head, accepting his treatment. A moment later, its treatment was complete, and the majestic bird immediately transformed into an owl. The two people on the other side were immediately astonished, their mouths agape. It had turned into an owl. At this moment, the little bird immediately flew onto Lin Tian's shoulder as if it had recognized him as its master. The young lieutenant was puzzled, wondering what exactly had happened. Lin Tian gently stroked the little bird and said, I don't know either. Originally, I only intended to use light attribute spiritual energy to heal its wounds, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this after the treatment. The young lieutenant suddenly remembered and asked, that's right, brother Lin Tian. Aren't you able to see the past? Can you show us what happened to this owl? Lin Tian immediately put on an innocent expression and said, that was just me bluffing. Simply to trick Shin Kai into falling into a trap. He was startled upon hearing this. The two people on the other side immediately asked, but what about the image just now? Lin Tian gave a forced smile and continued, that was me using light attribute spiritual energy to condense my own memories. Luckily, he fell for the trick. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do at that moment. So he quickly turned around and said, all right, everything's settled. Let's go home. Later, I'll have to find someone to repair it and see how much it'll cost to renovate this house. The two people on the other side were still in shock as they asked, wait, brother Lin Tian, are you planning to keep that owl as a pet? Lin Tian continued to walk leisurely, whistling. Hearing the two men's question, Lin Tian turned around and replied, I've never thought about raising a pet, but this little guy is very well behaved. It wouldn't be bad to have him guard the house. He immediately asked back. Or, perhaps the army could raise him. Hearing this, Commander Han quickly waved his hands and said, oh no. That won't do. The military's budget is limited. Moreover, this is a spirit beast that you went through great trouble to rescue. How could we be qualified to raise it? It's better if you take it with you. Following, you will certainly be much more comfortable than being under military custody. Seeing his panicked expression, Lin Tian still said indifferently, do you really need to be so worried? I'm genuinely negotiating with you. Commander Han continued, still flustered, big brother Lin Tian, please don't joke with me anymore. How could we dare to snatch your spirit beast? Lin Tian was somewhat speechless. How about this? I'll take it home, and let the people there see it. If anyone objects, then I'll send it to your army. A moment later, in another location, a stack of documents was directly thrown at a man's face, and a shout rang out, damn it, what in the world are you people from the Spiritual Energy Association doing? The man above, who seemed to be of a rather high rank, looked down and said, the cultivators of the Haishang Spiritual Energy Association are not only raising monsters but also using our military personnel. Diz acts experimental subjects. Seeing this, the other person quickly picked up a stack of documents, nervously, and said, Commander-in-Chief Shen. This is truly a misunderstanding. I had absolutely no knowledge of Sin Kai's actions. He is the most experienced and powerful expert in our association, and with that level of strength, I truly cannot afford to offend him. Hearing this, the commander-in-chief coldly asked, You don't dare to offend him, so you dare to offend our military. At this point, he was even more terrified, waving his hand and saying, I wouldn't dare, Commander-in-Chief Shen. Please don't say that. I am just an ordinary person. Most of the association's work is handled by cultivators. I truly cannot do anything. The commander-in-chief looked down at him and coldly said, Cannot do anything? You say that so easily, don't you? If I hadn't put pressure on you today, were you planning to shirk all responsibility? He recoiled in panic. Jin Kai is a cultivator at the peak of the courageous spring 6th realm, and I am just an ordinary person. How dare I provoke him? Then, he immediately clasped his hands together in supplication, tears streaming down his face. The Spiritual Energy Association and the military, and I am just an ordinary person. I cannot afford to offend anyone. Commander-in-Chief Shen, please show mercy and be lenient. Give me a way out. Hearing this, he scoffed. A way out? Do you know how tragically the soldiers killed by monsters died? When their family members cried bitterly, didn't they also beg for a way out? By this time, the man broke out in a cold sweat, unable to speak. Tong Tu Len Shen continued, Let me tell you, from today onwards, the military will conduct a detailed investigation of all members of the Spirit Cultivation Association. You'd better cooperate, otherwise, don't blame me for using military law. He immediately raised his hand and respectfully said, Understood, sir. I will definitely cooperate with the military's investigation. I only beg Tong Tu Len Shen to show mercy. Don't let the reputation of the Spirit Cultivation Association be completely ruined. Otherwise, those cultivators will ruin my reputation and standing. Hearing this, the Tong Tu Len immediately roared, All right, get out of here now. Tell those cultivators to be a little more honest. Understand. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, Yes, sir. In another building where Lin Tian was staying, as soon as he opened the door, he noticed a different scene. 2 girls were simultaneously standing inside the house, waiting for him to return, saying, Are you all right, my love? You're back. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. Is this what family feels like? It's truly good. He then closed the door and went inside the house. Lin Tian secretly wished in his heart, if he could continue to live like this, he would still have to become stronger. On the other side, she then said, Why are you so lost in thought? Suddenly, the girl noticed something next to him. A pet. Lin Tian immediately put his hand to his mouth and whistled. Right after, the owl unexpectedly appeared, flying to perch on Lin Tian's head. As soon as they saw the small bird, both girls immediately exclaimed joyfully, So cute, and it's an owl. The 2 girls immediately started stroking the owl's cheek. One girl asked, Where did you buy this owl? It's so adorable. Lin Tian replied, I picked it up in the Mutated villa area. The girl stroked its crest, smiling as she continued, To be able to survive in a place like that, it seems the creature's will to live is truly strong. He took a sip of water and said, It truly is very strong. After all, this thing is a strange beast. Courageous spring, 6th realm, Din Fong. The 2 girls, who were petting the creature, immediately turned pale and were stunned. The 2 girls asked blankly, Lin Tian, what did you say? He calmly took a sip of water and turned to answer. I said this owl is a strange beast. Courageous spring, 6th realm, Din Fong. The owl on the other side still maintained its cute appearance and tilted its head to look at them. Hearing this, the 2 of them immediately backed away in fear. Darling, is this strange beast really a courageous spring 6th realm, Din Fong? I won't be pecked to death by it, will I? The girl next to her also reminded. Fei, don't move. This strange beast is at this level. In just 1 minute, it could tear both of us apart. Seeing the 2 girls like that, Lin Tian was speechless and reminded them, All right, don't worry so much, it's very well behaved. If it wanted to attack you too, it would have done so a long time ago. After that, he placed the can of water on the table and continued. Everyone should still focus on cultivation. When will you be able to break through? The girl heard that and was a little annoyed. We also want to work hard, but our strength can't just increase by wishing for it. Fei Fei on this side also pouted and said, "That's right. Do you think everyone is a genius like you?" Lin Tian heard that, didn't care, stretched, and walked into the room, calling out, "Intensify your training. Otherwise, if we happen to encounter a dangerous situation like last time, I might not be able to save everyone in time. I'm going to rest first." Time shifted to that evening in the city. The group of people in the military were now sitting opposite each other, eating and drinking. "Have you heard anything? The strongest cultivator in Hai Shang City has been killed," the guy on the other side said, chugging down a bottle of wine. "He harmed so many brothers, his death is well deserved." The other person heard that and was surprised. "Dead? He was a courageous Spring 6th Realm Dinfeng cultivator. How did he die?" The person opposite heard that, also paid attention to this matter, and immediately asked, "Could it be due to a powerful strange beast? A courageous Spring 7th Realm, for example?" The guy immediately hit the head of the person who just asked. "Nonsense. If there really was a courageous Spring 7th Realm, strange beast, none of us brothers would stand a chance of surviving." He scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Then, how did he die?" The young man immediately turned his head, then sat down and continued, "I heard he was killed by a powerful cultivator in Tianhai City. I heard this cultivator also once resolved a major crisis in Tianhai City." The two were astonished to hear this. "What? A cultivator in Tianhai City has such powerful strength?" Suddenly, a person walked in, their voice cold and gloomy as they reminded, "What are you all whispering about here?" All three immediately stood up respectfully and said, "Boss, we just finished our shift, so we sat down to drink some water to warm up and chat a bit." He glared coldly at them. "I'm warning you, chatting is fine, but do not reveal any specific information to cultivators in Tianhai City. Otherwise, it will be considered revealing military secrets." The three of them immediately said solemnly, "Understood, boss." After that, he said, "All right, dismiss." The three of them immediately scurried away as if fleeing. On this side, he secretly thought with a fearful mood, "You fundamentally don't know how strong Lin Tian is. I even dare to say that Lin Tian is currently the person who can influence the international standing of our nation." Fei Fei was at home at this time, opening her computer to work. On the bulletin board, the first post was titled, "Please convert the content of this audio file into text." Powerful cultivator, Lin Tian swept through and cleared out monsters, helping the army reclaim Hai Tian City. Seeing this, she was overjoyed and full of pride. As expected, it had made it to the hot search. At this moment, many people were also commenting below the post. After reading a string of comments, Fei Fei became annoyed. She wondered, why do the cultivators in Shihong City have no manners at all? Another girl immediately came over and asked, "What's wrong, Fei Fei? Are you talking to yourself?" Fei Fei replied, "There's a netizen named Exihong City Mai Din, claiming to be a courageous Spring 7th Realm cultivator, and threatening to challenge Lin Tian in the martial arts tournament." Hearing this, the other girl immediately paid attention, started looking at the laptop and asked, "Martial arts tournament? What kind of competition is this? Why don't I know anything about it?" Fei Fei replied, "I just found out too." Then, she began to recount, "My grandfather told me that the army is about to organize a nationwide competition for cultivators to encourage them across the country to support cultivation efforts and protect national security." Fei Fei immediately said loudly with annoyance, "Lin Tian, you must win the championship," and slapped them in the face. In another development, Lin Tian was angrily telling his owl, "Eat quickly, this is the most expensive bird food. Almost 10 yuan, a catty, understand?" However, the haughty bird turned its head away, refusing to eat. Seeing this, Lin Tian was furious. His face darkened as he said, "I think you're about to rebel. It's not bad for ordinary birds to want millet to eat. Do you even know how much a kilogram of millet costs?" Seeing this, the two girls sighed. "Don't treat it badly. Have you heard about the martial arts tournament yet?" Lin Tian turned, still with an annoyed expression, and said, "No, I'm not interested. I have other important things to do. The two heard this and asked, puzzled. Why is that? Fei Fei also said. Exactly. What could be so important? Lin Tian was so angry at this point that he gritted his teeth. Of course, I have to renovate the villa that Haisheng City gave me, don't I? So, Lin Tian pointed forward again and said, before you two turn my house into a hotel, I definitely need to move there quickly. At this moment, in another building, discussions erupted. What? Lin Tian isn't participating. Those present gathered, full of confusion. What exactly is going on? The young man sighed and said, according to the eldest young lady, it seems he's busy renovating, so he's not interested in this martial arts tournament. The fat guy, seeing this, looked pleased. Good. This is truly good news. If he doesn't come, there might be a lot less trouble. At this moment, Tong Tu Len Shen on the other side heard this, and said unhappily, Li Mup, what do you mean by that? He scratched his face and said, Dum Du Ling Shen. What I said is the truth. I've realized after more than 10 years of knowing him. No matter what event is organized, the fewer participants, the more troublesome it becomes. The commander-in-chief glared and said, shut your mouth. This conference is not only for cultivators from various places to learn and promote progress, but more importantly, it is to retain talent for the upcoming national competitions. He continued, if we don't have a genius like Lin Tian, what will we use to compete with foreign cultivators from other countries? Another person, hearing this, also said in confusion, but the commander-in-chief is already aware of Lin Tian's personality. He doesn't care about these empty titles, and I'm afraid it will be very difficult to persuade him. The person next to him also said, that's right, the commander-in-chief sternly said. Are we just going to let things be? If talents like Lin Tian don't participate, that would be a great loss for the country. Another person immediately offered an idea. How about we use some rare cultivation resources as rewards? There must be something that interests Lin Tian, right? They began to whisper among themselves. Doesn't our army have some low-level spiritual energy mutation points? Hasn't Lin Tian already reached Courageous Spring's 7th realm? Would he even care about that low-level mutation point? A scruffy bearded man on this side immediately said, Lao Shen, I've thought of a very good idea. Tong Tu Lane, Shen immediately asked, whatever you're thinking, say it quickly. Don't make me wait any longer. He said, I remember there's a mutation point in Green Lake Manor, in Haisheng City with a danger level. Isn't there? The commander-in-chief heard this and inquired, what do you mean? The man continued, if the strongest martial artists from across the country are all coming to participate in this martial arts tournament, shouldn't we take this opportunity to eliminate the super mutation level mutation point in Haisheng City? The others listened silently to his opinion. After all, if successful, we could not only completely reclaim Haisheng City but also strike fear into the foreign cultivators. No country has ever managed to repel super mutation level mutation points. Hearing this, the others all agreed, nodding with a smile and saying, this is a great idea, indeed. Meanwhile, Li Mup quickly spoke up, worried. Absolutely not. He continued, I completely disagree. Do you guys know how much responsibility I would have to bear if this happens? Why don't you go to another city? I think Sihong City nearby is also quite good. I'm old and truly cannot endure your torment anymore. The commander-in-chief then called him by his full name, Li Yang. Do you need to be so agitated? Lao Liu's proposal is indeed very bold, but it's not impossible. As long as our army implements comprehensive protective and preventive measures beforehand, we will absolutely never let the situation get out of control, and certainly won't cause you any trouble. The reason this side is still holding their heads in worry, preventive measures, these are the words I've heard most in recent years, specifically the 4 words, preventive measures, but what happens every time? I guarantee that the grander it is, the greater the chaos will become later. I beg you all to spare me. I'm old, and I just want to lie flat, waiting for my retirement in peace. I really can't do it anymore. At this moment, Tong Tu Len Shen coldly changed his expression and warned, Li Yang, you are the president of the Spiritual Energy Association in Haisheng. This is a matter of great significance to the country, and there is no room for evasion. At this point, Li Yang could only sigh helplessly. I know. Once you all have made a decision, no one can stop you. I surrender. Do whatever you like. I've already said everything that needed to be said anyway. After that, the Tung Tu Lin turned to Lao Liu and said, "Your proposal is very good, let's decide on this." He continued, "Next, Lao Liu will be responsible for planning the conferences and assisting relevant personnel with logistical preparations. On this side." He seemed to have another thought and secretly said, "Ling Yue, your parents will probably have news soon." That night, at Lin Tian's house, a golden light still appeared inside the room. Lin Tian was currently sitting on the bed cultivating, his entire body radiating surging spiritual energy. Immediately after, a pillar of light shot up, and Lin Tian's eyes flashed with electricity. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his entire body having undergone a great change, spiritual energy continuously surging. Lin Tian smiled. "Finally, I've reached Courageous Spring 9th stage, just one step away from entering the Iron Vein realm." Time shifted to the next morning. Early sunlight shining into the building. Lin Tian was currently holding a book, reading, dressed in a short home outfit, looking very relaxed. Suddenly, he heard a noise outside. Lin Tian wondered, who could be coming at this hour? A moment later, a girl walked in, smiling friendly and waving hello. "Hello, Mr. Lin Tian. Long time no see." As soon as he saw her, he was slightly surprised and asked, "Thu Ki Chen, what brings you to my house so early?" She happily replied, "Today I'm mainly here to present you with some rewards and some procedures that require your signature." Hearing that, Lin Tian immediately stepped aside for her to enter, and said, "Ah, in that case, please come in." She politely said, "Thank you." Then, Thu Ki Chen sat down on a chair, taking out a stack of documents from her bag. "These are the rewards the military has prepared for you, including the villa transfer procedures, the renovation cost reimbursement form, and other living or additional allowances. You just need to sign here." Lin Tian took the stack of documents and said, "Quite thoughtful, aren't they?" Thu Ki Chen continued, "Mr. Lin Tian, there's still one important matter I need to discuss with you." Lin Tian immediately understood her intention and said, "Is it that martial arts competition?" She heard him and replied, "Oh, that's right." Lin Tian continued, "Go on." Leng Yue and the others had already heard those rumors online before. Lin Tian, however, didn't pay much attention to them. He then placed the document back on the table. Thu Ki Chen immediately said, "It's like this. The venue for the martial arts competition will be a super mutated special point in Haisheng City." Lin Tian couldn't help but get goosebumps just hearing this. Another super mutant special point. How could Haisheng City be so dangerous? She continued. Haisheng City is located at the intersection of several spirit veins. Since the spiritual energy recovery, this city has given rise to many dangerous anomaly points due to the surging amount of spiritual energy. Hearing this, Lin Tian also murmured in surprise. An intersection of spirit veins. No wonder there are so many problems. She smiled and replied, "That's right. Therefore, if Haisheng City can be successfully subdued, it will be a good thing for all cultivators of Nation H." She maintained a calm and very polite demeanor as she continued, "According to the information we have, this super mutant special point contains extremely pure lightning elements." Hearing this, Lin Tian's attention was indeed caught, and he narrowed his eyes, asking, "Lightning elements?" Thu Ki Chen smiled faintly at his expression. "That's right. The spiritual energy with the lightning attribute in this special area is extremely concentrated. And here are the details." She immediately took out another stack of documents. Lin Tian looked at the stack of documents but didn't take them, saying, "You've gone to great lengths, just for me to participate in the martial arts competition, haven't you?" Hearing this, Thu Ki Chen said with a slight worry, "Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. However, Lin Tian didn't make it difficult for her and took the stack of documents, saying, "All right, there's no need to worry so much. I'll read these documents first before deciding." Hearing this, Thu Ki Chen immediately stood up and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Lin, you can call me anytime." A few hours passed after that. After buying breakfast, Lin Tian grumbled, "Aunties, hurry up and get up to eat." Fei Fei then let out a long yawn and walked out, wearing a charming purple two-strap nightgown, and said, "All right, I'm so sleepy I could die." On the other side, Ling Yue also rubbed her eyes and came out. She was wearing a simple pink pajama set. As soon as she came out, Ling Yue noticed a stack of documents on the table and immediately asked, "What is this?" Lin Tian looked and said irritably, "Those are documents about the martial arts competition and the rewards for the previous mission that the military brought this morning." As he spoke, he put out the food. As soon as she saw them, Fei Fei immediately opened them to look. "Oh! Let me see what rewards Grandpa gave. Are there any ranks or positions?" Lin Tian appeared indifferent, saying, "It's not as exaggerated as you think. It's just the villa transfer procedures and reimbursement for decoration costs." Hearing this, Fei Fei exclaimed in surprise, "What? Why is Grandpa so stingy? Only giving a dilapidated villa?" Ling Yue, who was standing nearby, was also speechless. Fei Fei immediately showed her displeasure, saying, "Let me go ask Grandpa if he can give us another piece of land." Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately stopped her. "Wash your face and then obediently go eat your meal, please." Meanwhile, Ling Yue sighed upon seeing this. Then suddenly she noticed something. Ling Yue saw a line of text written among the papers. As soon as she saw this, her eyes immediately widened in surprise. Her face was full of worry, and her whole body trembled as she picked up the paper. Wasn't this the mutation point where her parents disappeared that year? As she opened it to read, she felt it was strange. Why were several pages missing? Ling Yue secretly fumed in her heart. Her expression darkened. Did the military intentionally hide it? But why would they need to conceal it like this? Could it be that they didn't want her to know the truth? On this side, Lin Tian, who was urging Fei Fei, turned to look in that direction. Lin Tian quietly thought to himself, "This girl has probably noticed it, hasn't she?" He couldn't help but secretly wish in his heart, "Ling Yu, it's best if you don't know about this." Afterwards, it gradually grew dark, and the crescent moon rose high, shining down on their building. Lin Tian's face darkened as he looked at the documents before him. On the documents were the words, "Super Mutant Abnormality Point, 4th Expedition to Thunder Labyrinth. Search team members, Lang Zhou, Jue Xing. Search duration, 7 days. Contact lost on the 5th day. Fate unknown. Lang Zhou and Xu Exing's daughter, Ling Yue, was adopted by Liu Ying and has now become a spiritual energy cultivator." At this moment, he suddenly took out his phone and called someone. "Secretary Chen, I've decided to go to that abnormality point." Secretary Chen immediately said happily upon hearing this, "That's excellent, Mr. Lin Tian." Lin Tian looked thoughtfully into the distance. "However, your military's way of doing things makes me very dissatisfied," she stammered upon hearing this. "Are you referring to?" He felt a little annoyed internally, but his expression remained calm. "You know that Ling Yue's parents are connected to this abnormality point, and I can't just ignore it, so you're forcing my hand like this." Secretary Chen, on the other end of the phone, quickly and flusteredly said, "This might be a misunderstanding or a coincidence. We didn't mean it that way." Lin Tian continued, "Do you think I'll believe that?" She stammered, "Mr. Lin, I will definitely report your concerns to my superiors." Lin Tian immediately got straight to the point. "Stop with this shirking of responsibility. I don't care what the military is thinking, but this probing behavior infuriates me." His hand clenched tightly around the paper. "Tell your people, this is the first and also the last time, otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile." Thu Qichen, on the other end immediately hurriedly replied, "Mr. Lin, please rest assured, I will convey your words verbatim to my superiors." After that, Lin Tian put away his phone, his mood heavy, and walked into the house. Upon entering, he saw Ling Yue dozing off on the sofa in the living room. Suddenly, he noticed a line of text on the table. Lin Tian approached and looked down at the handwriting. After that, Lin Tian took a blanket and covered the little girl. Looking at the girl sleeping soundly and peacefully, he secretly made a resolution. "Don't worry, I will definitely find your parents' whereabouts." A few days later, the car drove straight to a building. Lin Tian got out of the car with an uncomfortable expression. As soon as he stepped out, a voice suddenly called out, "Brother Lin Tian is here." The people in the building immediately ran out together, their faces full of joy, eagerly welcoming Brother Lin Tian. Immediately after, a whole group of people bowed respectfully before Lin Tian, greeting him in unison. Seeing this, Lin Tian immediately stopped, startled. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but wave his hand, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Please don't do that. everyone. I'm too embarrassed. The leading man smiled and said, Brother Lin Tian, you deserve it. If it weren't for you eliminating that beast, Sin Kai, we wouldn't even know how much we would have been tormented. Seeing them like that, Lin Tian also said, feeling a bit flustered. All right, stop flattering me. I just did what I had to do. On this side, Xiao Feng continued with a proud smile. You don't know how much Qin Kai's matter affected the military. All the brothers are truly grateful to you, from the bottom of their hearts. You completely deserve these cheers. Another young man also smiled and said, Brother Lin Tian, is it true that you defeated Qin Kai with just one sword? Hearing that, Lin Tian rubbed his chin, recalled, and said, Yeah, that guy wasn't too difficult to deal with, just a bit troublesome. Upon hearing this, the entire group immediately cheered, as expected of Brother Lin Tian. So cool. Lin Tian was speechless. He quickly waved his hand and said, All right, everyone disperse. Don't crowd around anymore. At this moment, Fei Fei looked out from inside the car with a cool demeanor, and said, Honey, you should get used to this soon. This scene will definitely not be rare in the future. The sooner you adapt, the sooner you'll be comfortable. Seeing this, Lin Tian sighed. All right, who told me I was so loved by everyone? After that, he continued walking outside. As he walked, Lin Tian asked, Commander Han, do you know where President Liu Ying is? I want to find him about something. Han Xiaofeng immediately replied, This way. After that, they went to another camp. There, Liu Ying was looking at a piece of paper, thinking to himself, Inside this mutation point, there are too many unidentified dangers. The list of entrants must be thoroughly checked. Suddenly at this moment, Lin Tian walked in from outside with a rather unpleasant expression. Director Liu, long time no see. As soon as he saw Lin Tian, he looked up and said, Lin Tian, you're here. Come, sit down. Is there something you need to see me about? Lin Tian calmly sat down and said in a cold voice, Director Liu, I heard Secretary Chen say that this anomaly point mission was arranged by you. Is that right? Hearing this, he immediately said in a deep voice, That's right. I know doing this will displease you, but I had no other choice. Then he sadly looked away. On the surface, Yu Wei is obedient and sensible, but she often cries secretly at night. He spoke with increasing pity. Before I met you, I relied on the military and my own strength to help her find her parents, but I led teams into that place more than 5 times. Not only without success but also causing many people to die. Speaking of this, Liu Ying looked at Lin Tian again. I hoped you would participate in the martial arts tournament to encourage other cultivators to improve, but even more, I wanted to use this opportunity to help Ling Yue find her parents. Then he suddenly stood up and bowed sincerely. If this matter has displeased you, I will bear all consequences. I only hope you won't hate the child because of it. She knows nothing. Lin Tian sighed and said, Uncle Liu, next time something like this happens, just tell me directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Hearing this, he immediately looked up happily and said, Just tell me directly. What do you mean? Lin Tian looked down and continued, Ling Yue and I are friends. There's no need for a reason to do these things for you. Hearing this, he immediately said happily, Thank you, Lin Tian. After that, the day of the martial arts competition finally arrived. The person standing on the stage looked down at all the participants and said, Welcome to the first Cultivator Martial Arts Tournament. I believe everyone already knows that this tournament is not just a competition, but also a challenge. The commander-in-chief looked down and said to everyone, Next, I will talk about the important aspects of the anomaly point that you are about to face. Everyone fell silent, their faces serious as they listened. The competition venue this time is a super mutated level anomaly point in Hai Shang City. This place is located at the intersection of spirit veins, containing extremely powerful lightning attribute, spiritual energy, and is also extremely dangerous. At this moment, a strange young man, trying to make acquaintance, walked over with a smile, wanting to shake hands and said, You are Lin Tian. Right, I am a cultivator from Shin City. My name is Mo Chiu. Lin Tian indifferently extended his hand for a perfunctory handshake. Ah, hello. Hearing this, he immediately scratched his head happily and said, Oh my, I didn't expect Sword Saint Lin Tian to be so friendly. Hearing this nickname, Lin Tian was immediately stunned. his head full of question marks. Sword Saint what? He immediately clarified Lin Tian's confusion. Ah, that nickname came from the legend of you slaying Sin Kai with a single sword strike. It's already widely spread in the Cultivator Association of Sin City. Hasn't the news reached your place yet? Lin Tian was speechless upon hearing this. Fortunately, it hasn't spread here yet. Otherwise, I'd die of embarrassment. Then, Lin Tian asked Mo Q, "Is there something you need me for?" Mo Q quickly said, "Oh, that's right, I almost forgot." He smiled fawningly and said, "Young Master Lin, later, after we enter the anomaly point, may I join your group?" Fei Fei heard this and angrily said, "Huh, join us." Lin Tian calmly said, "Why do you want to join us? Is this a mission assigned to you by the 10-City Spirit Cultivation Guild, or?" Mo Chu immediately whispered into Lin Tian's ear, in an embarrassed tone, "Young Master Lin, I'm telling you this quietly. Absolutely, don't let anyone else know. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain myself. Although I was sent by the 10-City Spirit Cultivation Guild, in reality, I'm just here to make up the numbers. I have absolutely no real strength." Hearing this, Lin Tian grew even more suspicious and coldly asked him, "A cultivator with no real strength at all? Moreover, the 10-City Spirit Cultivation Guild sent someone like you. Aren't they afraid of losing face?" He shrugged his shoulders, feigning fear, and said, "Losing face? They don't care whether I lose face or not, only about having enough people. I'm just a mediocre cultivator. They saw that I looked agreeable enough, so they just casually threw me into the mix." Lin Tian and the other two couldn't help but feel speechless upon seeing this. Just because he looked agreeable, he had to go. The 10-City Spirit Cultivation Guild is truly amusing. Mo Chiu, on the other side, covered his face, feigning fear. "I'm really scared of dying. I heard that even seasoned cultivators find that anomaly point difficult to deal with. If I go in, I'll probably die instantly." "Right," Lin Tian continued to ask, "so you want me to take you along?" Mo Q said awkwardly, "That's right, Mr. Lin. Your strength is so great. If I follow you, at least I'll have a chance to survive." Seeing this, Fei Fei showed disdain. "What a coward! It's because of people like you that our reputation on the international stage is so bad." Hearing this, Ling Yue quickly said, "Fei Fei, don't badmouth him right to his face like that." Fei Fei immediately retorted unhappily, "If I say it behind his back, wouldn't I be the bad guy?" Then Fei Fei continued, "Not very friendly. If you can guarantee not to cause trouble, and not to implicate us." Mo Q immediately raised his hand and said, "No trouble, no trouble. I absolutely guarantee to follow orders, and absolutely not to bother anyone." The girl next to them also spoke up, "Captain Lin, why don't we let him come along?" Ling Yue also added, a little awkwardly, "Yeah, he doesn't look like the type to cause trouble. Maybe let him come." Fei Fei's expression remained very displeased. At this point, Lin Tian replied, "All right, seeing how sincere you are, I'll let you come along for a bit. But remember, don't act on your own." Mo Chu scratched his head and said, "Thank you, Big Brother Lin. Thank you, sisters-in-law. Everyone can rest assured. I'm definitely not going to cause trouble." At this moment, they suddenly sensed something strange and immediately looked in another direction. In front of them, the teleportation gate slowly opened, creating a pitch-black void. The person above immediately announced seriously, "The first National Cultivator Martial Arts Tournament of Nation H officially begins." Inside the black gate was a rocky terrain, with strong winds constantly howling. All participants of the martial arts competition immediately jumped into the black hole simultaneously. Lin Tian's group was the first to land on a nearby cliff, while the others also found their footing, one by one. They stood up straight, looking around cautiously. Fei Fei spoke up, "Isn't Haisheng a city? How did it turn into this?" Ling Yue also explained, "Mutated beasts in super-mutated level special zones can change the existing terrain. It seems they prefer environments like this." The girl next to her also spoke up, "Captain Lin, what should we do next?" At this very moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Seeing this, the others immediately cried out, "What's happening?" Mo Chiu, on the other side, immediately clutched his head, sat down, and exclaimed, "Help!" Lin Tian immediately warned everyone, "Be careful, anything can happen here." Immediately after, From beneath the ground, countless clumps of earth and sand gradually transformed into humanoid monsters, their mouths wide open and their eyes glowing red. The entire horde of monsters, covered in thorns, then frantically charged towards them. Lin Tian immediately shouted, preparing for battle. Immediately after, a move was unleashed. Blazing flame slash. The charging monsters were instantly sent flying. Lin Tian's group, seeing this, turned back in surprise. At this moment, a person with red hair, a red shirt, and a red sword appeared in the sky. He said, "You are Lin Tian." Lin Tian looked at the newcomer and asked, "Who are you?" He carried his sword on his shoulder, looked down arrogantly, and said, "I am the strongest cultivator, Song Jinggang. A few days ago, I left a message online." Hearing this, Fei Fei suddenly remembered and immediately said, "Could it be that you are that Ji Hong Chi Ding?" Song Jinggang immediately pointed his weapon towards them and said, "If your woman has seen that post, then it's easy to deal with. Lin Tian, I'm here to challenge you." Lin Tian showed no interest, turned away and said, "Challenge me? Sorry, I currently have neither the time nor the interest. If you've only come for such nonsense, then please leave." Song Jinggang looked annoyed, saying, "How disappointing. It seems the story of you killing Shin Kai with a single sword strike was indeed just the military exaggerating." Then, he shot away, saying arrogantly, "When you're brave enough to face me, come find me, Lin Tian." Hearing this, Fei Fei became furious, saying, "You bastard, if you have the guts, come down here, this young lady will teach you a lesson." Lin Tian immediately said, "Fei Fei, let's go, we have more important matters to attend to." On this side, Mo Qiu's smile returned to normal as he said, "Brother Lin, please don't be angry. That kid was on the same flight as me, and he didn't say a single word to me the whole trip. It made me furious." Lin Tian looked in that direction and said, "I don't mind that. Next, we'll head towards that mountain. We must be very careful on the way." Meanwhile, his face darkened, and he thought seriously to himself, Ling Yu's parents must be safe and sound. After that, the group rushed forward. Suddenly, he noticed something in a certain direction and said, "Wait, there's something wrong here." They looked down and saw another black hole. The whole group immediately flew down. Upon arrival, they found a very deep cave inside with flickering firelight. Ling Yue looked around and assessed. There must have been a battle here. From the looks of it, it was probably a fire attribute demonic beast. Lin Tian then led the group forward and said, "Since we're already here, let's go inside and scout around a bit." And so, the entire group ventured deeper inside. A red light was still emanating from within. Each of them observed a different direction within the cave. Suddenly, Lin Tian spoke up, "What is that?" The entire group immediately looked in that direction. There, a group of people who had come to participate in the martial arts competition were fighting a huge monster. The monster roared furiously. Just like that, another person was clawed to death by the monster. Immediately after, a massive flame gradually accumulated in the monster's mouth. Others, unprepared, were swept up by the wind from the flames. Seeing this, the others fled while screaming desperately, "Help!" At this moment, someone looked up. As soon as they saw Lin Tian's group, they joyfully shouted, "Big brother Lin Tian is here!" The entire group immediately clamored, "Big brother Lin Tian, come save us!" Some shameless individuals even called him Godfather and pleaded, "Godfather, save me." Watching the monster roar incessantly, Lin Tian secretly assessed, "This monster has strength comparable to the fourth realm of the courageous spring, perfect for Leng Yue and Yu Qing to test their skills." So he turned back and said to the two behind him, "Leng Yue, Yu Qing, both of you are ice element cultivators. Go take it down to hone your skills and gain more combat experience." The two immediately replied, "Understood." Then, both girls charged towards the monster. The monster suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out powerful flames. Yu Qing immediately conjured a cold ice screen, swiftly blocking the monster's attack. The monster was unable to break through that defense. Meanwhile, Lang Yue had already rushed to the monster's rear. She immediately unleashed a cold ice thorn attack towards the monster. The monster's legs were instantly pinned down by the ice shards. The monster immediately cried out in pain, its piercing shriek echoing. Then, Lang Yue immediately leaped up, dodging an attack from its spiky tail. She then proceeded to activate Leisurely Ice Finger. The ice instantly transformed into two crossed swords. Immediately after, the two swords struck directly at the monster. Wu Tin also activated Cold Ice Spear. Creating a beautiful ice sword, she immediately shot the sword straight into the monster's abdomen, causing it to unexpectedly collapse to its knees. Immediately after, its entire body disintegrated into fragments. Seeing this scene, the onlookers immediately exclaimed in joyful surprise, "So powerful! A goddess has descended. It truly is a goddess." Immediately after, the group of men surrounded Yu Qing and Ling Yue. Lin Tian, observing from his side, thought to himself, "Let the two of them experience the feeling of being cheered on by everyone." Then his gaze shifted to another spot. After the monster disintegrated, a brilliant yellow stone was revealed. "What is this?" "This is a fire attribute spirit stone." Lin Tian immediately rushed forward excitedly. "This is great. This spirit stone is just what Fei Fei needs to advance further." At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up. "Wait, that fire element spirit stone is mine." Hearing this, he looked back with annoyance. The person who had just spoken was Song Jinggang, his face still as arrogant as ever. Lin Tian, losing his patience, said coldly, "It's you again." The other person pointed at him arrogantly and said, "Brat, hand over the item, or don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing this, everyone present immediately felt indignant and angry. Where did this piece of trash come from? Exactly. When we were fighting the monster, he was nowhere to be found. But when he saw the treasure, he suddenly appeared. How strange! What is he doing running out like that? The other side saw this and glared down angrily. "You useless persons! Shut your mouths." Immediately after, Song Jinggang swung a demonstration strike down. The flames immediately rushed towards everyone, and they cried out, "Be careful! Get out of the way quickly!" The others immediately dodged when they saw this, and the flames shot powerfully straight forward. After the move ended, the flames had created an elongated pit. Everyone exclaimed when they saw this, "So strong! This guy is fundamentally not someone we can deal with." Song Jinggang continued to raise his sword and said, "If you're not afraid of death, come up here and talk to my sword." The others nervously retreated when they saw this. He immediately burst into joyful laughter when he saw this. "Ha ha! I thought you guys had more backbone, but now it seems you're no different from a bunch of shrinking turtles." He arrogantly looked down at everyone. "I'm taking this fire element spirit stone. Does anyone have any objections?" Lin Tian, who had been enduring until now, immediately spoke up coldly. "Me." Song Jinggang looked over with disdain and continued, "Who the hell are you?" He looked towards Lin Tian. "Strange, Lin Tian, the last time I met you, you were just a shrinking turtle. Why are you so bold now?" At this point, Lin Tian no longer held back, and coldly said, "If you are seeking death, then don't blame me." Immediately after, he didn't beat around the bush, but directly charged forward to attack. His face devoid of emotion, he said, "Flame Fist." Lin Tian directly landed a punch on Song Jinggang's chest. Before he could prepare, instantly, blood gushed from Song Jinggang's mouth. A hole appeared in his abdomen, and he immediately collapsed to the ground. The others who saw this scene were immediately terrified. Just one punch, and it's already come to this. On the other side, Song Jinggang immediately became enraged, his entire body bursting into flames. "Do you want to die, Lin Tian?" Immediately after, Song Jinggang roared in anger, flames wildly erupting around him. Seeing this, the others immediately hurried to get away. Flames enveloped Song Jinggang. Someone wondered, "What's going on? Why has his aura suddenly become so powerful?" That's fire elemental attribute. He himself is fire elemental spirit energy. In this cave, fire element is extremely abundant. Therefore, his strength here will be stronger than usual. Hearing this, they immediately became worried. "What? Doesn't that mean he's invincible in here?" "You could say that." On the other side, Mo Q seeing this immediately became worried. "Sister-in-law, Big Brother Lin will be all right, won't he?" Fei Fei calmly said, "Don't worry, I've never met anyone who could cause trouble for Lin Tian." From above, Song Jinggang looked down and sneered. Lin Tian stood in the cave, which was filled with fire element. He said, "Here, I am a god." Lin Tian coldly looked at the other person, disdainfully. "Just a dog at the courageous spring. Seventh realm, Din Fong dares to stand before me and shout. Hearing this, the other person became furious and said, "Die for me." Immediately after, he swung his hand, and a blazing flame attacked towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian still stood straight there, without moving, facing the flame. He calmly drew the sword from his back and said, "Too weak." Immediately after, he unleashed thunder flame slash, and lightning bolts continuously surged forth. The sword directly shattered the approaching flame, piercing through the flame. Thunder flame slash attacked directly into Song Jinggang's body. He was slashed through the body, and a miserable scream echoed. Song Jinggang fell to the ground in astonishment. He clutched his shoulder, crying out in pain. You actually dared to cripple me." Lin Tian looked down at him, coldly saying, "You ungrateful wretch. Before, I didn't bother with you because I had other things to do. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" He pointed his sword directly at Song Jinggang. "Your wound today is a warning. Out of respect for the army, I will spare your life." He below broke out in a cold sweat. He coldly looked down. "Next time, no one will be able to save you." At this moment, the other person finally understood fear and immediately spoke. I was wrong. Lin Tian, please spare my life. I am willing to bow down to you." However, the defeated person's heart held no remorse, only endless resentment. "Lin Tian, one day, I will make you pay." The others, after observing for a moment, immediately exclaimed with joyful surprise, "Lin Tian is too strong. Just one move and he defeated Song Jinggang." That's right. But Song Jinggang is at the peak of the courageous spring evasion realm. Lin Tian is truly the chosen one, an invincible person. After that, Lin Tian also returned to his teammates. As soon as Mo Q saw him, he immediately said proudly, "Big brother Lin Tian, you are amazing. You are my idol." Yu Qing also said, "Captain Lin, you are truly too powerful." Fei Fei also continued to praise him. "My love, you are so cool." At this moment, Lin Tian took out the spirit fire orb and said, "Fei Fei, when we return, absorb the energy inside this fire elemental stone." She took it, smiling, and said, "Really? But you also have fire attribute spiritual energy." Lin Tian replied, "This thing doesn't have much use for me anymore." She immediately smiled and kissed his cheek. "My love, you are so good to me." Lin Tian couldn't help but blush. Then, he quickly looked towards Ling Yue and said, "Do you know why we came here?" She replied, "Isn't it for the martial arts tournament?" Lin Tian immediately stated his purpose. "No, I'm not interested in this congress at all. I'm here to help you find your parents' whereabouts." Hearing this, Ling Yue was surprised. Lin Tian immediately reminded her, "Don't be so surprised. I saw some records in the mission data that mentioned your parents." Ling Yue suddenly remembered and asked, "You hid some of those mission documents, didn't you?" Lin Tian looked away a little awkwardly and said, "I was afraid you'd overthink it. That's why I hid those pages of documents." Then he continued, "According to the documents, your parents came to this anomaly when you were little to look for something, and this is the last place they set foot. Do you know anything else? For example, did your parents say anything to you before they left?" Hearing this, she felt sad. "I was too young back then, so I don't remember what my parents said. If it weren't for the book Enlu gave me, I might have forgotten what my parents looked like." Lin Tian immediately placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't worry, this time I will definitely help you find your parents." Hearing this, she looked up and said, "Thank you, brother Lin. But this anomaly is very dangerous if we go too deep." Lin Tian immediately continued, "Don't worry, no matter what this anomaly is today, I will destroy it." After that, he immediately said to everyone, "Fei Fei, everyone, stay here. Don't go any deeper. I will lead Ling Yue deeper into the anomaly." Fei Fei heard this and asked worriedly and hesitantly, "My love, are you sure you want to take Ling Yue in alone, deep within this anomaly?" "It could." He smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, this anomaly is as simple as a stroll for me." Then he looked at Mo Chiu and asked, "Mo Chiu, are you coming in with us?" He immediately waved his hand and said, No, absolutely not. I don't like actively throwing myself into danger." Long Tian smiled when he heard this and said, "All right, then I'll entrust Fei Fei and Yu Qing's safety to you. If anything happens to them, I'll come looking for you to settle the score." Hearing this, Mo Chiu immediately rushed to say, "Wait, didn't I already say I'm useless?" He was flustered, but Long Tian didn't care, and said to Ling Yue, "Ling Yue, let's go." After that, they silently observed their surroundings inside the cave. Ling Yue looked down, her face full of tension. Seeing Ling Yue's appearance, Long Tian reminded her, "Relax, there's no need to be so tense." Then, as they were walking, he suddenly noticed another direction. At this moment, they saw a constantly glowing bluish-white light ahead. As soon as she saw it, Ling Yue asked in confusion, "What is that?" Long Tian immediately initiated a scan. The system then announced, "Scan detected spiritual energy attribute. High-grade fire elemental, spiritual energy attribute found. Pure lotus flame has been discovered." As soon as he saw it, he immediately couldn't stop rejoicing in his heart. "I'm rich! I'm rich! This time I've hit the jackpot. To think I could pick up such precious spiritual energy." So Lin Tian immediately jumped down and said, "Let me go down and see." "You just stay here," Ling Yu replied. "Okay." After descending, he secretly observed, this flame not only had no toxic smoke but also its temperature was not high. Lin Tian began to activate his spiritual energy. "Let me see. Just how powerful is this flame?" Immediately after, the system announced, "Absorbing precious fire elemental spirit energy. Fire elemental attribute experience points plus 154. Salvation experience points plus." This continuously made Lin Tian's face reveal his joy. At this moment, he suddenly saw something under his feet. Suddenly, a series of fierce monster fish rushed up from below to attack Lin Tian. One monster immediately roared and charged forward. From above, Ling Yue couldn't bear the worry, immediately jumped down and said, "Lin Tian, be careful." She immediately jumped up and attacked the monster. Immediately after, as if to vent her anger, Ling Yue stabbed a knife into that fish. She then kicked that monster fish and jumped up. Next, she attacked without hesitation, throwing the knife towards another monster. The knife directly hit the remaining monster, causing it to let out a "now." Immediately after, that fish fell into the water. Ling Yue turned to look at Lin Tian worriedly and asked, "Lin Tian, are you all right?" At this moment, Lin Tian, who was continuously absorbing spiritual ki, spoke up, "I need a few minutes to absorb this flame. Please help me keep watch and prevent other monsters from disturbing me." Hearing that, she said determinedly, "Don't worry, I won't let anything get close to you." Just then, above Ling Yue's head, a monster suddenly stuck out its long tongue. Immediately after, it swiftly lunged forward, opening its mouth full of teeth towards Ling Yue. She quickly realized and immediately dodged the attack. The monster, missing its target, crashed to the ground. Right after that, it quickly got back up and lunged towards Ling Yu. Its speed was very fast. Its claws slashed past Ling Yue, causing her to cry out. At this moment, a scratch had appeared on Ling Yue's arm. Immediately, she activated Cold Ice Thorn, attacking the monster. However, it seemed completely unfazed, only shaking its head and looking at Ling Yue. Seeing this, she was astonished, her expression darkening. "What?" Immediately after, the monster spat venom forward. Ling Yue immediately dodged the green liquid. She quickly jumped up. Ling Yue immediately activated ice blocks to counter the upcoming attack. However, the monster's tail directly struck, shattering the ice blocks and sending her flying. As soon as she fell to the ground, Ling Yue immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her body trembled on the ground, feeling as if dead, unable to move. Gradually, the monster approached Ling Yue. At this moment, a blue flame suddenly struck directly towards it. The monster's entire body was immediately engulfed in flames. It let out a painful roar. Lin Tian had now finished absorbing his entire body, radiating blue flames, with fiery wings seemingly appearing behind his back. He said coldly, "How dare you touch my person? Do you want to die? Just a beast, yet you dare to act so presumptuously." At this moment, the energy surrounding Lin Tian had turned blue, powerfully hovering in the air. The monster also looked up. It opened its large mouth, showing great anger. But at this very moment, a slash immediately cut across its body. The monster lay flat on the ground. Lin Tian immediately rushed forward like a flash. The monster tried to retaliate with a claw, but he dodged it. Next, He drew his sword. Immediately, he activated Thunder Flame Slash, striking down at the monster. It continued to resist, lashing its tail towards Lin Tian. He then used his sword to block the attack. Immediately after, Lin Tian retreated. He immediately activated his new flame. Lin Tian thought to himself, as expected of a courageous Spring 7th Realm demonic beast, it truly has some strength. The monster on the other side immediately roared and charged. Lin Tian gripped his sword tightly and said, "Playing with you is enough. It's time to end this." His sword was now enveloped by blue flames. Let me see just how powerful this pure lotus flame truly is. Immediately, Lin Tian tore downwards, unleashing the pure lotus, world-annihilating slash. The flames surged towards the monster. Immediately after, its mournful cry echoed. Then, he quickly approached Ling Yue and asked, "Are you all right?" She stood up and said, "Thankfully, you were here, otherwise I might have." Lin Tian looked at her and comforted. "It was just a small lizard monster. Nothing major. Be a bit more careful next time. Don't let yourself be ambushed again." Ling Yue wiped away the bloodstains and said, "Got it." At this moment, there seemed to be a sound coming from the water. Lin Tian said, "Come out, don't hide under the lake anymore." Hearing this, Ling Yue also looked over in surprise. Just then, water droplets splashed up from the lake surface. Immediately after, a massive monster, shaped almost like a dragon, appeared. The monster looked down at them and suddenly spoke. "Finally, I have finally escaped the seal at the bottom of the lake." Seeing the monster, Ling Yu covered her mouth in fright. "Is it a dragon?" "There are dragons in this place, and it can even speak." The dragon then proudly said, "I am a dignified, courageous Spring 9th stage. What's so strange about me speaking your human language?" Lin Tian sensed the aura of this dragon, secretly calculating. Its aura makes me feel a bit of danger. "Let's try talking first," Lin Tian said calmly. "Hey, did you create this anomaly?" The dragon's entire body was covered in blue flames. The dragon replied, "This anomaly was not created by me, but for me." Hearing this, Ling Yue asked in surprise, "Created for you? What does that mean?" It continued to recount. "More than 10 years ago, I cultivated in this lake, absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth just to break through the bloodline shackles and enter a higher realm. Unexpectedly, 2 damned humans broke in. They continuously suppressed me, not only sealing me at the bottom of the lake, but also attempting to seize my power." Hearing this, Ling Yue was startled and asked, "Do you remember what those 2 people looked like? What happened to them afterward?" The dragon replied, "I only remember the man named Lang Chuan and the woman named Shui Jing." Hearing this, Ling Yue was stunned, her face sinking as she murmured, "It's them, my parents." The dragon on the other side laughed loudly. "What an ironic twist of fate, that my liberators are their descendants." The dragon looked down at them and said, "It seems I must repay you 2 very well." As soon as he sensed that it did not intend to let them go, Lin Tian immediately took a defensive stance and said, "So your so-called repayment is to repay kindness with enmity?" The dragon immediately flew up and laughed loudly. "Repay kindness with enmity. This is the rule of the strong preying on the weak. Pay the price for what your parents did." Lin Tian quickly told Ling Yue, "You need to leave here now." Hearing this, Ling Yue was still determined to stay. "No, I can't leave you. Besides, I absolutely must learn the truth about my parents from its mouth." The dragon on the other side immediately spewed blue flames, attacking. "You won't escape. All of you will become my sacrifices." Lin Tian quickly used a sword strike to bat away the incoming flames. Then he turned to Ling Yue and said, "Ling Yue, don't try to overexert yourself. You're no match for it right now. I'll handle this dragon." Ling Yue still insisted, "No, even if I'm not strong enough, I can't leave you to face it alone." The dragon on the other side laughed loudly in mockery. "What touching camaraderie! What a pity! Don't expect any of you to leave here alive today." Lin Tian patiently comforted her. "Calm down. I'll deal with this dragon. Go quickly and see if there's any information your parents left behind around here." Hearing this, she finally softened. "Information about my parents," he continued. "Go. Leave this place to me." Ling Yue softly said, "Thank you." Immediately after, she turned and ran. The dragon immediately attacked. "Don't even think about going anywhere." Its tail lashed out, Lin Tian used his sword to block the attack. At this moment, his entire body also erupted in blue flames. "You're too overconfident, Lan Long." On the other side, Ling Yue ran like lightning through the cave. Then, she ran to another location, where a white stone appeared. Ling Yu murmured in surprise, "What is that?" It was then that she saw her parents sleeping inside. As soon as she saw them, she was immediately astonished. Her eyes reddening. "Mom and Dad." Ling Yue continuously pounded on the stone, saying, "I'll save you two right away." She then activated Cold Ice Thorn towards the ice block. However, the ice block remained unmoved, deflecting her attack. Seeing this, Ling Yue was stunned. "What?" She then furiously attacked the ice block, continuously asking, "Why? Why?" Tears streamed down Ling Yue's cheeks. She knelt before the ice block. "Why? Why is it like this?" Elsewhere, where the dragon was fighting, the dragon said, "Your death will be the first step in my revenge." It immediately created a vortex of blue fire, attacking. "Die." Long Tian used Dragon Wing Blast, directly deflecting its attack, saying, "You're not qualified enough." Immediately, his attack merged with the fire's attack. Seeing this, the dragon snorted coldly. "It seems you have some strength." It then unleashed blue flames towards him. "If you wish to die, then I shall grant your wish." Long Tian coldly charged forward. "Too weak." Immediately after, his sword clashed with the flames. Two sources of energy collided. After a moment, as the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Lin Tian asked, "Is this all your true strength?" At this moment, Lin Tian was completely unharmed, saying, "A creature at the courageous spring 9th stage is this weak." By this point, the dragon was furious. "Impossible. How could you block 80% of my power?" "That's 80% of a courageous spring 9th stage's power." Lin Tian still coldly told it, "I'm giving you one last chance. Use your strongest power and techniques, or die." The dragon immediately flew up arrogantly. "You're asking for death. Next, I'll show you my full power." Immediately after, it attacked Lin Tian, with full force using blue flames. "Regret in the flames for angering me, human." Lin Tian also entered a combat stance. "Hemph, is that all?" Lin Tian immediately batted away the flames, and, following the momentum, lunged towards the dragon. The dragon's eyes widened in shock, and then Lin Tian slashed its neck. It roared in pain, lightning flame. Immediately after, Lin Tian landed on the ground. The dragon looked at Lin Tian with annoyance. "Damn it, if it weren't for that sword, you would have been burned to ashes by me long ago," Lin Tian exclaimed. Upon hearing that, he immediately tossed the sword aside and said, "Then let's try again." Seeing this, the dragon asked in astonishment, "What did you say?" Lin Tian continued to challenge it. "Let's give it another try." The dragon immediately began to gather blue flames in its mouth and said, "This is you asking for death." Immediately, it spat out another blue flame, demonic dragon roar. That blue flame shot towards Lin Tian at a rapid speed. Lin Tian's expression also darkened as he said, "Bring it on." His entire body was now covered in blue flames. Then, he extended his hand, creating another blue flame. The blue flame immediately enveloped Lin Tian's fist. Immediately after, the two sources of pure lotus flame energy collided, creating a massive explosion. Lin Tian's flame immediately overwhelmed the dragon's flame and attacked towards it. It cried out, "Unbelievable! Impossible! Human, how can you withstand my demonic dragon roar empty-handed?" He calmly replied, "Both being at the courageous spring 9th stage, why couldn't I withstand your demonic dragon roar? You are merely an outdated existence. Now I am the lord of this land." Lin Tian then drew his sword and said, "If you've exhausted all your techniques, then it's my turn now." The dragon immediately soared high into the sky. "I cannot die. I must live on. I am already at the courageous spring 9th stage, just one step away from becoming an iron vein stage. I absolutely cannot die here." Just as the dragon was about to flee, Lin Tian immediately said, trying to run, "It's too late." The sword in his hand began to gather a stream of blue flames. Then, he unleashed a thunder flame, one blade slash at the dragon. However, it seems that it still managed to escape. Lin Tian placed a reassuring hand on Ling Yue's shoulder. "I'll go check out this glass block." With that, he slowly approached the glass block in front of him. He silently assessed, These runes make me feel a terrifying aura. Lin Tian quickly requested. System, please check what these runes on this glass block are. The notification sound rang out. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. This type of energy is rune energy. Host must evolve to the Iron Vein stage to absorb it. Lin Tian rubbed his chin, realizing the problem. So, that's it. It seems I can't break this glass block right now. If I can't break it from the top, then I'll start from the bottom. Immediately, he plunged the sword in his hand forcefully into the ground. Ling Yue, behind him, curiously asked, Lin Tian, what are you trying to do? Lin Tian smiled, glancing at her as he replied, I'm digging this glass block up. Come out for me. A surging stream of power enveloped him, strongly impacting the glass block. The ground rumbled and shook, and the glass block was quickly brought to the surface. Lin Tian panted tiredly. Finally, I've dug it up. Ling Yue stared blankly at the glass block. What should we do next? Hearing that, he smiled and decided, move it outside. She looked as if she couldn't believe her ears. Huh! A nearby Lan Long secretly observed the two. It glared hatefully at Lin Tian from afar. That human bastard dared to injure it. Once it recovered from its injuries, it would definitely seek revenge on him. Its eyes burned with extreme resentment. The people outside the cave began to chatter. I told you so. Big brother Lin Tian is incredibly powerful. That sword strike just now was too overbearing. I wonder how many levels stronger he is than Song Jinggang. Speak softly. He's still over there. Haim. So what if he's there? A person who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. What's there to respect? Jingkang stood in a corner, arms crossed, annoyed. If this old man hadn't lost an arm, this old man would definitely slaughter all you scum. Suddenly, a wave of power enveloped everyone, leaving them bewildered. Lan Long began to charge and attack them. Dragon's breath. Horrific screams echoed. Everyone began to warn each other. A dragon. Everyone, be careful. Everyone focused their power to attack this Lan Long. Flame slash, ice slash, water dragon bullet. Lan Long attacked with exhilaration, unleashing continuous blows. This is the feeling I should have. True power, true dominance. This is the feeling of power. This is the feeling of a ruler. Jing Kang quickly turned and fled when he saw its power. This isn't a monster I can defeat. I must retreat immediately. I absolutely cannot die here. Lan Long had noticed his escape. I want to run. Jin Kang was startled when Lan Long attacked him. He thought to himself, oh no, I've been discovered. Lan Long gave a dangerous laugh and asked him, do you think you can escape from my grasp? Human. Jin Kang quickly pleaded with it. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything for you. Lan Long asked him doubtfully. Based on a cripple who's lost an arm like you, what do you think you can do to help me? Jin Kang quickly promised it. I can help you kill all these cultivators. The people behind him began to protest. Song Jinggang, you dare to betray us, just to save your own life. Brother Lin should have just killed you with one slash earlier. You scoundrel. Lan Long laughed mockingly. That alone isn't enough for you to survive. I can kill them all in the blink of an eye. Jin Kang continued to negotiate with it. I can release you from this anomaly. Hearing this, Lan Long immediately asked back, doubtfully, you can release me. Seeing Lan Long hesitate, Jin Kang continued to persuade it. I can utilize the spiritual energy of the anomaly's teleportation gate. Using enough spiritual energy to break the spatial confinement, helping you enter the outside world. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lan Long immediately unleashed its power. It quickly launched a terrifying attack to protect Jin Kang. The other female cultivators saw this and immediately criticized him. Song Jinggang, you dare to betray humanity again. You beast, you ungrateful wretch. Don't forget that humanity raised you. Jin Kang witnessed the scene and sneered. Ungrateful and treacherous. This is what they call, the one who adapts to the times is the true hero. The monster heard him speak and laughed gleefully. Well said, the one who adapts to the times is the true hero. I'll give you a chance to prove your worth. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Kang felt the monster's power envelop his entire body, as if burning him. It seemed Jin Kang was becoming even stronger. The female cultivators gnashed their teeth in anger. Lan Long ordered Jin Kang, now, prove your worth. Hearing that, he smirked sinisterly, raising his arm, which was covered in dragon scales. Understood, Lord Lan Long. Yu Qing. seeing the unfavorable situation for their side, turned to discuss with Fei Fei. Sister Fei Fei, we cannot let this traitor escape. Fei Fei, hearing this, agreed, that's right. Even if it costs us our lives, we must stop him. Jing Kang gave a challenging smile. You two think you can stop me? How ridiculous. Let's see what you two are capable of. Mo Q hastily stopped everyone. If there's anything, let's talk it out, don't fight among yourselves. Yu Qing tensely pushed Mo Chu's hand away. Get out of the way, don't block my path. She quickly unleashed her power. Shouting, Crimson Cold Ice! She powerfully yelled. Watch this! Jin Kang looked at Yu Qing, rushing towards him, scoffing. Too weak. With that, he swung his sword, cutting off her attack. At the same time, Fei Fei also ambushed him from behind. His hand, covered in dragon scales, seized her leg tightly. Fei Fei's eyes widened in shock. Jin Kang smirked, turning to look at her. He lifted Fei Fei high and slammed her hard onto the ground, drawing the sword from his back. He let out a savage laugh. Fei Fei looked up in terror. Damn it, I can't dodge. Just as Jin Kang swung his sword down, a surge of power blew the sword away. He looked at the scene before him with suspicion. What's going on? What is this strange feeling? Yu Qing's expression darkened. She unleashed a move while threatening. Let go of Sister Fei Fei. Jin Kang irritably threw Fei Fei forward. Fei Fei looked at Yu Qing gratefully. Thanks, Yu Qing. Yu Qing quickly caught her and warned. Sister Fei Fei, we need to be careful of his attacks. Jin Kang looked at them with disdain. You two were lucky just now, but your luck ends here. Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. The sword strike he just unleashed caused the surroundings to shake violently. Fei Fei and Yu Qing fell freely into a pile of rubble. They painfully landed hard on the ground. Fei Fei struggled to get up. She quickly rushed over to Yu Qing. Yu Qing, wake up. Fei Fei helped Yu Qing up to examine her. Damn it, Yu Qing's injuries are too severe. Jin Kang stood above, looking down at them. Have you all clearly seen the power disparity yet? Fei Fei looked up and criticized Jin Kang. Song Jingang, you shameless human, only knows how to kneel and beg for life. When Lin Tian returns, he will definitely make you pay. Hearing this, he looked at Fei Fei with a resolute gaze. Don't worry, even if he doesn't come, I will actively seek him out. After all, my power is terrifying now. Die! Fei Fei gritted his teeth and held Yu Qing tightly in his arms. Lin Tian, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Jin Kang's attack was blown off course. The attack left a long streak on the cliff face. Fei Fei was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. What? Mo Q sighed and slowly walked over. You scared me to death. I almost didn't know what to say to big brother Lin Tian. Fei Fei looked in surprise at the person who appeared before him. Mo Q. Jin Kang suddenly realized the problem. My previous attack wasn't lethal. Was that also your trickery? Right, Mo Q awkwardly scratched his head. Big brother Song, Jin Gang is indeed formidable. My small tricks simply cannot be hidden from you. So, how about this? Let's just end things here today. Hearing this, he secretly assessed. I've never seen this kid's abilities before. I definitely need to be a bit careful. Jin Kang looked at Mo Q with annoyance. What do you mean by that? Mo Q stepped forward and quickly explained. What I mean is, you should quickly make that dragon leave this singularity. And then we'll just pretend nothing happened. Okay. Fei Fei immediately retorted. No. If the dragon leaves the singularity, the army outside will be completely unprepared. At that point, who knows how many people will die? Mo Q tried to persuade her. Sister-in-law, you and Yu Qing are both seriously injured and need immediate treatment. Otherwise, when big brother Lin Tian returns, how will I explain myself? Besides, I originally came to the convention just for the experience. I never expected to encounter a situation like this. Sister-in-law, please listen to your little brother's advice. Even if those two get out, they won't cause any trouble. This Song Jingang is merely a defeated subordinate of big brother Lin Tian. When big brother returns, he'll deal with him. It'll only take a minute, right? Hearing him say that, Jin Kang furiously roared and launched an attack. You want to die? Mo Q dodged the attack while yelping. How terrifying. Big brother Song, you're truly domineering. I'm about to be overwhelmed by your aura. Jin Kang continued to unleash his power. Flame 10 length slash. Mo Q still tried to persuade him. Big brother Song. Let's stop here. I am a pacifist. Jin Kang ignored him, gritting his teeth in anger. If you have the guts, don't use these tricks. Come up here and take another one of my moves. Hearing this, Mo Qiu sighed in frustration. A diversion. Brother Song, my physique has been weak since childhood, so I detest direct combat like this the most, but that doesn't mean I don't have my own strengths. A surge of power from him shot straight towards Jin Kang without hesitation. Jin Kang was enveloped by an immense force. He gaped in disbelief at the scene before him. A dazzling light appeared in the vast open air. He was struck down to the ground, forced to use his sword to desperately resist. Jin Kang trembled, gritting his teeth. You shameless brat, what kind of ability have you awakened? Mo Q feigned innocence in response. Who would ever tell others about their own advantageous abilities? Brother Song, take Lan Long and leave. Fighting like this is meaningless. Jin Kang stubbornly raised his sword again. I am Song Jingang. I cannot possibly lose to a shameless scoundrel like you. Mo Q calmly met his attack. Brother Song, this attack of yours will only harm yourself. Jin Kang cried out miserably from his attack. He unwillingly shouted. I don't believe it. Mo Q calmly extended his hand to launch another move. Surging currents of power then enveloped Jin Kang. He stubbornly gritted his teeth and observed, this brat's ability is too bizarre. Could it be that I truly don't have any chance at all? Fei Fei also nervously watched the battle. What kind of ability was this after all? Was he really that strong? Jin Kang furiously brought his sword down. Mo Qiu, I don't believe you can absorb this. Flame 2. He braced his sword against the ground and unleashed his power. Flame shockwave. Waves of fierce power surged towards Mo Qiu. He calmly extended his hand and easily received the attack. Jin Kang was immediately knocked back. He fell to the ground, unwilling to accept defeat. Why? Why did I lose? Mo Qiu calmly spoke. Song Jingang, this noise should end now. Lan Long, having just witnessed the infighting, laughed gleefully. What a fun show. Mo Qiu turned back in alarm to look at it. It suddenly attacked from behind, catching him off guard. Fei Fei screamed in panic. Mo Qiu, Jin Kang stammered as he looked at Lan Long. Lan Long, my lord, Lan Long sneered triumphantly. Thanks to the spiritual energy of you human cultivators, my injuries have not only recovered but I've also advanced to a stronger realm. Next, I will leave this anomaly and take revenge on those who once sealed me. I will make them pay. Jin Kang crawled towards Lan Long, pleading, Lan Long, my lord, please take me with you. I am willing to serve you and help you conquer the world. Lan Long glanced at him, assessing, your performance is indeed very good. But I don't need useless trash. Hearing this, he tried to stop him. No, Lord Lan Long, I have sacrificed everything for you. You can't do this. Jin Kang's scream echoed throughout the anomaly. Lan Long casually tossed his body down. It turned towards Fei Fei and the others. Next, it's your turn. Fei Fei, holding Yu Qing, looked at it in horror. Mo Qiu struggled to get up and instructed, Sister-in-law, you two, come here. I have something to tell you all. Fei Fei glanced at him. What is it? He quickly explained. The moment Lan Long launches an attack, I will create a spatial rift leading to the exit of the anomaly. You must immediately take Yu Qing and enter it. Fei Fei looked at Mo Qiu worriedly. What about you? You can't possibly stay here alone. You'll die. Hearing this, he smiled. Brother Lin Tian entrusted you all to me, so I must get you out safely. Just then, Lan Long swiftly launched an attack towards them. Die, Mo Qiu also shouted. Now's the time. He opened a spatial rift in front of Fei Fei. Mo Qiu quickly urged. This is it. Go quickly. Fei Fei, supporting Yu Qing, insisted. Mo Qiu, you must survive. With that, she took Yu Qing through the spatial rift. Immediately, Mo Qiu was attacked by Lan Long. It looked at him irritably. If you want to be a hero, then I'll let you die first. Hearing this, Mo Qiu smiled with amusement. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Back to Lin Tian and Ling Yue. As Lin Tian put down the crystal block, he sighed. I'm dead tired. This thing is incredibly heavy. After hearing Fei Fei recount the situation, Lin Tian grew even more anxious. Mo Qiu, what happened to him? And what about and her injuries? Fei Fei's expression grew even gloomier. Mo Q, in order to protect Yu Qing and me so we could escape, was severely wounded by a very powerful Lan Long. Hearing this, Lin Tian looked at her suspiciously. Could it be that escaped Lan Long? He quickly turned and left. All right, I'm going now. Ling Yue, you and Fei Fei take Yu Qing and the crystal away from here, as fast as possible. Hearing this, Ling Yue immediately suggested, let me go with you. Didn't Fei Fei say that Lan Long has already evolved to the Iron Vein stage? Lin Tian smiled to reassure her. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Mo Qiu back. Hearing this, Ling Yu secretly prayed, Mo Qiu, you must come back alive. Returning to the battle site between Lan Long and Mo Qiu was quickly struck down to the ground by the Lan Long. He struggled to sit up. This really hurts a bit. He tried to create another spatial rift. The gap was tiny, making it impossible for Mo Qiu to pass through. He panted exhaustedly, wondering if his spiritual energy was no longer sufficient. Seeing this, Lan Long quickly explained, the reason you can't tear open the spatial rift isn't because your spiritual energy is insufficient, but because I used my spiritual energy to forcibly close the spatial rift you tore open. How does it feel to wait for death? Mo Qiu slowly replied, honestly, not great, but this isn't my first time experiencing it. Hearing this, Lan Long became enraged and launched a series of attacks. Then today, I will definitely beat you until you beg for mercy. It roared and spewed a stream of dragon's breath towards Mo Qiu. Mo Qiu painfully tried to resist that immense power. He was in so much pain that he collapsed to the ground, but still smiled serenely. The toughest part of me is my mouth. You brat, you can't do anything about it. Lan Long roared furiously, as if shaking heaven and earth. Die. Mo Qiu remained slumped, ignoring the fierce attack. Suddenly, another surge of power rushed in, deflecting Lan Long's attack. It narrowed its eyes dangerously. It's you. Lin Tian appeared, holding his sword majestically. He slowly spoke. Mo Qiu, thank you very much this time. I owe you a favor. We'll settle it once we're out. Mo Qiu quickly stopped him. Don't jinx it. I don't want to die yet. Lin Tian turned back and comforted him. You've worked hard. Just leave the rest to me. With that, he slowly advanced towards Lan Long. Before, I didn't kill you because I was worried about Ling Yue's safety. But this time, you won't escape. Lan Long gnashed his teeth and sneered. Just relying on you, I have successfully evolved to the Iron Vein stage, while you are merely at the Valor Absolute 9th level peak. Now, killing you is as simple as crushing an ant. Hearing that, Long Tian stared at him intently. Oh, if you think you're so powerful, then let's see if you truly possess that great ability. With that, he stomped hard on the ground. Building momentum to leap, he charged straight towards Lan Long without hesitation. Lan Long also quickly made his move. Humph. Childish tricks. Long Tian once again dodged its attack. He also swung a sword strike in return. He secretly mused to himself. The defensive power of the Iron Vein stage is indeed tough. But Long Tian unleashed a direct strike towards Lan Long. Lightning flame blasting slash. Lan Long immediately retaliated. Dragon Wing Storm. Long Tian was knocked back by its power, flying straight towards the cliff. He let out a challenging sneer. The Iron Vein stage is nothing more than this. Lan Long gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn mosquito, why aren't you dead yet? Long Tian seized the opportunity to continue his attack. Lightning flame blasting slash. Lan Long also counterattacked. Dragon pattern flash. Spirit energy storm. Long Tian was beaten to a pulp by it. Seeing this, Lan Long sneered. This is the gap between you and me, human. Long Tian gloomily muttered. It really does take a bit of effort to fight an Iron Vein stage practitioner when you're at peak Spring Realm, doesn't it? Hearing this, it mocked him. A bit of effort, watch your words. You speak as if you're intentionally suppressing your power. Long Tian gave a disdainful smile. That's right, I am indeed suppressing my own power. Lan Long couldn't believe his ears. What? He said he's suppressing his own power. Could it be that he has also reached the Iron Vein stage? It irritably replied. What nonsense are you talking about? He's just a puny human. How could he possibly reach the Iron Vein stage? Long Tian plunged his sword into the ground. I originally wanted to break through in a safe place. After all, It's my first breakthrough, and I didn't know what unexpected things might happen, so I've always controlled my spiritual energy within my body. But now, all the cultivators in the anomaly point have been killed by you. No, wait, they have all safely left. So no matter what happens, it doesn't matter. A system screen appeared before him. The host's spiritual energy is full. You can advance to Iron Vein stage. Yes, no. Long Tien decisively pressed the screen. He quickly broke through to a new realm. Lan Long couldn't believe that immense power. What? Lin Tian looked up defiantly. Come on, bring it. Lan Long gaped in astonishment. How can this be? A mere human child, how can he reach the Iron Vein stage? But the aura emanating from him makes me feel fear. Seeing its hesitation, Lin Tian taunted. What's wrong? Are you too scared to attack? Lamb Dragon's breath roared. You're nothing but a temporary product relying on someone else's power. Let me show you what true. Suddenly, it froze. Lin Tian's sword was already pointed straight at its throat. He casually uttered, My apologies, I just had a breakthrough. My control over my strength wasn't good. I almost killed you. Don't worry. You tormented Fei Fei, and the others, so terribly. I won't let you die quickly. Lan Long roared furiously. You're digging your own grave. It quickly unleashed its move. Three-wave fist. Lin Tian quickly and easily countered its attack. The surge of power was fierce, yet he was completely unharmed. Seeing this, Lan Long was too astonished to speak. How can his speed be so fast? Could it be that he has truly entered the Iron Vein stage, just like me? Lin Tian also unleashed his own move in response. Thunderflame Slash. The attack made Lan Long scream miserably. He continued to raise his sword. My next strike will be aimed at your left abdomen. Don't squirm around, or if I accidentally kill you, it won't be easy to hand you over. Lan Long roared furiously, and continued to unleash another attack, towards Lin Tian. Dragon Claw Wind Blade Slash. Lin Tian decisively parried that attack, with Lightning Ray Slash. The clash of the two powers made the surrounding land and sky tremble. Lin Tian quickly retreated. Lan Long raised its tail, and swung it wildly everywhere. He agilely dodged the consecutive strikes, then decisively plunged his sword straight into its head. That sword strike seared along Lan Long's body, making it shriek in pain. It still couldn't believe the reality before its eyes, wondering, how can this be? Lin Tian continued to stare at it. Fei Fei and Yu Qing have been avenged. Next, it's time to settle Mo Q's debt. Lan Long struggled, secretly assessing its opponent. This kid is too wicked. I can't keep fighting him. I need to find a way to escape. It aimed at Mo Q and unleashed a direct attack. Use your life to help me escape. Die! Mo Q gritted his teeth in pain, and Lin Tian's expression turned grim. He quickly blocked Lan Long's next attack aimed at Mo Q. Lan Long chuckled gleefully and quickly fled. Lin Tian bent down and hastily asked Mo Q, Are you all right? Mo Q struggled to get up and replied, Lin Tian, leave me be. That dragon cannot be allowed to escape. Lin Tian replied coldly. Escape, it won't get away. He added, Mo Qiu, you must keep the skill. I'm about to use a secret. Hearing this, he firmly replied, Okay. Long Tian began to unleash his power, which surged around him. Mo Qiu tried to shield himself. Is this the power of the Iron Vein stage? Does Lin Tian's body contain spiritual energy with 3 attributes? Lin Tian decisively raised his sword forward and quickly shouted, Die! His move was quickly unleashed, Thunderflame Extreme Light Slash. That immense surge of power rapidly flew towards Lan Long. It was astonished and speechless. What kind of aura is this? The power struck it, causing blood to splatter. As it spat out a mouthful of blood, it exclaimed, What? No. Mo Q was also stunned, witnessing that power. That's too strong. Is this truly the power an Iron Vein stage can achieve? He curiously asked Lin Tian. Lin Tian, are you really in the Iron Vein stage? Hearing this, he quickly replied, Actually, you're quite formidable too. I didn't expect you could push Lan Long to such a pathetic state. You clearly possess such great power. Why pretend to be useless? Mo Q sighed sadly. Because, I'm afraid that one day I'll lose control. The ability I awakened is spatial severance. Once I lose control, the damage it causes will be unpredictable. Long Tian placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Great power indeed needs to be used cautiously, but you don't have to be afraid, as long as you master it. Inside a tent, voices echoed everywhere. Lan Long at the anomalous point has evolved to the Iron Vein stage, and Lin Tian and Mo Q are struggling to resist. Xiao Feng, with a surprised expression, exclaimed, "What? A dragon? What about the other cultivators?" Fei Fei closed his eyes tightly and slowly replied, "Lan Long killed them all." His face turned pale, revealing his panic. "They're all dead. They were all courageous Spring 7th Realm cultivators." Ling Yue glanced to the side and said, "Lan Long evolved to the Iron Vein stage. His power exceeded our imagination." Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, placing his hand on the table. "Iron Vein stage? What kind of existence is it? After all?" Fei Fei, a little angry, spoke up, "Han Xiaofeng. Immediately assemble a force to the anomalous point to reinforce Lin Tian. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable." Ling Yue, standing beside him, added, "That's right, Uncle Liu. If we don't act, Lin Tian and Mo Q might not be able to hold on." He heard this and replied sternly, "Yes, young miss, I will immediately form an elite team to enter the anomalous point." In front of a massive cave entrance, a group of soldiers stood in neat rows, preparing to enter. Squad 1, check ammunition reserves. Squad 2, review the tactical plan once more. Understood. Suddenly, two figures emerged from inside, surprising them. All of them simultaneously aimed their weapons into the cave. "All units, be vigilant. We absolutely cannot let Lan Long enter this world." Inside, Lin Tian was helping Mo Q walk out, their appearance no less surprising. "Oh!" Fei Fei and Ling Yu, standing behind them, spoke up upon seeing him. "Lin Tian, are you all right?" "That's great. Are you injured?" As he walked over to them, he replied, "I'm fine, no need to worry." "Fei Fei, what are these soldiers doing?" Hearing Lin Tian's question, she immediately replied, "We wanted to go in and help you defeat Lan Long." He calmly lowered his gaze and said, "No need to worry. Lan Long is already dead." Those present, upon hearing this, were stunned and cried out, "What, brother Lin Tian? Do you mean you defeated Lan Long, who is at the Iron Vein stage?" Lin Tian replied softly, and further explained, "Yes, currently, there is no longer any danger in the anomaly point. Everyone can go in and check if there are any lucky surviving cultivators. Lan Long's corpse is in there, so surely no one can threaten you all anymore." Zhao Feng looked at him with a serious expression. "If brother Lin Tian says there's no problem, then we will go check." He led the way and ordered, "Enter the anomaly point. Search for lucky survivors." Those behind him followed, shouting loudly, "Understood." The group followed one another, deep inside. Suddenly, they all stopped simultaneously at the sight. Before their eyes was a corpse amidst a pile of rubble, with large blood stains still clinging below. They whispered, "Is it really a dragon?" "This is the first time I've seen a dragon. Brother Lin Tian is incredibly strong. These battle traces are even more powerful than nuclear weapons." Zhao Feng looked down, bewildered. Did brother Lin Tian kill a dragon? And a dragon at the Iron Vein stage cultivation level? A few drops of sweat dotted his cheeks. Isn't something like this only supposed to exist in novels? The others began to split up to search for survivors. "There's someone alive here. Quick, help!" Inside the hospital room, a glass cabinet was filled with boxes of medicine. Mo Q lay on the hospital bed, bandaged all over. Doctors continuously examined him. A doctor turned to Lin Tian and said, "The wounds have been treated, not much blood was lost, and for now, his life is not in danger." Lin Tian crossed his arms, glanced towards the bed, and asked, "How are you feeling?" Mo Q, pale-faced, let out a breath and replied, "Don't worry, I won't die." "Lin Tian, I have a favor to ask of you." Hearing this, Lin Tian asked, "What is it?" Mo Q frowned, his tone pleading, "Please keep my true strength a secret for now." Lin Tian agreed to his request without hesitation. "All right, if you don't want to talk about it, then I won't either. Thank you, Lin Tian." Lin Tian turned and left the hospital room. "If you're all right now, I'll go visit Ling Yue's parents." Outside the room was a rather spacious area. Lin Tian stepped inside and immediately asked, "How's the research going?" Liu Ying asked, when he saw him. "Lin Tian, you're here. Ling Yu, standing nearby, also spoke up, "We still haven't found a way to break the crystal yet." Liu Ying turned to look at the crystal block, adding, "This crystal seal is extremely sturdy. We've tried many methods, but it seems we still can't break its structure." Lin Tian frowned in thought. "I remember back then, the system notified me that once I reached the Iron Vein stage, I could absorb the power of this rune. Now that I've successfully broken through to the Iron Vein stage, it's the right time to try absorbing some." After thinking, he spoke to them. "I can try to see if I can open it. Everyone, except for Ling Yue, please step outside for now." Hearing this, Liu Ying left immediately without questioning. "Oh, all right." He stepped outside first, followed by a group of people in research attire. Ling Yu looked at him and softly asked, "Lin Tian, how do you plan to do it? Do you need my assistance?" He touched the crystal block and said, "Within this crystal block, a powerful energy is sealed. This surge of power is extremely unstable. It is precisely its existence that makes the crystal so sturdy, almost indestructible." Lin Tian's face suddenly turned grim. He intended to absorb that energy, guiding it into his body through his spiritual energy. In doing so, the seal on the crystal would be broken. Ling Yue, worried, hastily asked again, "You want to absorb that energy? Will doing so harm you? This surge of power is too immense. Can you withstand it?" He smiled reassuringly at her. "Don't worry, this bit of energy is nothing to me," Lin Tian suddenly added, startling Ling Yue. "However, after this incident, I realize that you guys are maturing too slowly. The dangers you'll face later might be something you can't cope with." Ling Yue looked at him with a dejected expression, thinking to herself, "Slow my ass. You're just too fast. It's only been a few months since I met you, and you've already broken through to the Iron Vein realm." Lin Tian continued to instruct, "Therefore, when I absorb the energy from the crystal, I'll simultaneously transmit some spiritual energy to you, so that your strength can also increase a bit, to cope with future dangers." Ling Yu raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. "What? You want to transmit spiritual energy to me? Could it be that you've awakened ice attribute spiritual energy?" He quickly replied, "No, I only have spiritual energy with 3 attributes: lightning, fire, and light." Ling Yue looked at Lin Tian, puzzled. "Then how will you give it to me? My body cannot withstand spiritual energy with different attributes." A system notification appeared. "Congratulations, host, for successfully evolving to the Iron Vein realm. Reward issued, 1 spiritual energy pill. Consuming this pill can enhance a new spiritual energy attribute." Lin Tian smirked and said, "Don't worry. I just happened to find a treasure suitable for you in the anomaly point." He brought the pill in front of Ling Yue, making her stunned. What is this?" Ling Yue stepped back, but her gaze remained fixed on his hand. "Isn't this the spirit chi pill recorded in ancient texts? This type of medicinal pill is extremely rare. It's said that only ancient alchemists could create it. Now, it has been completely lost." Lin Tian remained calm. "Since you already know, I don't need to explain further. Swallow it quickly." She waved her hand repeatedly, refusing. "No, this pill is too precious. I cannot accept it. You should keep it. You will definitely have a use for it later." He didn't waver at all, sticking to his intention. "Don't overthink it. I have many ways to become stronger. I don't lack this one pill. Moreover, I want you to eat it because only then will you be able to withstand the upcoming power. Otherwise, your body won't be able to bear it at all." Hearing this, Ling Yue had no choice but to follow Lin Tian's wishes. "All right, I'll eat it." She took the medicinal pill and slowly put it into her mouth. Ling Yue's body was enveloped by streams of energy. "This spiritual energy is so powerful. My body feels like it can't take it anymore." Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Ling Yue's eyes widened, and she screamed loudly. "Ah!" Lin Tian's face darkened, and he quickly stepped forward to reassure her. "Calm down, don't resist the flow of spiritual energy. I will help you guide it." Hearing this, she followed his instructions, raising both hands and keeping her mind calm. A golden stream of energy suddenly enveloped Lin Tian's other arm. Around, there were also ancient characters floating. The lines of text emitting a golden light became increasingly clear. He placed his hand on Ling Yue's head, surprising her. "Brother, what are you doing?" Lin Tian smirked and replied, "From today onwards, You are also a cultivator with 2 attributes. Ling Yue was astonished to hear that. What? Long Tian can actually help me become a cultivator with 2 attributes. A golden light enveloped the entire room. The swirling light covered his arm. At this moment, Ling Yue closed her eyes tightly. Her body relaxed. He smiled and said to her, "From today onwards, this power will belong to you." Outside a large house, Long Tian opened the door and stepped inside. Fei Fei saw him, ran out, and happily hugged his arm, saying, "Welcome home." She quickly asked about the situation. "Have Ling Yue's parents been rescued yet?" Long Tian replied, "They've been rescued. They are currently in a coma in the hospital, expected to wake up in a few days." The two walked to the sofa, sitting and chatting. Fei Fei asked, "That's great then. Where's Ling Yue? Is she all right?" Long Tian replied, "She's fine, but she just gained new abilities. The hospital advised her to stay for observation, to see if there are any after effects." Fei Fei tilted her head and asked, "New abilities? What attributes are they?" Long Tian sighed and replied, "Go ask her yourself." I said no more. Suddenly, the phone in Fei Fei's hand rang. "Oh, a call now. What's up?" I glanced over at Fei Fei. "Who is it? Why do you look so surprised?" Fei Fei replied, "It's a very good close friend, Chu Mengiao. She rarely calls me proactively." As soon as Fei Fei greeted her, Lin Tian's face turned pale. "Hello, Mengiao, what's happening?" A voice from the other end of the line said, "Fei Fei, there's a cultivator named Mo Chiu participating in the martial arts tournament in our Xincheng city. Have you met him?" Fei Fei frowned slightly and asked, "Mengiao, what happened? Your voice doesn't sound very good." It was then that Mengiao spoke loudly, making Fei Fei jump to her feet. Xincheng City has suffered a super mutation level disaster. The army and all the cultivators have been wiped out. Fei Fei asked anxiously, "What? A super mutation level? Are you okay? Where are you?" Mengiao replied, "I'm temporarily safe, hiding in an underground shelter, but the situation is very bad." Hearing Mengiao's answer, Fei Fei calmly sat down and continued to listen. Mengiao said, "All the cultivators have fallen in battle, and the army has been almost completely massacred. I don't know what to do anymore." Fei Fei glanced at her phone screen. "Mengiao, don't panic. I'll go tell Grandpa right away. We will definitely save everyone." The other end of the line replied, "To be honest, I don't have much hope. I called you to ask you to tell Mo Chiu not to return. He's too weak. If he comes back, he certainly won't make it out alive. Just stay with you guys from now on. Xincheng City has turned into a living hell." Fei Fei lowered the phone, turned to look at Lin Tian, and softly called, "Lin Tian." Lin Tian gave a thumbs up, pointing upwards, and said, "The time it takes for me to resolve the crisis in Xincheng City depends on how long it takes to fly from here to there." Hearing this, she spoke into the phone again. "Mengiao, don't worry, I will definitely rescue you." The other side quickly replied, "Thank you, Fei Fei. I really..." But then suddenly fell silent. She anxiously shouted into the phone, "Hello, hello, Mengiao. Are you still there?" Lin Tian stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of Xincheng City. Go prepare the helicopter. I'll go meet Mo Qiu to discuss the specific action plan." Fei Fei replied, "All right, I'll prepare it right away." In the early morning, golden sunlight shone down on the hospital building. Mo Qiu sat on the bed, happily drinking water. Lin Tian unexpectedly walked in and asked, "You're almost fully recovered, aren't you?" Mo Qiu suddenly lay down on the bed, his face lacking vitality as he spoke. "Big brother Lin Tian, I can't take it anymore. I'm afraid I don't have much longer to live." Lin Tian immediately recounted the situation angrily. Xincheng City has suffered a super variant level attack disaster. Most of the cultivators and military in the city have been wiped out. Chu Mengiao, Shen Fei Fei's best friend, called. After hearing this, Lin Tian suddenly sat bolt upright. Did something happen to Chu Mengiao? Lin Tian calmly asked Mo Qiu, "Do you know her?" Mo Qiu hastily replied, "Ah, she's the daughter of our Cultivator Association's chairman. Everyone in the association knows her." Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. Could Mo Qiu have something going on with Chu Mengiao? Lin Tian asked, one hand on his hip. "I need to go to Xincheng City to save her now. I need a guide who knows the terrain of Xincheng City well. Can your body handle the trip? Mo Q's expression turned serious as he replied, Don't worry, I could guide you through Xincheng City with my eyes closed. A large screen displayed a world map, accompanied by charts and data, giving the impression of a modern high-tech monitoring center. Lin Tian said indifferently, I need a laptop that can connect to satellites for use on the road. The officer grumbled while typing. Lin Tian, I acknowledge all your contributions, but military laptops contain a lot of confidential information, and cannot be arbitrarily taken out of the military. Lin Tian frowned, his face showing annoyance, and said, I'm informing you, not negotiating. With a fierce gaze and a sharp tone, he said, Lin Tian, don't be so unreasonable. The military has its rules. Even though your achievements are outstanding, you don't have the right to take secret equipment without authorization. Lin Tian gave a faint, mocking laugh and said, Rules. Xincheng City is experiencing a super mutation disaster, and you're still here talking about rules with me. The faces of everyone in the room turned ashen, and sounds of panic erupted. What? Xincheng City suffered a super mutation disaster. Why didn't we know? Lin Qing shot a sidelong glance, a murderous aura seeming to emanate from him. Because your army in Xincheng City has been completely annihilated. Then, he gently picked up the laptop placed on the table. Lin Qing raised the laptop and said decisively, I'm taking this. The helicopter was parked quietly on the spacious helipad. The sunlight shining down created a quiet and professional atmosphere. Mo Q sat beside him and asked curiously, Are they really going to let you borrow this thing? Lin Qing looked at the laptop screen and said firmly, This contains a lot of confidential information, no matter what information this contains. Ever since the spiritual energy revival, these so-called secrets have become trash. Mo Qiu agreed firmly, You're right, times have changed. Documents once considered priceless are now just a piece of scrap paper. Fei Fei rushed over from a distance, shouting towards the helicopter, Lin Qing. Sweat was trickling down her cheeks as she anxiously warned, You absolutely must be careful. He gave an okay sign to reassure Fei Fei. Don't worry, think of it as me going to buy some soy sauce. I'll be back soon. She put her hands on her hips and said grumpily, This is no time for jokes. The helicopter blades spun rapidly, creating a strong gust of wind, and the fuselage vibrated slightly. Fei Fei looked up at the helicopter as it took off. Silently, he prayed for a safe return. Outside the window, endless layers of fluffy white clouds stretched, reflecting a pale blue light. Lin Qing's gaze was distant, lost in thought, hoping they could still reach Xincheng City in time. Mo Q, what was the initial number of cultivators in Xincheng City, and what was the highest cultivation level? He replied clearly. Xincheng City is a medium-sized city, with approximately 5,000 cultivators. Most of their strength is at the Spring Fountain Realm 6th stage. There are about 20 individuals at the Spring Fountain Realm 9th stage. The strongest cultivator, as far as I know, is Chu Mengyao, who has probably reached the peak of the Spring Fountain Realm 9th stage. Regarding the military, Xincheng City stations an elite force of 1,000 people, equipped with a large amount of modern weaponry. Suddenly, Mo Qiu fell into contemplation, his voice faltering. If they were all wiped out, the helicopter pilot turned to him. Lin Qing, please prepare yourself. The helicopter flew towards a place shrouded in smoke and fire. The other person continued. We've entered Xincheng City's airspace. The expressions on their faces revealed a mix of surprise and panic. His voice trembled slightly. This, ruined, high-rise buildings covered in green moss, a gloomy sky, and a cold, desolate atmosphere enveloped everything. Many staggering zombies were moving aimlessly. The scene below was horrifying. A questioning voice echoed from the helicopter. What exactly happened? The zombies, their eyes flashing crimson, growled and lumbered forward. Lin Qing saw that, secretly surprised. Is it dark spiritual energy again? The helicopter pilot stammered as he turned to ask. You, young Master Lamb, where do we land? His face was calm, and he waved his hand indifferently, replying, No need to land. Open the door. The person panicked, his voice unconsciously growing louder. What? We're at an altitude of 6 kilometers right now. Lin Qing ignored the pilot's words, his voice firm. Open the door. He gripped the helicopter's body, Preparing for the right moment to jump, Lin Qing turned to look at Mo Q, his voice even. I'll go down first, clear out those monsters. He looked at him helplessly and continued. You really don't like taking the normal path, do you? He jumped from the helicopter, plummeting straight down, at a tearing speed. The helicopter pilot spoke up anxiously. Are you crazy? This is an altitude of 6 kilometers. Falling down will turn you into minced meat. Mo Q smiled faintly, his voice resolute. Minced meat. You're underestimating the Iron Vein realm too much. A blazing streak of light tore through the sky, hurtling down towards the city. A fierce explosion erupted amidst the gloomy landscape, with fire and smoke billowing, and the atmosphere becoming terrifying. The zombies near the explosion were violently thrown and sent flying far away. A zombie rose amidst the smoke and fire, its entire body emaciated, its eye sockets deep and horrifying. Lin Qing, engulfed in flames, successfully landed, causing the ground to crack. Around him, hordes of zombies heard the sound and converged. They roared, screamed loudly, and quickly ran towards him. Lin Qing held a weapon behind his back, ready to face the battle. He shouted loudly, looking for death. He swung his sword, and a brilliant light flashed. A giant blue beam of light slashed down at countless zombies, causing them to fall scattered on the ground. Again, the zombies stood up. They were skin and bones, their clothes tattered, advancing in a pathetic state. Lin Qing slightly lowered his head, his eyes becoming sharp, and he growled, emphasizing each word. Still not getting lost. As if understanding his words, they became enraged, snarling and charging forward. His eyes narrowed, murderous intent radiating fiercely around him, and he spoke with contempt. If you want to die that badly, then I'll oblige. Lin Tian's entire body was enveloped in blue flames, and in his hand, he held a sharp sword, red as blood. Hordes of zombies surged forward, as if wanting to turn Lin Tian into one of their own. They had gaunt bodies, blue skin, blood-red eyes, and sharp teeth. Among the horde, one zombie surged ahead. It clawed down fiercely with its talons, but Lin Tian easily dodged. Sending dirt and rocks flying, he instantly teleported behind it, slashing horizontally across the zombie's body, then said with a contemptuous tone, "Too slow." It was utterly astonished by Lin Tian's incredibly fast movement speed. Before it could even resist, it was effortlessly split in half by Lin Tian. The other zombies froze, having witnessed one of their comrades perish. Lin Tian turned his head. His sharp gaze fell upon them, and he asked, "What's wrong? Scared?" That remark was like a provocation, which seemed to drive the zombies mad, making them howl deafening sounds. The pilot flying the helicopter also exclaimed in surprise, "Is this, Mr. Lin, a monster? But, no matter how strong he is, if he keeps risking his life like this, sooner or later, he'll exhaust himself and die." Mo Q, sitting in the back, didn't think so, and replied, "Exhaust himself and die? You're underestimating him too much." What? The pilot said worriedly. "Oh no, he's about to give out." Below, he kept slashing continuously, and countless zombie corpses fell. One wave after another, they continued to rush forward, wanting to attack Lin Tian. Suddenly, Lin Tian's entire body emitted a dazzling halo of light, making him look like a god, which rendered the zombies below unable to move. The pilot intently observed below, sweat dotting his face, still wondering, "What is that?" Thunder Flame Sun Annihilation Charm. Golden light emanates, and wherever it shines, it can turn objects into dust. The light not only shone through the tall buildings but also reached the helicopter, even though the aircraft was clearly at an incredible altitude. Witnessing that scene, the pilot exclaimed, Is this something a human can do?" Mo Q told the pilot, "Find a place to land. I want to join him." The pilot asked, a very clueless question. "Hey, why don't you jump down?" He replied, "If I jump down, I'd definitely be smashed into a pulp. After all, I'm still human." The pilot gave an awkward laugh and replied, "Ah, okay." Below, the tall buildings were in ruins, and zombie serum splattered everywhere. Mo Q drove the observation vehicle, thinking to himself, Lin Tian's destructive power is truly astonishing. Is this the Iron Vein stage? The vehicle then approached Lin Tian. Mo Q exclaimed, "Big brother." He asked, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Lin Tian got into the vehicle and replied to Mo Chiu. These monsters basically can't make me reveal my true strength. Let's get down to business quickly. As soon as he got into the vehicle, Lin Tian asked, "Where exactly is the hideout Chu Mengyao mentioned?" Mo Chiu replied, "On the outskirts of Xincheng City." He quickly pulled out a map, pointed to a spot on it, and said, "The shelter is here." It was originally an abandoned factory, recently used as a refuge for cultivators. Looking ahead, Lin Tian said to Mo Chiu, "Let's go. We need to save Chu Menjiao first." The vehicle started moving. Lin Tian suddenly spoke up, "Mo Qiu, this disaster in Xincheng City is somewhat strange." Mo Qiu felt puzzled and probed. "What do you mean by that, Brother Lin Tian?" He said, "Normally, even a disaster involving super mutants wouldn't create a situation like this." He continued, "The number of monsters is excessively huge, and their distribution range is extremely wide. Compared to a sudden incident, it looks more like a premeditated plot." Mo Qiu's face turned pale. "Do you mean people like Song Jinggang have appeared here too?" He looked into the distance, replying to Mo Chiu, "There's a very high possibility." With a worried expression, he silently prayed in his heart, "Mengyao, you must be safe and sound." The car sped along the road, finally stopping at the destination Lin Tian and Mo Qiu wanted to reach. He and Mo Qiu stepped out of the car, silently pondering, "This place is too quiet. Completely unlike a shelter. Instead, it's more like an abandoned trap." The door opened, and Lin Tian and Mo Qiu stepped inside. It was gloomy and pitch black inside, and his expression changed slightly. In the midst of the darkness, a pillar of light shone down. "Stop." He began to calculate silently in his head. "Something's wrong. The shelter's defensive facilities are nowhere to be seen. Were they not set up in time, or were they destroyed by someone?" Lin Tian and Mo Qiu's footsteps echoed in the quiet space. Both he and Mo Qiu had very grim expressions upon arriving here. His voice rang out, full of worry. "Meng Jiao, she's currently lying on the cold floor." Mo Qiu immediately ran to her side. Extreme worry was evident on his face. "Meng Jiao, how is she?" He shook her, but she seemed unresponsive. "Wake up quickly. Don't scare me. She is very seriously injured. The spiritual energy fluctuations in her body might be chaotic, and she needs immediate treatment." Mo Qiu turned to Lin Tian and said. Lin Tian frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "This isn't right." Then he suddenly realized something was wrong, and shouted loudly, "Be careful!" Mo Qiu couldn't react in time, resulting in him being trapped with Meng Jiao. While Lin Tian managed to escape, he gritted his teeth, his face showing unconcealed anger as he looked upwards. Lin Tian also frowned in anger. Perhaps he wasn't pleased to see him here. Suddenly, a man's laughter rang out. "Our little lickspittle has come to save his goddess, has he?" Mo Qiu was startled, involuntarily exclaiming. That voice, a man dressed entirely in white clothes, flashed a sinister smile. Inside the iron cage, he exclaimed, "Gao Tianlin, why are you here?" With a cunning expression, he calmly replied, "Because I want to use that bitch Chu Mengyao to lure the granddaughter of the military Commander-in-Chief, Shen Feifei, and through that, control the entire high-ranking echelon of the military to serve my purposes." At this very moment, Mo Qiu and Mengyao were trapped inside a large cage. He angrily shouted, "Gao Tianlin, why exactly are you doing this? What exactly did the Xincheng City Cultivator Association do to treat you so badly? You were originally a death row inmate. If it weren't for the spiritual energy recovery that awakened your immense power, you would still be waiting to die in prison right now." Lin Tian walked closer to the cage and spoke, slowly, "Mo Qiu, are you still living in the past? Law, order. The world no longer needs those things." His face clearly showed contempt. "Now is the era where the strong reign supreme. The powerful make the rules, while the weak are destined to be eliminated." Mo Qiu replied irritably, "So, you can do whatever you want, acting so arrogantly. Just because you've become stronger, you disregard other people's lives, turning the entire Xincheng City into your hunting ground." Lin Tian calmly replied, "That's right, what's wrong with that? The Cultivator Association, those people in Xincheng City, what right do they have to order me around? They died because they deserved it, because they were weak." Mo Qiu continued angrily, "Gao Tianlin, do you know how many people have sacrificed themselves for you on your cultivation path? They clearly could have abandoned you to survive. Looking at Mengyao, lying unconscious next to him, Mo Qiu complained bitterly. Mengyao even suffered severe injuries to help you increase your strength. Yet you still have the audacity to lay hands on her. Lin Tian raised a hand to his head, showing annoyance. If they willingly sacrifice themselves in vain, that's their foolishness. How could a true powerhouse die for a bunch of ants? Hearing this, Mo Qiu couldn't help but exclaim in anger. You. Another Lin Tian was also present here now. After hearing their conversation, he spoke up. That's quite interesting. The first Lin Tian saw this and showed his annoyance. Standing there all this time, who are you? He crossed his arms and confidently replied, I am Mo Qiu's friend, and your words just now make me feel you are too naive. Hearing this, he found it somewhat amusing, and feigned surprise. Naive in what way? Lin Tian continued. You assume that the strong set the rules of the world, but have you ever considered, if there's someone stronger than you, couldn't that person also arbitrarily decide your life and death? Hearing this, Lin Tian became so enraged that his eyes bulged with red veins. Kid, are you threatening me? He calmly replied. I'm just reminding you that you're not strong enough yet. Immediately, he launched an attack on Lin Tian and shouted, You want to die? Seeing this, Mo Qiu became very worried and quickly reminded him. Lin Tian, be careful. Gao Tianlin also awakened lightning elemental spiritual energy, just like you. Hearing that the other person also possessed lightning elemental spiritual energy like himself, Lin Tian exclaimed with a hint of surprise. He attacked him head-on, with an incredibly powerful surge of spiritual energy. But with just a single sword, Lin Tian was able to block the move effortlessly. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? The system panel appeared, announcing, Powerful lightning elemental spiritual energy detected. Upon absorption, the host's lightning elemental spiritual energy can be upgraded. At this moment, he spoke, I didn't expect such an unexpected gain. At this very moment, Lin Tian unleashed a glowing yellow weapon, creating a powerful arc to attack him. Then, he said to Mo Qiu, Mo Qiu, quickly get Chu Menjiao out of here first. But he gripped the cage tightly and replied, For some reason, my abilities cannot be activated. Seeing this, Lin Tian found it truly ridiculous and laughed savagely. You fools, do you think I'd let you escape so easily? This iron cage is made from special materials, specifically designed to imprison cultivators. Trapped inside, a cultivator is no different from an ordinary person. At this moment, Lin Tian's eyes darkened as he spoke. Mo Qiu, lie down. Seeing this, Mo Qiu looked very surprised and confused, unsure of what method Lin Tian would use. He raised his hand, and a large surge of spiritual energy immediately appeared, sharp as a knife. Let's see how tough this tattered cage of yours is. The cage holding Mo Qiu was instantly cut in half. Mo Qiu quickly tumbled to the ground and cried out. Seeing this, Lin Tian became extremely furious. Clenching his teeth, Mo Qiu hurriedly picked up Menjiao and said, I'll take Menjiao to safety and then immediately come to help you. Lin Tian coldly replied, Don't come. You'll only be a hindrance. The crack from his slash on the cage was still there, clearly etched into the wall, directly in front. At this moment, the opponent began to provoke him. Lin Tian, your tone is truly arrogant. Do you think you can act so presumptuously in front of me just by yourself? He slung the sword over his shoulder and calmly replied, I'm just stating the truth. You're still not skilled enough. As he activated a new move, he said, Don't think that just because you shattered a tattered cage, you're invincible. Immediately, a sword of spiritual energy appeared. Then, he quickly reached out and firmly grasped the sword. One side of Lin Tian's face darkened. Now I'll show you the true power of a cultivator. A flash of sword light suddenly streaked across. Lin Tian used the annihilation slash. The attacker, Lin Tian, quickly launched a spiritual energy sword straight at Lin Tian. But Lin Tian moved very quickly to dodge the sword. The attacker continued to attack Lin Tian's shoulder, and of course, Lin Tian was unharmed, and calmly said, It seems you have some skill. At this moment, the attacker was furious. He began to create countless spiritual energy beams of immense power to attack Lin Tian, and shouted, Dodging, are you? Let's see how long you can keep dodging. But wherever he attacked, Lin Tian dodged with ease. The attacker continued to attack, saying, "How about that? Weren't you so arrogant? Now, you don't even have a chance to counterattack." As the attacker swung a sword, Lin Tian quickly jumped high, then landed on the ground, standing opposite him. Seeing this, the attacker sneered and said, "Weren't you so arrogant just now? Now you can only be suppressed by me." Lin Tian, seeing this, sighed in disappointment, and replied, "Truly disappointing. Is this all your full power?" After Lin Tian scorned him, the attacker became furious. "What did you say?" Lin Tian pointed his sword directly at his face and coldly said, "If your ability is only at this level, I'm afraid you'll die here today." At this moment, the attacker seemed to have reached the peak of his fury. He raised his head, activated countless immense streams of power, and roared, seeking death. I'll show you the ultimate power of Courageous Spring 9th stage." Immediately after, he used the Thunder Spear technique, wielding a large spear and lunging rapidly towards Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian's movements were astonishingly faster than his attack speed. Lin Tian calmly said, "Too slow." The attacker's face darkened, and he shouted, "Watch this move." Following that, he continuously attacked Lin Tian in a relentless barrage. However, he still couldn't match Lin Tian's dodging speed. While defending, Lin Tian calmly spoke, "Great strength, but unfortunately, no brains." Immediately, Lin Tian vanished inexplicably. Only his voice could be heard echoing, "I'll show you just how vast the gap between us is." At this moment, Lin Tian instantly teleported right in front of him, at an extremely close range. Making him panic and fear, Lin Tian darkened his eyes and said coldly, "It's over." Immediately after, Lin Tian unleashed a strike with immense power, directly attacking him. He, the opponent, could only stand still and endure the blow. His face was drenched in sweat, clearly showing extreme panic. Lin Tian's attack was like a blade brimming with spiritual energy, delivering a decisive slash to his body. Immediately, blood gushed profusely from the wound. He cried out unwillingly, "How? How can this be?" He, the opponent, struggled to kneel, propping himself up with one hand on the ground, and said, I am a Courageous Spring 9th stage." After all, Lin Tian looked at him with sharp, cold eyes and replied, "Is Courageous Spring 9th stage that high?" Currently, blood still continuously flowed from his mouth, as he expressed surprise. "What? Don't tell me you're also a Courageous Spring 9th stage, but I didn't sense any powerful aura from you at all." Lin Tian immediately replied, "I used to be, but now I'm already at the Iron Vein 1st stage realm." Hearing this, the opponent's, eyes widened in shock. "Iron Vein stage? You've really broken through to the Iron Vein stage." Lin Tian glanced down with a cold expression. "Are you scared?" Immediately, he bowed his head and cried out, "Big brother, please spare me. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I was blind just now. Big brother, please spare my life. I will definitely serve you like an ox or a horse, swearing undying loyalty to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian showed a hint of disdain and continued, "The strong rule. The weak only obey orders. Wasn't that what you just told Mokyu? Why do you want to change the rules now that you've become the weak one?" At this point, he cast aside all self-respect, bowed deeply, and quickly confessed, I am not the mastermind. I was merely forced by others. I only acted on orders." Lin Tian pressed the sharp sword against his neck and said, "Aren't you the strongest cultivator in all of Xincheng City?" He replied in fear, "No, I'm not. The strongest cultivator in Xincheng City is not me, but someone else." The entire crisis in Xincheng City was his plan. He completely disregarded Xincheng City, saying it was just to test a few things. Lin Tian asked again, "A test? He treats the lives of an entire city as experimental material." Lin Tian replied, "He doesn't care about anyone. Even the Xincheng City army is just a pawn in his hands." At this moment, Lin Tian then inquired, "So, do you know what his true strength is?" With the sword at his neck, he was terrified, his whole body trembling as he replied. He said he is a vein forging realm, 3rd stage cultivator. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian muttered to himself, "Vein forging realm 3rd stage, so that's it." He quickly asked again, "Lin Tian, you won't kill me, will you?" At this moment, Lin Tian began to activate a surge of spiritual energy on the sword's blade. Seeing this, he recoiled and cried out in fear, Wait, I've told you everything I know, you promised to spare me, Lin Tian said with a cold expression. Did I promise you? When did you hear me say I would spare your life? Seeing this, he kept screaming. No, you can't kill me, you can't. Without another moment of hesitation, Lin Tian swiftly finished him off with a decisive sword strike. Lin Tian glared at him, and he helplessly said, You really killed me. He spoke, Earth's spiritual energy has recovered. And the rules of the world have truly changed, but no matter how the rules change, those who do wrong must still face punishment. As he fell backward, he laughed maniacally. Lin Tian, do you think you're the embodiment of justice? You're just a fool. Do you think you can win? You have no idea who you're up against. You'll die soon. You're no match for him. He is a powerful cultivator at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm. You've only just entered the Iron Vein realm. Do you think you can win? Do you think you can survive? Lin Tian replied coldly. You don't need to worry about that. He'll soon be reunited with you. Lin Tian was about to leave this world. He lay slumped on the ground and was gone forever. The system's voice rang out. Lightning attribute spiritual energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it? He replied. Absorb. Immediately after, from his corpse, rings of spiritual energy began to radiate. They kept rising, growing more numerous. Lin Tian quickly extended a hand towards them. Immediately, his body absorbed all of that spiritual energy. The system's voice continued to ring out. Lightning attribute spiritual energy has been upgraded. Those sources of power were clearly circulating within Lin Tian's body. Lightning attribute spiritual energy has reached level 2. He opened his eyes, spiritual energy still swirling in the air. Lin Tian clenched his fist, and a surge of immense power immediately erupted. Then he spoke, So this is the true power of the Iron Vein's second stage. Lin Tian stepped outside and saw Mo Qiu and Meng Yao still unconscious in the car. He called out, Mo Qiu. He quickly turned around. Big brother, are you all right? Where's Gao Tianlin? He calmly replied. Don't worry, he's dead. Upon hearing this, Mo Qiu exclaimed in utter surprise. What? Dead? That fast? He was clearly a peak expert of the 9th layer of Spring of Valor. Lin Tian continued. Once you break through to the Iron Vein realm, killing him will be as quick for you as it was for me. All right. Quickly check if the person in your heart is safe. Mo Qiu blushed with embarrassment. Big brother, don't talk nonsense. I don't. He then turned and said, Then why were you so agitated when you saw her faint just now? Normally, you're so timid. You wouldn't dare rush forward to shield me. How is she? He replied, Her vital signs are stable. But her consciousness is sealed by dark attribute spiritual energy. If it's not expelled in time, she could become a vegetable. Then, he activated a swirling bolt of lightning and continued, Don't worry, the lightning attribute, which counters dark spiritual energy, will dispel the seal. The bolt of lightning quickly transmitted spiritual energy into Meng Yao's forehead. Immediately, a large surge of spiritual energy radiated within her body. Meng Yao awakened, stirring slightly due to discomfort. That lightning spiritual energy quickly expelled all the dark attribute from her body. Meng Yao's eyes snapped open as she woke up. Before she could fully register her surroundings, she saw Mo Qiu and Lin Tian standing right in front of her. Startled, she cried out, Who's there? Where is this? Lin Tian's face darkened, thinking to himself, This girl doesn't seem very bright. Does Mo Qiu really like this type of person? Meng Yao sat up, and upon seeing Mo Qiu, she exclaimed in surprise. Mo Qiu, now fully awake, she asked Mo Qiu, Why are you here? He scratched his face and gave an awkward smile, replying, We received your distress signal, so we immediately returned here from Tianhai City. Hearing this, Meng Yao blushed, feeling a slight flutter in her heart, and thought, He specifically came back to save me. Immediately after, she quickly grabbed Mo Qiu's collar and angrily yelled, No, are you crazy? Jincheng City is so dangerous right now. A novice who can't even fight head-on dares to come back. That's just asking for death. Lin Tian immediately retorted, Are you calling a 9th level Yongquan master a novice? Meng Zhao said in surprise, 9th level Yongquan? Who is that? Is it you? Then she continued to scold Mo Qiu. And you're dragging others down with you. Jincheng City is no place for you guys to set foot in. he awkwardly said. It's not that I wanted to come. We received your distress signal. How could we ignore it? The terrain of Xincheng City is complex, and Big Brother Lin Tian isn't familiar with it. Only I know the way, so I absolutely had to lead him. Mengao stammered. Really? He blushed and replied. Really, it's true. She let out a sigh and continued. Now that things have come to this, blaming you won't do any good. Then she turned to look at Lin Tian. Even though I don't know your name, I still thank you for daring to risk your life with this fool to save me. He thought to himself. She seems to have a bit of a thing for Mo Q, doesn't she? No need to be so polite. It was nothing. Meng Yao's face became serious. We must leave Xincheng City immediately, or we won't be able to escape if we delay any longer. Lin Tian wondered. What exactly happened in Xincheng City? Meng Jiao immediately replied. Ever since Mo Chu left Xincheng City for Tianhai City, it has been raining continuously for several days. At first, we thought it was just normal climate change, but this rain fundamentally showed no signs of stopping. After that, everyone who was touched by the rain turned into zombies. Hearing this, Mo Q's face turned pale. What? Lin Tian's face darkened as he asked again. Everyone, she continued. Yes. At first, no one noticed anything unusual. Some even stood in the rain playing around. But a moment later, their bodies seemed to be corroded by something. They started convulsing violently, and then went completely mad. Their eyes turned pitch black. Their flesh rotted. And they completely transformed into a type of monsters, resembling zombies. They attacked everyone nearby indiscriminately, sparing no one, not even their own relatives. By the time people reacted, it was already too late. The rain continued to fall incessantly, and almost no one who went out on the streets managed to escape. The army and the Association of Cultivators also wanted to control the situation, but they didn't know what those monsters truly were, and even attacks using spiritual energy had almost no effect on them. Mo Q angrily exclaimed. Has the entire Xincheng City become a dead city? Meng Gao's face became extremely sad. Yes, Lin Tian asked again. The army and the Association of Cultivators, have they all turned into monsters too? She quickly replied. Not all of them. A small portion that was infected by the rain at the very beginning turned into monsters, while the majority went into hiding. He frowned, his face darkening. Then where are they? Her gaze became somber, revealing a heavy sense of disappointment, and she replied. They vanished. Mo Chu was stunned, exclaiming in great surprise. Vanished? What does that mean? Meng Jiao continued. At the central tower of Xincheng City, we detected an extremely powerful energy signal. Like an anomalous gathering place of spiritual energy, it's very likely the source of this disaster. The military and the high-ranking members of the Cultivator Association decided to send people to investigate, but everyone who went to investigate vanished. Hearing this, Long Tian placed a hand on his chin and thought. Vanished. She added. There were no bodies, no cries for help, no traces of battle. It's as if they were swallowed whole by this city, never to return. At this moment, he felt very curious and said, That's interesting. I have a piece of news that might solve this mystery. Before coming here, I just sent Gao Tianlin to meet King Yama. Hearing this, Meng Yao looked very surprised, exclaiming, You killed Gao Tianlin. He was clearly a peak 9th level Yongquan cultivator. Long Tian continued. Before he died, he told me that the mutation in Xincheng City wasn't random, but man-made. And the culprit is at least a 3rd-stage Iron Vein Realm cultivator. After learning that Long Tian had killed Gao Tianlin, Meng Yao was very surprised, exclaiming, How can there be a cultivator who has reached the 3rd stage of Iron Vein Realm in Xincheng City? Wasn't Gao Tianlin the strongest in all of Xincheng City? Mo Q quickly added, That's right, big brother. Is Gan Tianlin lying to him to save his life? Lin Tian crossed his arms and calmly replied, He doesn't need to lie to me before he dies, so everyone should still think carefully. Suddenly, it started raining unexpectedly. A raindrop fell onto Meng Gao's hand. They immediately shouted, Hurry! It's raining again. Meng Gao and Mo Chu quickly opened the car doors and got in. Lin Tian sensed that something was wrong. He turned around and thought to himself, Someone's here. Did they know their dog was dead and proactively came to find me? Seeing him still standing there, Mo Q called out loudly, Big brother, get in the car. At this moment, a strange hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, radiating terrifying darkness around it. Lin Tian's face darkened as he replied, "I said there was an Iron Vein Realm 3rd stage." That hand remained still on Lin Tian's shoulder. Seeing this, Mo Qiu cried out in alarm, "Be careful!" A very tall figure stood behind Lin Tian, but he remained incredibly calm. Is this the culprit behind the disaster in Xincheng City? Immediately, Lin Tian quickly generated a large surge of spiritual energy to launch a surprise attack on him. The other person immediately fell backward, crashing into a car by the roadside. At this moment, Mo Qiu and Meng Giao stepped out again. He stared at him and exclaimed in horror. That's... He was a tall, burly man wearing a military-like uniform, and at this moment, spiritual energy, darkness enveloped his body. Mo Qiu exclaimed in confusion. Someone from the military department. Now, those dark rays were seeping into the other person's body and devouring his face. Lin Tian remained still and silently observed. Those dark attributes were slowly and rapidly corroding his entire body, leaving no trace behind. He thought to himself, "It's gone." Continuing, those filthy things began to move towards Lin Tian's feet. Right behind him at that moment, a terrifying monster figure suddenly appeared, raising its hand, ready to attack. Its eyes flashed with light, and from its hands, numerous streams of darkness, rays began to activate and surge forward. Seeing this, Mo Qiu's face turned pale with fright, and he screamed, "Big brother, be careful!" But Lin Tian had quickly become aware of its presence and was extremely vigilant. At this moment, Mo Qiu immediately used the space severance technique to unleash numerous spiritual energy beams, attacking it directly. As the other party was approaching him, fortunately, Mo Qiu's technique quickly destroyed its form. He quickly jumped into the car. Mo Qiu also anxiously called out, "Big brother, get in the car quickly!" Immediately, they drove away at a very high speed, with the rain still falling incessantly from the sky. Mo Qiu felt very confused at this moment. What exactly was that thing? Meng Giao turned around, screaming in fear, "Oh no! It's not dead yet." Now, those streams of darkness began to surge again. It had transformed into a large leopard. The leopard dashed forward at an extremely high speed, chasing after their car. Mo Qiu turned back and saw this, crying out helplessly, "It can even transform." Lin Tian quickly turned to ask, "Chu Meng Giao, where is the signal relay station?" She replied in surprise. "Why are you asking about that?" He immediately replied, "This mad dog is an individual from the Iron Vein Realm, 3rd stage, sent to hunt us down." Mo Qiu exclaimed again, "No way." Lin Tian continued, "There's an 80% chance he caused it. I killed Gao Tianlin, so now he's coming for revenge. As long as I kill him, whether it's this mad dog or the anomaly in Xincheng City, everything will end." Meng Gao's face turned pale with fear. "Are you crazy? That's an Iron Vein Realm, 3rd stage." Lin Tian's gaze became colder than ever, and he said seriously, "Show me the way." She quickly replied, "Go straight along this road for 15 kilometers, then turn left at the commercial district, and you'll see the signal tower." Outside, the torrential rain continued relentlessly. Their wheels still spun very fast. The leopard behind them was also chasing at an equally relentless speed. Finally, they arrived at the signal tower. Mo Qiu's car swerved to a stop at the base of the tower. The leopard behind quickly followed. Lin Tian immediately jumped out of the car. He unleashed a powerful lightning attribute spiritual energy strike directly onto the beast and yelled, "Die!" The beast immediately fell. Streaks of darkness began to burst and rise. Preparing to transform into another form, he turned back and said to the two of them, "Mo Qiu, take Chu Meng Giao and leave Xincheng City immediately." However, Mo Qiu was very worried about him and refused. "Big brother, I will fight alongside you." Lin Tian turned away and replied coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Take her away. Before an Iron Vein Realm 3rd stage, everyone is a burden." At this moment, Mo Qiu had no choice but to follow his arrangements. He said, "Big brother, you must survive and return." Immediately after, he started the car engine and drove away. As he walked, Mo Qiu blamed himself again. He thought to himself, if he had greater power, he wouldn't let his elder brother risk it alone. Currently, their car had traveled quite far from the signal station. The darkness from earlier had now materialized into a tall, muscular man standing opposite Lin Tian. The Black Panther trembled as it faced Lin Tian. Then, it stared at him with the sharp, cold eyes of a hunting panther. He frowned slightly and softly said, "You can't die." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian exerted his power, and streams of blue light enveloped his entire body. "All right, I'll play with you for a bit." Both directly charged at each other, a man and a beast clashing in battle. A punch emitting a blue aura struck the Black Panther directly. At the same time, the panther also bit Lin Tian's arm. He took a stance, preparing to gather electricity into his fist. Lin Tian swung an uppercut at the panther's jaw. The Black Panther spat out black blood and stumbled backward. He didn't stop, continuing to rush forward like a blur. Thick streams of purple smoke gathered into grotesque shapes. Suddenly, a girl screamed out, "Help! Help!" Lin Tian looked at her and said, "Just petty tricks." He immediately unleashed a lightning-fast punch at her. She only managed to utter, "Help." Then slowly, her originally beautiful face became distorted and ugly. She screamed. He said nothing more, focusing on compressing his power, and powerful streams of blue light continuously emanated from him. Then it formed an electric sphere, and there was no trace of her left. Lin Tian retracted his hand, and his power disappeared with it. But fragments of the thing still remained. He turned his head slightly to see how powerful the Iron Vein stage, 3rd level, was. He walked forward and pushed open the iron door. A creaking sound echoed. Lin Tian slowly stepped in, the place completely shrouded in darkness. He could only vaguely make out a pitch-black lake, with thick purple smoke. The water below was a mix of black and purple. Rippling, he gazed at the lake and fell into contemplation. These waters were identical to the rain that formed the monster earlier. From the dark corner, a stranger emerged. Unexpectedly, there was a Bloodline Realm 2nd layer expert here. The man looked at Lin Tian with profound eyes and continued, "It seems that good-for-nothing Gao Tianlin didn't die in vain." Lin Tian slightly furrowed his brow and asked, "The disaster in Xincheng City, was it your doing?" He bowed slightly and replied, "Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Tiancheng. Iron Shard Realm. 3rd layer. The water in this pool is spirit water, born from the resentful souls and spiritual energy after tens of thousands of people in Xincheng City decayed." He said to him as if boasting about his achievement, "These waters, by my will, can form all kinds of creatures, immortal and indestructible." As he finished speaking, a small black and purple vortex formed in his hand, "And I am the deity of this land." Tiancheng smiled cunningly, purple light enveloping his entire body. "In this era of rising spiritual energy, throughout the entire world, those who reach our level are truly few," he said as he approached him. Tiancheng extended his hand, signaling a desire to make acquaintance, then asked him, "Do you want to cooperate with me? Afterwards, you will be second to none. Above tens of thousands, you will have endless power, wealth, beautiful women. We will recreate the world order." He presented the benefits should Lin Tian accept. He looked at him and asked, "Are you done talking?" Tiancheng was slightly puzzled. His gaze turned dangerous as he looked at him. His entire body was now enveloped in electric sparks and blue light. Lin Tian continued, "If you're done talking, then die." Very quickly, Lin Tian created an electric orb, preparing to charge. Seeing this, he flashed an excited smile. Tiancheng's entire body was now also covered in purple, along with thick black smoke. Lin Tian charged forward, striking him with great force. But Tiancheng easily blocked it. Lin Tian put all his strength into it, blue electric sparks emanating from his hand. He broke out in a sweat, his expression changing. Lin Tian swung a punch straight down at him. Tiancheng was forced back by his power. His head bowed low. His face darkened, purple dark energy enveloping his body. Tiancheng said, "Mph, impressive." He raised his hand, his expression becoming confident. Tiancheng said, "If you don't know your place, then die here." Around Lin Tian, pools of pitch-black water were gathering. Countless dark figures flew up from those black pools. His face remained unchanged, as he thought to himself, "So, all the missing people were turned into black water by him." Tiancheng ordered his black army to attack Lin Tian, shouting, "You brat, die under my army." Lin Tian showed no fear, drawing his sword from behind his back while saying, "I will help everyone be freed right now." Sacred Undying Flame Art. A vertical sword swing, with blue flames and electricity enveloping the sword. Lin Tian unleashed the slash, chaotic blue electric currents, bursting forth. Tiancheng's face changed again. He roared loudly. From Tiancheng's body, black streams of energy flew out, and at the same time, he said, "You brat, I will tear your body to shreds." From his palm, he unleashed a stream of black energy. Long Tian unleashed electrical energy, blocking the black energy stream from Tiancheng. From that black energy stream, purple lightning bolts shot out. He timely dodged that sudden attack by circling around. Long Tian thought to himself, after taking a blow to the face. He didn't expect the opponent's spiritual energy could suppress his lightning fire. Tiancheng still stood tall, black spiritual energy currents swirling around him. Tiancheng said, "Don't even think about running. I'll make you suffer until I'm satisfied." Tiancheng extended his hand, and a series of black tendrils emerged. Simultaneously, they rushed to attack him. Long Tian calmly cut them all down, but suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. Those thick purple-black smoke wisps seemed to want to penetrate his body. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. His spiritual energy wasn't suppressing lightning fire, but rather corroding his lightning fire attribute spiritual energy. Long Tian immediately escaped from that range. Temporarily safe from further attacks, Tiancheng looked at him with a face full of contempt, uttering insulting words. "Spiritual energy with a meager lightning fire attribute dares to be insolent in front of me. My netherworld aura, spiritual energy can corrode spiritual energy of all attributes." He calmly approached him. "I'm giving you one last chance, kneel, or die." The situation was extremely tense at this moment. Long Tian seemed to be overwhelmed by him, his face turning pale. In his heart, he secretly calculated. He had to think of a way. Suddenly, a blue panel appeared, and a mechanical voice rang out. "Host detected to be infiltrated by netherworld aura spiritual energy. King Yama's spiritual energy is different from netherworld aura spiritual energy." Long Tian suddenly remembered, thinking to himself, "I forgot about the light attribute spiritual energy I previously changed. I didn't expect there was still this way to use it." He gave up resisting, regained a calm expression, and was confident of victory. He drew all his spiritual energy back into himself, closing his eyes. The thick purple smoke remained dense, showing no signs of dissipating. He sneered, "Giving up already? Looks like you, kid, don't have any real power after all." Lin Tian paid no mind, his brow furrowing slightly. A fiery light erupted as if to incinerate the person in front of him, shattering the arrogant one's spiritual energy. Netherworld aura. The light was so powerful that it pushed him back. Tiancheng exclaimed in alarm. What kind of spiritual energy is this?" From within the circle of light, he looked at Tiancheng with a cold expression, and softly replied, "This is the flame that purifies darkness, solar flame." Tiancheng channeled his spiritual energy, roaring furiously. "No, impossible. No one can purify my spiritual energy." Then, fueled by his rage, he unleashed dark energy to attack. Snarling, "Die!" As they approached, they were instantly disintegrated by the light. He calmly told Tiancheng, "If you have no other tricks, then this farce is over." Tiancheng snarled each word. "A mere vein forging, second realm, daring to be arrogant in front of me. I'll show you my true power. I didn't want to use this move, but you forced my hand." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a beast, his entire body covered in black. Tiancheng roared, his sharp teeth glowing in his mouth. He then directly charged at Lin Tian. He said with a hint of disdain in his voice, "So you think you can fight me just because you've turned into a beast?" Tiancheng's massive arm punched directly into the protective barrier, his voice full of hatred as he snarled, "You're asking for death." A punch made the floor crack open, sending rocks flying everywhere. Tiancheng continued to swing his fists, his voice filled with murderous intent. "I'm going to beat you to a pulp." He continuously punched the bright mass, dust flying everywhere. He tilted his head back, and another surge of power emerged, shooting straight at the boy. The dazzling purple light made it impossible to see anything clearly. Suddenly, an orange-yellow light flew into the air, then shot forward, piercing through him. Lin Tian calmly said, "I told you, if this is all the power you have, then die." A sword swung out, its light forming a curve. Sun flame slash. Tiancheng stubbornly roared. No, impossible. My black water cannot be purified. The sword strike rushed forward, sending him flying, creating a beautiful vortex. One might have thought this time the stubborn foe would be annihilated, but who would have expected Tiancheng to transform into another form? His power, seemingly increasing to its limit. Lin Tian was slightly stunned. Is that your true body? In his more advanced form, his body colored like a galaxy. He stared at the boy. Tiancheng replied, I didn't expect you could push me this far. His entire body emitted a stream of purple spiritual energy, and he continued. That's right, I have evolved into a higher life form, having long abandoned my human body. As soon as he finished speaking, brilliant purple flames erupted. Right now, I will let you taste the full power of the Iron Vein Realm's third stage. Tiancheng rapidly charged towards the boy, adding, The me of now is truly invincible. Lin Tian extended his hand, forming a sphere. He calmly asked back, Invincible? Are you sure you know who your opponent is? A massive fireball shot straight at him. That was the Sun Flame Profound, meaning Supreme Flame Judgment. From the outside, his light had burst forth. In the distance, not far from where he was fighting, Mo Q's vehicle was driving around, searching. He asked Yun Ji, who was sitting beside him. Still no contact with anyone outside. She softly replied, No, still no signal. I'm afraid. Before Yun Ji could finish speaking, a massive explosion echoed in the distance, with smoke billowing everywhere. Both worried, they asked in louder voices, What was that sound? Fragments of earth and rock rained down, along with unextinguished flames. She hesitantly asked, What was that? Mo Q replied, That must be Big Brother Lin Tian's ultimate move. Jincheng City is saved now. We don't need to flee anymore. Let's go back and find Big Brother Lin Tian. The enemy, now fading, didn't forget to ask, Why? I am clearly at Iron Vein Realm 3rd stage. Why can someone at Iron Vein Realm 2nd stage like you defeat me? Lin Tian lightly replied. Who told you that Iron Vein Realm 2nd stage can never defeat Iron Vein Realm 3rd stage? Yan Ling sat leisurely in the vehicle, with her legs crossed, while Mo Q hastily got out and shouted, Big brother! He ran closer and anxiously asked, Big brother Lin Tian, are you all right? He calmly, indifferently replied, I'm fine. Seeing this, her face showed surprise. And she thought to herself, just how strong is this person named Lin Tian? This kind of destructive power, can a human really achieve it? With a cold gaze and an even tone, he said, I've just dealt with the ringleader in Xincheng City. His name is Jiang Tiancheng. Have you heard of this name? Yan Ling's pupils constricted, and a hint of panic flashed across her face. What? Jiang Tiancheng? No way, this is impossible. Jiang Tiancheng is already dead. How can he still be alive? Lin Tian asked doubtfully. What do you mean? Do you know him? She replied firmly. Before spiritual energy was restored, Jiang Tiancheng was a death row inmate who had committed over a dozen brutal murders. At that time, I was in the military, and on the day spiritual energy was restored, I personally witnessed his execution. He should have died a long time ago. After a moment of thought, he said with a resolute gaze, Indeed, his final appearance, it wasn't an exaggeration to say he was dead. I found this at the scene after he died. Could this be what helped him come back to life? Yan Ling asked, her eyes wide with doubt. The symbol of the Bing Ming Church. Lin Tian tilted his head, wondering, Bing Ming Church, what is that? She spoke with a serious expression. In the early days of spiritual energy restoration, a group of cultivators with mutated talents secretly formed an organization. They believe that mutated spiritual energy is the ultimate evolution of humanity, and ordinary people are merely obstacles, wastes. They strive to establish a new order where the strong dominate and the weak are prey to the strong. This is their creed. Before Yan Ling could finish, he quickly interrupted. All right. Anyway, the three-realm bloodline is dead, and the danger to Xincheng City has been resolved. Let's talk about these conspiracy theories tomorrow. I haven't slept for a day and a night, so I need to go home and get some sleep. She gently raised her hand, her voice filled with gratitude. Lin, Big Brother Lin Tian, thank you for saving Xincheng City, and for saving my life, and Mo Q's. Yan Ling pressed his head down with her hand, urging, "Quickly thank him." With a calm gaze, he merely responded indifferently. "No need to be polite. This is just something someone asked me to do, so I just did it easily." She suddenly paused, surprised, and asked, "Someone asked you?" Lin Tian smirked slightly, his eyes full of hidden meaning, as he turned his head. "There's someone who, after learning what happened to you, even forgot that they were injured, right, Mo Qiu?" Hearing this, and Ling immediately shook Mo Qiu vigorously, her voice unconsciously louder. "Oh, Mo Qiu, you're injured. When did this happen?" Mo Qiu's face flushed red, and he stammered shyly, explaining, "Lin, big brother Lin Tian, is talking about her best friend. Didn't you call her for help?" She seemed to suddenly realize something. "Ah, I forgot to call Fei Fei to let her know I'm safe." In a tall, modern building, warm sunlight reflected through each pane of glass. During a meeting, a voice rang out. Yesterday morning, Xincheng City suffered an unprecedented spiritual energy pollution and darkening disaster. According to the investigation, the incident rendered over 80% of the city uninhabitable and resulted in over 10,000 civilian casualties. Chen Ming, with a stern gaze, spoke up. "How is the recovery effort in Xincheng City progressing?" Qing Cheng immediately sprang to attention and clearly replied, "Reporting, Commander, the main roads in Xincheng City have been cleared, and residents besieged by zombies have also returned home." He crossed his arms, bowed his head slightly, and continued in a lowered voice. "The casualties in Xincheng City were so low, all thanks to Lin Tian alone." Hearing this, the officers began to discuss. Indeed, if Big Brother Lin Tian had arrived even a little later, I can't imagine how many more people would have died in Xincheng City. I used to think he was just a bit better than others, but now, it seems he's many times better. Chen Ming lightly tapped the table, signaling everyone to be silent. "The disaster in Xincheng City has sounded an alarm for us. Although we don't know how the Bingming Church ultimately resurrected the dead Zhang Tiancheng and transformed him into an Iron Vein Realm third-stage cultivator, we can be sure that there is a power behind them that is difficult for us to imagine. The military must strengthen its surveillance of the Bingming Church, especially at their origin point in Northwest City. Those in the Spiritual Qi Association must also assist the military in their operations." Xi Zhong's face was serious, and he replied cautiously, in a low voice, "Commander-in-Chief Shen, Northwest City is the core area of the Bingming Church, and also where they are most active. Our Spiritual Qi Association has sent elite teams multiple times, but none have returned successfully. If the military wants information about the Bingming Church, then the Spiritual Qi Cultivator Association alone might not be enough." Chen Ming acknowledged the information, replying evenly, "I understand. I will request the military to coordinate actions with you. We must find detailed information about the Bingming Church in a short time. Finally, the issue of Lin Tian's identity must be elevated to the highest level of security within the military. Absolutely no clues related to him can be leaked." The remaining officers in the room responded in unison, "Understood." His eyes were sharp, and the atmosphere became tense. "As long as Lin Tian is alive, our country will never perish." The spacious two-story villa, brightly lit with yellow lights, illuminated the quiet night. He trembled all over from carrying a pile of things, helplessly saying, "Fei Fei, did you just order a little food?" She was already drunk, raising her wine glass and speaking excitedly. "To my hubby, bottoms up." Fei Fei pounced and hugged Lin Tian's neck tightly, calling out in a coquettish voice, "Hubby." He was flustered, his face panicked. "You crazy girl, how much have you drunk? You reek of alcohol. She's drunk like this, and you didn't say anything to her." Ling Yue smiled faintly, replying indifferently, "I did tell her, but she wouldn't listen." Lin Tian glanced away, silent as if deep in thought. Seeing this, she asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" He said gently, his eyes soft, "You should smile more often from now on. Otherwise, it would be such a waste for a beautiful face like yours to be serious all the time." Ling Yue's eyes widened, her face flushed, thinking to herself, "Did I smile?" Lin Tian took a slice of pizza and quietly asked, "How are your parents recovering now?" She answered clearly, "The situation is quite good. In another 2 or 3 days, they will be able to completely leave life support and enter the recovery phase." Lin Tian, "Thank you. Luckily, I have you. Lin Tian turned his head, not letting Ling Yue continue. Don't be so polite. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to advance to the Iron Vein realm. By the way, can you control the second attribute of your spiritual energy now? A beautiful smile bloomed on her face, her eyes filled with admiration. In a vast building, the atmosphere was unusually gloomy. One person was kneeling, while a group of others stood around, all wearing white robes. One of them wore a bizarre-shaped mask and clasped his hands in prayer. He bowed down, his voice urgent. Grand Priest, the spirit communication tower of Xincheng City has been destroyed, and Zhang Tiancheng has been killed. Two others' faces darkened, turning to look with horrified expressions. Hearing this, that person turned away, silent as if calculating something. Suddenly, he turned his head back, revealing sharp, cold eyes, and growled, emphasizing each word. Who did it?